Best SF 6. Edited by Edmund Crispin. The first story, Judas Bomb by Kit Reed. Introduction. A favorite and very rewarding device of science fiction writers is the reductio ad extremum. First, a present-day movement or trend is isolated, and secondly, it's visualized as running riot. And then thirdly, we're offered some sort of judgment, overt or implied, on the desirability of the situation so imagined and of its outcome. Kit Reed's story belongs to this category, and is notable not only for its visualization, which makes for great vividness and excitement, but also for the way in which its final, fairly definite moral verdict is subtly shot with pathos. For the time being, Daddy-O may be in subjection to the Hypos and the Judases, but they can no more win against him, ultimately, than a flick knife can win against, well, a bomb. They, after all, are just bodies. Bodies crippled at that by self-imposed taboos and fetishes. Daddy-O is a mind. It happened, in the days when the young ruled, that Washington got a bomb. The Hypos found out about it when one of the Judas gang got swell-headed and started to brag. He stepped over the marker into Hypo country around Delaware, and the Hypos got him, and he didn't brag any more. Little Easter, Franco's man, took care of him, and while Little Easter was working on him, he said the Hypos had better lay off because Washington had a bomb. Little Easter finished what he was doing, and then he told Franco, and the Hypos held a council of war. From Buffalo and Philadelphia and Albany, the Hypos came, and they parked their cycles in ramshackle Rockefeller Center, Franco's pad, and they parleyed, sitting cross-legged in the deserted square where skaters had glided before the gangs moved out of the neighborhoods into the city and the country and the world. They sat in silver sheen jackets sewn for them by the squares, and they talked about the bomb, oblivious of the beer cans, the garbage, and the cigarette butts that littered the ground and piled high in the corners. Franco said, "You know what they're going to do with that bomb?" Netta Rampo was tall and broad and tough. She was from Trenton, and she ran the Hypettes. She made a gesture. "That's what they'll do." "Oh, man, worse than that, worse than that. They're not going to use it on us. We don't bug 'em half as much as the Komratskis. They'll find a way to drop it over there, and then—" Franco ground his boot heel into Netta Rampo's hand. "That's what'll happen to us." She didn't even wince. "It'll be the last rumble, man. We'll get it from all over, Kiev, Leningrad, Peeping. They'll be planting bombs like appleseed. It'll be the end." Billy from Philly, sprawled on his elbows, kicked at the dirt. So we gotta stop 'em." Automatically, Franco zipped and unzipped his jacket. 20 heads turned towards him. 20 pairs of eyes coldly looked him up and down. "We gotta get a bomb. We gotta get that bomb." They talked long into the night, and it was decided that one of them would have to do the job alone. They wrangled on, and every once in a while one of them would interrupt Franco, and Little Easter would get him, and it would be very quiet after that. "Okay," Franco said at dawn. "We gotta decide who's going. Netta's out, 'cause she's a girl." "Bug you," Netta said. "So it's gonna be one of us guys. We'll face off for it. The guy that's still standing up at the end gets the job. I'll take on any one of you guys, starting now. Anybody." "Forget it, Franco." A dark form stood up. In the dimness, Little Easter started forward. "Nobody interrupts Franco." Franco pulled him back. "Except Johnny Fairhair." Fair-haired Johnny was bigger than Netta Rampo, and he was sturdy as a rhino and muscled like a bull. He had big black eyes and the ugliest face in Christendom, and of his shoulders fell hair as pale and silky as that of a child. "Forget it, Franco." He headed for his cycle parked in a corner of the rink. "I'll go." Billy from Philly looked after him and said softly, "It's just as well. He's nearly 20. He's almost through." Without seeming to look at him, Johnny wheeled and threw his knife. It stuck in the back of Billy from Philly's hand. He set out for Washington without a weapon or a plan, traveling until the brightness of the dawn warned him to take his cycle down. He sat down in a deserted landmark, the last Howard Johnston's on the Jersey Turnpike, stepping carefully through the shattered glass front, looking into every possible hiding place before he settled down to sleep. Day fell, and the deserted building was silent except for the occasional drone of his cycle overhead. Outside, New Jersey stretched quiet and drab. In dull cities, squares worked under the eyes of the hypos who lounged on catwalks, quick with knives and curses. The hypos were only around when they felt like it, but the squares kept at it because, sure as they'd flagged, there'd be a hypo around because he felt like it. Squares and families of squares nested in sordid little villages of identical clapboard houses, living as quietly as possible, subdued by the terrifying brashness of youth. Aroused by the sound of soft breathing, fair-haired Johnny lurched to his feet and closed his hands around a muscular throat. He shook himself awake and took a look at the person who stood unmoving between his hands. "Oh, it's you." He tightened his grip a little. "Lay off, Johnny. I come along to help." It was Netta Rampo. She raised heavy forearms and broke his hold. He started to hit her. "Oh, wait a minute, Johnny. You got a plan?" He lowered his head and kicked at a piece of glass. "Okay." She drove her hands into her pockets and looked at him, all business. "I do. We cross the marker and grab a guy. Maybe I pretend I'm a Judy and go up to this guy and distract him, and you jump him. We make him tell us where the bomb is, and we go on from there, okay?" He hesitated. "It's more plan than you've got." "Okay, Netta, you're on. But don't go getting yourself knocked off. You've got 3 good years left. You're only 17. Now let's go to Squaresville and get a meal, huh?" They stopped in at one of the square villages, a miserable Levitt town, and one of the nurse women gave them some cake and cheese. They sprawled on the lawn, eating, and watched the neighborhood kids. Johnny, who had run in packs since his childhood, had never talked to another person alone. Sharing the food gave him a strange sense of intimacy. They began to talk. "You grow up in a place like this?" Netta asked. "From when I was 2 till I was old enough to join a pack," he said. "My old lady shot herself the same day my old man got his. He was a brave one." Johnny's eyes softened. "Did it with a belly bomb. Wiped out about 50 guys in a rumble with the bishop's mob." "I had a mother," Netta sneered. "The old lady didn't have the guts to die when Pop got his. Said she was only 18, and she couldn't see cashing in just because it was time for Pop to die." "You going to do that?" "I'll die with my guy, if ever I get a guy. If I don't get one, I'll just go when it's time. I'll find a way." She spat. "It's going to be soon for me." Johnny looked thoughtful. In the days when the young ruled, a guy was through at 20, and he did the only decent thing a guy could do when his life was over. He went out in a rumble and got his. And if he couldn't do it that way, he found some other way to die. With girls, it didn't matter so much if they lived. There were always kids they could raise. There had to be a lot of kids. You could spot the guy who was too chicken to die while he was still a kid, running in one of the neighborhood packs. And you never let him earn his jacket and become one of the gang. He stayed in Squaresville all his life. And he worked his fool head off for you, because if he worked and kept his nose clean, the gang might let him live. He got squarer and squarer. He got old. Johnny and Netta were ready to go when a pack of kids spotted their jackets and came over, shrilling 1,000 questions and jumping up and down. When they were at their cycles, the pair discovered that the kids had stolen Netta's knife. Made them proud. They circled over the marker that divided the Hypo's territory from the land of the Judas gang, and at dark they went over the Delaware River, looking for a scout from the other gang. And they sat down near a roadhouse where noise and yellow lights spilled out into the dark, and hid their cycles in the bushes. Crouched in the darkness, they watched the Judas guys and their Judies come out 2 by 2 and go into the shadows to neck. A guy came out alone, and Netta gave Johnny a dig in the ribs. He nodded, and she stood up, reversing her jacket so the Hypo's silver was turned on the inside, and made a low sound that could only mean one thing, no matter which gang you ran with. The Judas flipped a knife into the tree just behind Netta's head. She grinned. Well, well, well. He ambled forward until he saw her face, and then his lip crinkled to distaste, and he started to back away, but it was too late. Johnny was onto him. When they got him into the bushes, Netta, remembering the look, hit him especially hard. "Easy, we'll never get anything out of him," Johnny said. Then, as she sat astride the Judas's chest, waiting for instructions, he said, "You were pretty good about that knife." "Yeah." "Let's find out about the bomb." Johnny gave their prisoner's ear a twist. "Where's the bomb?" "Bug you." "Where'd you get the bomb?" "Cash in." He twisted a little harder, while Netta gave the Judas a well-calculated dig in the ribs. They kept at it until the Judas raised his head limply and said, Okay. I'll tell. Knock it off. "Well?" "Got the bomb from Daddy-O." Johnny gave Netta a puzzled look and hit him again. "Daddy-O gave it to us. That bomb man the Judas gang's on top." "Where is it?" "Bug you." They worked on him a little harder, and when they finished, he told them the bomb was in the center of Judas territory, and when Johnny applied a special hold he knew, he told them it was under guard in the safest spot in town, the top of the Washington Monument. When Johnny hit him again, he said the bomb was for the Komradskis, but the Hypos would get theirs, and the Dragons and the Bishops too, and man, the Judas gang would take over the world because they had a bomb, and there were more where that came from. Netta and Johnny asked him what he meant, but all he would say was, "Ask Daddy-O." Afterward they threw him in the bushes and took his jacket. Netta got a Judy before the girl even knew what had happened, and then she had a Judy jacket, too. It was nearly daylight when they got on their cycles again, and there was no hurry. They didn't want to try the monument until after dark. They spent the day in Wilmington, hanging around the joints and finding out what they could find. Everybody seemed to know about the bomb, and they talked about it with a frantic pride, but underneath the cockiness there seemed to be some sort of fear. Conversations were spotted with talk about the Big Bang, and the catchword in all the places was "Ask Daddy-O." Johnny picked a fight because there was nothing better to do. He flipped the elbows from under a guy propped at a bar, and the two squared off. Johnny lunged with the wild joy of a hypo feeling his stuff, and then backed away. "Creep, what's the matter with you?" "I don't feel like it, man. Ask Daddy-O." "Yeah." Johnny waded in again, but the tangle was no fun. The Judas fought with a strange unsureness, like a man who's off his feed. When Johnny closed in on him, he clawed frantically, baring sharp teeth like a cornered rabbit. Disgusted, Johnny flung him in a corner. "You just watch it." Judas's voice was high and hysterical. "Watch out for Daddy-O." Johnny tried it several more places, but all he got was the same nervous, girlish scratching that left him puzzled and disgusted. He and Netta left Wilmington and sat down in Hyattsville for something to eat. A square served them at the cheap lunch counter, and when they finished their hamburgers and started to leave, he said, "Don't I get paid?" "Get paid? You crazy?" Johnny kicked in the front of the jukebox. "Be glad that's not you." The square watched him, but there was no fear in his eyes. Baffled by the man's calm, assured look, Johnny gave the jukebox a final kick, grabbed a piece of cake from under a plastic cover, and left. "Guy was pretty cool for a square," Netta said. "Yeah, these Judas guys ain't got the guts to do things right. No wonder they think they need a bomb." "They won't have it much longer." "Boy, from what I've seen, without that bomb, this place will be wide open." "Ready for the high post to take over." Netta paused. "Or somebody." Johnny shifted uneasily. Then his eyes brightened. "That'll be a rumble for sure. Oh, wait till Franco hears what chicken these guys have turned out to be." It was nearing dark, so they headed into Washington. Before long they spotted the monument and zeroed in to land on the Mall. The stone needle loomed tall and pockmarked in the soft half-darkness. Johnny sank on the grass. "Better wait until it's dark." Netta settled beside him. "Yeah. We'll leave the cycles here so we can get to him in a hurry and get the bomb back to Franco. If anything happens to me, you take it and get back." "Not so long as I can help you." She looked fierce in the twilight. "You heard me," he said. "Get that thing to Franco. He wants it." "He must want it real bad." Musing, Johnny looked up at the monument. "I wonder what's inside." "A few guys, probably," she said. "Ought to be some fight." "You stay out of it unless I call you, huh?" He made his voice stern. "No use you cashing in. You've got 3 good years left." "Oh, the hell you say." Netta drove her fist into her hand several times. "Does it bug you being 19? "Well, I'll cash in when it's time," he said. "Maybe tonight if I have to get the bomb. Only one thing does bug me. Before I go, I'd like to have a girl, maybe leave a kid." "You don't have one now?" In the dark, Netta's heavy face glowed. "No." Johnny sprawled, resting on his elbows. "But I know her, and I've watched her, and someday I'll get her." He threw his head back. "Franco's girl. All golden like a tiger." "Oh." Her voice was small. "Yeah, a couple of guys coming out over there. Come on, Netta, it's time." 2 heavy forms, almost identical in the darkness, moved towards the opening to the monument. A bored Judas stood outside, idly flipping his knife into a plank. Johnny got him before he could pull the knife out for another throw. Inside there were 2 more. Moving as if the stolen Judas jackets belonged to them, Johnny and Netta flipped the 2 a casual greeting and started up the stairs. One of the Judases called up, "You say Mo said it was okay for you to come in?" "Yeah, said we could take a look at this crazy bomb." "Well," said the Judas, "I don't know." "Ah, come on," his partner whined. "Come on, let's go to the locker and get a beer." They headed for a freezer in the long-disabled elevator, and Netta and Johnny disappeared around a bend in the towering stone stairs. They toiled up in total darkness, listening to the hollow sound of their feet rattle up and down the empty shaft. Once Netta tripped and fell against the wire netting that covered the elevator track, and Johnny took her arm. They went on and on until they rounded the last bend, and dim light shone on the steps from a doorway at the top. They stood in the half-darkness until their eyes were acclimated, and then they burst into the small stone room. In the transparent casing, on a square pedestal, glowed the bomb. Johnny headed for it without even stopping to see who guarded it. Suddenly he felt something hard in his ribs. "And who do you think you are?" "But you," Johnny said, and he turned. "What?" The man with the gun had a hard face and a cool gray eye. His hand was steady, and he was ready to kill. He was old, almost 40. He was a square. Johnny turned cold eyes on him. "Daddy-o?" "Not just me. All of us." Sternly the man dug at his ribs. "I thought Daddy-O told you to stay away from this room. Daddy-O told you he'd watch the bomb for the Judas gang." "You think we're Judas, man?" Ignoring the gun, Johnny whipped off his jacket. "We're hypos." The square smiled thinly. "And I suppose you came up here to steal the bomb?" "Something like that, man." Johnny backed away to stand beside Netter on the far side of the room. The man with the gun moved closer to them. "You'll get your own bomb, hypos. Sooner the better." "From squares? Bug you." "You'll get your bomb because every other mob will have a bomb, just like the Judas gang." The square laughed. "You'll get your little present from old guys, us Daddy-O's." "We'll blast you, Daddy-O." Johnny ached to jump for the gun. "Oh, no. You'll be just like the Judas gang. They think they control us, but they don't. They think they have the bomb, but they don't." He smiled. "They have us, and we have the bomb." Johnny growled. The square went on. "They sense that now, but they don't want to admit it. They sense it, and it's put them off their feed. They don't even enjoy a good girl or a good fight, because somehow the words began to spread that if they fight or if they fool around too much, the bomb might go off, and that would be too bad. They're lucky boys to get their bombs from their Daddy-O." The man patted the casing of the bomb. "When we've given one to every other gang in this country, we'll tell them whose bomb it really is." He stepped closer to Johnny. "And they'll throw down their knives and their guns and their bats, because they'll be afraid the bomb will go off." He waved the gun at Johnny's nose. "And they'll stop terrorizing their elders for fear the bomb will go off." "The hell!" With a look Johnny couldn't interpret, Netta pushed him aside and threw herself on the gun. There was an explosion. She collapsed, carrying the man to the floor as she fell. Johnny beat Daddy-O, and he beat him, and he beat him. And when there was nothing left to beat, he started to pick up the bomb. Then he cursed, and split the case that protected it, and dismantled the bomb, and destroyed the important parts of it, and began to carry Netter down the hundreds of shallow stone stairs. The Judas at the bottom took one look at his face, and let him pass. He buried Netter near the reflecting pond at the end of the mall, and stuck a piece of twisted wire at the top of the grave. It was all that was left of the trigger device of the bomb. "I gotta tell Franco," he mumbled, flinging himself on his cycle and taking to the air. "We gotta stop the squares." He heard the first rumblings of the news when he sat down in New York, near battered Rockefeller Center. "Yeah, got one. Daddy-O gave us one. We got it. Trembling, he raced through the deserted lobby into the room that was Franco's pad. Franco, it's a trick! We gotta watch out for..." Franco looked at him and grinned. "We don't gotta watch out for nothing, Johnny boy. We got a bomb." The second story, A Work of Art by James Blish. The introduction. Blish is one of the very few fiction writers in any field who can be completely convincing on the subject of music. Now, this rare skill, one's reminded sadly of such absurdities as Proust's Vinteuil Sonata, or Lord Peter Wimsey switching from Bach to an avant-garde modern piece in 7 sharps. This rare skill is handsomely illustrated in A Work of Art. Now, music is not, however, even though it features so largely the story's main topic. For that we must look to the recurring cliché which asserts that science would all be as saintly as the Book of Martyrs if only scientists rather than wicked politicians were in charge of its handling and application. The appalling, grossly frivolous resuscitation here shown suggests that Blish may not be altogether all the time in favour of such a view. Instantly, he remembered dying. He remembered it, however, as if at 2 removes, as though he were remembering a memory rather than an actual event, as though he himself had not really been there when he died. Yet the memory was all from his own point of view, not that of some detached and disembodied observer, which might have been his soul. He'd been most conscious of the rasping, unevenly drawn movements of the air in his chest. Blurring rapidly, the doctor's face had bent over him, loomed, come closer, and then had vanished as the doctor's head passed below his cone of vision, turned sideways to listen to his lungs. It had become rapidly darker, and then, only then, had he realized that these were to be his last minutes. He tried dutifully to say Pauline's name, but his memory contained no record of the sound, only of the rattling breath and of the film of sootiness thickening in the air, blotting out everything for an instant. Only an instant, and then the memory was over. The room was bright again, and the ceiling, he noticed with wonder, had turned a soft green. The doctor's head lifted again and looked down at him. It was a different doctor. This one was a far younger man, with an aesthetic face and gleaming, almost fey eyes. There was no doubt about it. One of the last conscious thoughts he had had was that of gratitude that the attending physician there at the end had not been the one who secretly hated him for his one-time associations with the Nazi hierarchy. The attending doctor instead had worn an expression amusingly proper for that of a Swiss expert called to the deathbed of an eminent man, a mixture of worry at the prospect of losing so eminent a patient, and complacency at the thought that, at the old man's age, nobody could blame this doctor if he died. At 85, pneumonia is a serious matter, with or without penicillin. "You're all right now," the new doctor said, freeing his patient's head of a whole series of little silver rods which had been clinging to it by a sort of network cap. "Rest a minute and try to be calm. And do you know your name?" He drew a cautious breath. There seemed to be nothing at all the matter with his lungs now. Indeed, he felt positively healthy. "Certainly," he said, a little nettled. "Do you know yours?" The doctor smiled crookedly. "You're in character, it appears," he said. "My name is Barkun Chris. I'm a mind sculptor. Yours?" "Richard Strauss." "Very good," Dr. Chris said, and turned away. Strauss, however, had already been diverted by a new singularity. Strauss is a word as well as a name in German. It has many meanings. Ostrich, a bouquet. Von Wolzogen had had a high old time working all the possible puns into the libretto of Führungsnot, and it happened to be the first German word to be spoken either by himself or by Dr. Chris since that twice-removed moment of death. The language was not French or Italian either. It was most like English, but not the English Strauss knew. Nevertheless, he was having no trouble speaking it and thinking in it. Well, he thought, I'll be able to conduct the Love of Dinah after all. It isn't every composer who can premiere his own opera posthumously. Still, there was something queer about all this, the queerest part of all being that conviction which would not go away, that he had actually been dead for just a short time. Of course, medicine was making great strides, but... "Explain all this," he said, lifting himself on one elbow. The bed was different, too, and not nearly as comfortable as the one in which he died. As for the room, it looked more like a dynamo shed than a sick room. Had modern medicine taken to reviving its corpses on the floor of the Siemens Schuckert plant? "In a moment," Dr. Chris said. He finished rolling some machine back into what Strauss impatiently supposed to be its place, and crossed to the pallet. "Now, there are many things you'll have to take for granted without attempting to understand them, Dr. Strauss. Not everything in the world today is explicable in terms of your assumptions. Please bear that in mind." "Very well, proceed." "The date," Dr. Criss said, "is 2161 by your calendar, or, in other words, it's now 212 years after your death. Naturally, you'll realize that by this time nothing remains of your body but the bones. The body you have now was volunteered for your use. Before you look into a mirror to see what it's like, remember that its physical difference from the one you were used to is all in your favor. It's in perfect health, not unpleasant for other people to look at, and its physiological age is about 50. A miracle? No, not in this new age, surely. It was simply a work of science. But what a science! This was Nietzsche's eternal recurrence and the immortality of the Superman combined into one. "And where is this?" the composer said. "In Port York, part of the state of Manhattan in the United States. You'll find the country less changed in some respects than I imagine you anticipate. Other changes, of course, will seem radical to you. But it's hard for me to predict which ones will strike you that way. A certain resilience on your part will bear cultivating." "I understand," Strauss said, sitting up. "One question, please. Is it still possible for a composer to make a living in this century?" "Indeed it is," Dr. Criss said, smiling, "as we expect you to do. It is one of the purposes for which we've brought you back." "I gather, then," Strauss said somewhat dryly, "that there's still a demand for my music. The critics in the old days—" "That's not quite how it is," Dr. Criss said. "I understand some of your work is still played, but frankly I know very little about your current status. My interest is rather—" A door opened somewhere, and another man came in. He was older and more ponderous than Criss, and had a certain air of academicism. But he, too, was wearing the oddly tailored surgeon's gown, and looked upon Criss's patient with the glowing eyes of an artist. "A success, Criss," he said. "Congratulations." "They're not in order yet," Dr. Criss said. "The final proof is what counts. Dr. Strauss, if you feel strong enough, Dr. Sierds and I would like to ask you some questions. We'd like to make sure your memory is clear." "Certainly, go ahead." "According to our records," Criss said, "you once knew a man whose initials were RKL. This was while you were conducting at the Vienna Staatsoper. He made a double A at least twice too long, as though German were a dead language he was striving to pronounce in some classical accent. What was his name? What was his name, and who was he?" That would be Kurt List. His first name was Richard, but he didn't use it. He was assistant stage manager. The two doctors looked at each other. "Why did you offer to write a new overture to The Woman Without a Shadow and give the manuscript to the city of Vienna?" "So I wouldn't have to pay the garbage removal tax on the Maria Theresa villa they'd given me." "In the backyard of your house at Garmisch-Partenkirchen there was a tombstone. What was written on it?" Strauss frowned. That was a question he would be happy to be unable to answer. If one is to play childish jokes upon oneself, it's best not to carve them in stone and put the carving where you can't help seeing it every time you go out to tinker with the Mercedes. "It says," he replied wearily, "sacred to the memory of Guntram, Minnesinger, slain in a horrible way by his father's own symphony orchestra." "When was Guntram premiered?" "In, let me see, 1894, I believe." "Where?" "Weimar." "Who was the leading lady?" Pauline de Anna. What happened to her afterwards? I married her. Is she... Strauss began anxiously. No, Dr. Chris said, I'm sorry, but we lack the data to reconstruct more or less ordinary people. The composer sighed. He didn't know whether to be worried or not. He'd loved Pauline, to be sure. On the other hand, it would be pleasant to be able to live the new life without being forced to take off one's shoes every time one entered the house, so as not to scratch the polished hardwood floors. And also pleasant, perhaps, to have 2 o'clock in the afternoon come by without hearing Pauline's everlasting, Richard, jetzt komponiert. Next question, he said. For reasons which Strauss didn't understand, but was content to take for granted, he was separated from Doctors Chris and Siard as soon as both were satisfied that the composer's memory was reliable and his health stable. His estate, he was given to understand, had long since been broken up. A sorry end for what had once been one of the principal fortunes of Europe. But he was given sufficient money to set up lodgings and resume an active life. He was provided, too, with introductions which proved valuable. It took longer than he had expected to adjust to the changes that had taken place in music alone. Music was, he quickly began to suspect, a dying art, which would soon have a status not much above that held by flower arranging back in what he thought of as his own century. Certainly it couldn't be denied that the trend towards fragmentation, already visible in his own time, had proceeded almost to completion in 2161. He paid no more attention to American popular tunes than he'd bothered to pay in his previous life, yet it was evident that their assembly line production methods, all the ballad composers openly used a slide rule device called a hit machine, now had their counterparts almost throughout serious music. The conservatives these days, for instance, were the 12-tone composers, always in Strauss's opinion a dryly mechanical lot, but never more so than now. Their gods, Berg, Schönberg, von Webern, were looked upon by the concert-going public as great masters, on the abstruse side perhaps, but as worthy of reverence as any of the 3 Bs. There was one wing of the Conservatives, however, which had gone the 12-tone procedure one better. These men composed what was called stochastic music, put together by choosing each individual note by consultation with tables of random numbers. Their Bible, their basic text, was a volume called Operational Aesthetics, which in turn derived from a discipline called Information Theory, and not one word of it seemed to touch upon any of the techniques and customs of composition which Strauss knew. The ideal of this group was to produce music which would be universal, that is, wholly devoid of any trace of the composer's individuality, wholly a musical expression of the universal laws of chance. The laws of chance seemed to have a style of their own, all right, but to Strauss it seemed the style of an idiot child being taught to hammer a flat piano to keep him from getting into trouble. By far the largest body of work being produced, however, fell into a category misleadingly called science music. The term reflected nothing but the titles of the works, which dealt with space flight, time travel, and other subjects of a romantic or an unlikely nature. There was nothing in the least scientific about the music, which consisted in a mélange of clichés and imitations of natural sounds, in which Strauss was horrified to see his own time-distorted and diluted image. The most popular form of science music was a 9-minute composition called a concerto, though it bore no resemblance at all to the classical concerto form. It was instead a sort of free rhapsody after Rachmaninoff, long after. A typical one, Song of Deep Space, as it was called, by somebody named H. Valerian Kraft, began with a loud assault on the tam-tam, after which all the strings rushed up the scale in unison, followed at a respectful distance by the harp and one clarinet in parallel 6/4s. At the top of the scale, cymbals were bashed together, forte possibile, and the whole orchestra launched itself into a major-minor wailing sort of melody, the whole orchestra, that is, except for the French horns, which were plodding back down the scale again in what was evidently supposed to be a counter-melody. The second phrase of the theme was Picked up by a solo trumpet with a suggestion of tremolo, the orchestra died back to its roots to await the next cloudburst, and at this point, as any 4-year-old could have predicted, the piano entered with the second theme. Behind the orchestra stood a group of 30 women, ready to come in with a wordless chorus intended to suggest the eeriness of deep space. But at this point, too, Strauss had already learned to get up and leave. After a few such experiences, he could also count upon meeting in the lobby Cindy Nonis, the agent to whom Dr. Chris had introduced him, and who was handling the reborn composer's output, what there was of it thus far. Cindy had come to expect these walkouts on the part of his client, and patiently awaited them, standing beneath a bust of Giancarlo Menotti. But he liked them less and less, and lately had been greeting them by turning alternately red and white like a totipotent barber pole. "You shouldn't have done it," he burst out after the Kraft incident. "You can't just walk out on a new Kraft composition. The man's the president of the Interplanetary Society of Contemporary Music. How am I ever going to persuade them that you're contemporary if you keep snubbing them?" "What does it matter?" Strauss said. "They don't know me by sight." "You're wrong. They know you very well, and they're watching every move you make. You're the first major composer that the Mind Sculptors ever tackled, and the ISCM would be glad to turn you back with a rejection slip." "Why?" "Oh," said Cindy, "there are lots of reasons. The sculptors are snobs, and so are the ISCM boys. Each of them wants to prove to the other that their own art is the king of them all. And then there's a competition. It would be easier to flunk you than to let you into the market. I really think you'd better go back in. I could make some excuse up." "No," said Strauss shortly. "I've work to do." "But that's just the point, Richard. How are we going to get an opera produced without the ISCM? It isn't as though you wrote theremin solos or something that didn't cost so—" "I have work to do," he said, and left. And he did. Work which absorbed him, as had no other project during the last 30 years of his former life. He'd scarcely touched pen to music paper, and both had been astonishingly hard to find, when he realized that nothing in his long career had provided him with touchstones by which to judge what music he should write now. The old tricks came swarming back by the thousands, to be sure, the sudden, unexpected key changes at the crest of a melody, the interval stretching, the piling of divided strings playing in the high harmonics upon the already tottering top of a climax, the scurry and bustle as phrases were passed like lightning from one choir of the orchestra to another, the flashing runs in the brass, the chuckling in the clarinets, the snarling mixtures of colours to emphasize dramatic tension, all of them. But none of them satisfied him now. He'd been content with them for almost a lifetime, and had made them do an astonishing amount of work, but now it was time to strike out afresh. Some of the tricks indeed actively repelled him. Where he'd gotten the notion clung to for decades that violins screaming out in unison somewhere in the stratosphere was a sound interesting enough to be worth repeating inside a single composition, let alone in all of them. And nobody, he reflected contentedly, ever approached such a new beginning better equipped. In addition to the past lying available in his memory, he had always had a technical armamentarium second to none. Even the hostile critics had granted him that. Now that he was, in a sense, composing his first opera, his first after 15 of them, he had every opportunity to make it a masterpiece, and every such intention. There were, of course, many minor distractions, and one of them was that search for old-fashioned score paper and a pen and ink with which to write on it. Very few of the modern composers, it developed, wrote their music at all. A large block of them used tape, patching together snippets of tone and sound snipped from other tapes, superimposing one tape on another and varying the results by twirling an elaborate array of knobs this way or that. Almost all the composers of 3V scores, on the other hand, wrote on the soundtrack itself, rapidly scribbling jagged wiggly lines which, when passed through a photocell audio circuit, produced a noise reasonably like an orchestra playing music, overtones and all. The last-ditch conservatives, who still wrote notes on paper, did so with the aid of a musical typewriter. The device Strauss had to admit seemed perfected at last. It had manuals and stops like an organ, but it was not much more than twice as large as a standard letter-writing typewriter, and produced a neat page. But he was satisfied with his own spidery, highly legible manuscript, and refused to abandon it. Badly though the one pen nib he'd been able to buy coarsened it. It helped to tie him to his past. Joining the ISCM had also caused him some bad moments, even after Cindy had worked him around the political roadblocks. The society man who examined his qualifications as a member had run through the questions with no more interest than might have been shown by a veterinarian examining his 40,000th sick calf. Had anything published? Yes, 9 turn poems, about 300 songs, and... no, not when you were alive, the examiner said somewhat disquietingly. I mean, since the sculptors turned you out again. Since the sculptors... I understand. Yes, string quartet, 2 song cycles. Good, Alfie, write down songs. You play an instrument? Piano. The examiner studied his fingernails. Oh, well. Do you read music, or do you use a scriber or tape clips, or a machine? I read. Here. The examiner sat Strauss down in front of a viewing lectern, over the lit surface of which an endless belt of translucent paper was travelling. On the paper was an immensely magnified soundtrack. Whistle me the tune of that and name the instruments it sounds like. I don't read that Musikstücke, Strauss said frostily, or write it either. I use standard notation on music paper. Alfie, write down reads notes only. He laid a sheet of greyly printed music on the lectern above the ground glass. Whistle me that. That proved to be a popular tune called Vangs, Snifters and Store Credit Snooky, which had been written on a hit machine in 2159 by a guitar-faking politician who sang it at campaign rallies. In some respects, Strauss reflected, the United States had indeed not changed very much. It had become so popular that anybody could have whistled it from the title alone, whether he could read the music or not. Strauss whistled it, and to prove his bona fides, added, "It's in the key of B-flat." The examiner went over to the green-painted upright piano and hit one greasy black key. The instrument was horribly out of tune. The note was much nearer to the standard 440 CPS A than it was to B-flat, but the examiner said, "So it is. Alfie, write down also reads flats. All right, son. You remember. Nice to have you with us. Not many people can read that old-style notation anymore. A lot of them think they're too good for it." "Thank you," Strauss said. "My feeling is, if it was good enough for the old masters, it's good enough for us. We don't have people like them with us these days, it seems to me. Except for Dr. Kraft, of course. They were great back in the old days. Men like Schildkraut, Steiner, Tjomkin, Pohl, Wilder and Johnson. Real Goffen." "Doch gewiss," Strauss said politely. But the work went forward. He was making a little income now from small works. People seemed to feel a special interest in a composer who'd come out of the mind sculptor's laboratories, and, in addition, the material itself, Strauss was quite certain, had merits of its own to help sell it. It was the opera which counted, however. That grew and grew under his pen, as fresh and new as his new life, as founded in knowledge and ripeness as his long, full memory. Finding a libretto had been troublesome at first. While it was possible that something existed that might have served among the current scripts for 3V, though he doubted it, he found himself unable to tell the good from the bad through the fog cast over them both by incomprehensibly technical production directions. Eventually, and for only the third time in his whole career, he'd fallen back upon a play written in a language other than his own, and for the first time decided to set it in that language. The play was Christopher Fry's Venus Observed, in all ways a perfect Strauss opera libretto, as he came gradually to realize. Though nominally a comedy with a complex farcical plot, it was a verse play with considerable depth to it, and a number of characters who cried out to be brought by music into 3 dimensions. plus a strong undercurrent of autumnal tragedy, of leaf fall and apple fall, precisely the kind of contradictory, dramatic mixture which von Hofmannsthal had supplied him with in The Night of the Rose, Ariadne auf Naxos, and in Arabella. Well, that's for von Hofmannsthal, but here was another long-dead playwright who seemed nearly as gifted, and the musical opportunities were immense. There was, for instance, The Fire, which ended Act II. What a gift for a composer to whom orchestration and counterpoint were as important as air and water. Or take the moment when Perpetua shoots the apple from the Duke's hand. In that one moment a single passing reference could add Rossini's marmoreal William Tell to the musical texture as nothing but an ironic footnote. And the Duke's great curtain speech, beginning, "Shall I be sorry for myself? In mortality's name, I'll be sorry for myself. Branches and boughs, brown hills, the valleys faint with bloom, a burnish on the lake." There was a speech for a great tragic comedian in the spirit of Falstaff. The final union of laughter and tears, punctuated by the sleepy comments of Riedbeck, to whose sonorous snore, trombones, no less than 5 of them, consordini, the opera would gently end. What could be better? And yet he'd come upon the play only by the unlikeliest series of accidents. At first he'd planned to do a straight knockabout farce in the idiom of the silent woman, just to warm himself up. Remembering that Zweig had adapted that libretto for him in the old days from a play by Ben Jonson, Strauss had begun to search out English plays of the period just after Jonson's, and had promptly run aground on an awful specimen in heroic couplets called Venice Preserved by one Thomas Otway. The Fry play had directly followed the Otway in the card catalogue, and he looked at it out of curiosity. Why should a 20th century playwright be punning on a title from the 18th? After 2 pages of the Fry play, the minor puzzle of the pun disappeared entirely from his concern. His luck was running again. He had an opera. Cindy worked miracles in arranging for the performance. The date of the premiere was set even before the score was finished, reminding Strauss pleasantly of those heady days when Fürstner had been snatching the conclusion of Electra off his work table a page at a time before the ink was even dry, to rush it to the engraver before publication deadline. The situation now, however, was even more complicated, for some of the score had to be scribed, some of it taped, some of it engraved in the old way, to meet the new techniques of performance. There were moments when Cindy seemed to be turning quite grey. But Venus Observed was, as usual, forthcoming, complete, from Strauss's pen in plenty of time. Writing the music in first draft had been hellishly hard work, much more like being reborn than had been that confused awakening in Bach and Chris's laboratory, with its overtones of being dead instead. But Strauss found that he still retained all of his old ability to score from the draft almost effortlessly, as undisturbed by Cindy's half-audible worrying in the room with him, as he was by the terrifying supersonic bangs of the rocket that bulleted invisible over the city. When he was finished, he had 2 days still to spare before the beginning of rehearsals. With those, furthermore, he would have nothing to do. The techniques of performance in this age were so completely bound up with the electronic arts as to reduce his own experience, he, the master Kapellmeister of them all, to the hopelessly primitive. He didn't mind. The music, as written, would speak for itself. In the meantime, he found it grateful to forget the month-long preparation and preoccupation with the stage for a while. He went back to the library and browsed lazily through old poems, vaguely seeking texts for a song or two. He knew better than to bother with recent poets. They couldn't speak to him, and he knew it. The Americans of his own age, he thought, might give him a clue to understanding this America of 2161. If some such poem gave birth to a song, so much the better. Search was relaxing, and he gave himself up to enjoying it. Finally he struck a tape that he liked, a tape read in a cracked old voice that twanged of Idaho, as that voice had twanged in 1910, in Strauss's own ancient youth. The poet's name was Pound. He said on the tape, "The souls of all men great at times pass through us, and we are melted into them, and are not save reflections of their souls. Thus I am Dante for a space, and am one François Villon, ballad lord and thief, or am such holy ones I may not write, lest blasphemy be writ against my name. This for an instant, and the flame is gone. 'Tis as in midmost us there glows a sphere, translucent, molten gold, that is the eye, and into this some form projects itself, Christus, or John, or eke the Florentine. And as the clear space is not if a form's imposed thereon, so cease we from all being for a time, and these, the masters of the soul, live on." He smiled. That lesson had been written again and again from Plato onwards. Yet the poem was a history of his own case, a sort of theory for the metempsychosis he had undergone, and in its formal way it was moving. It would be fitting to make a little hymn of it, in honor of his own rebirth and of the poet's insight. A series of solemn, breathless chords framed themselves in his inner ear, against which the words might be intoned in a high, gently bending hush at the beginning, and then a dramatic passage in which the great names of Dante and Villon would enter ringing like challenges to time. He wrote for a while in his notebook before he returned the spool to its shelf. These, he thought, are good auspices. And so the night of the premiere arrived. The audience pouring into the hall, the 3V cameras riding on no visible supports through the air, and Stindy calculating his share of the client's earnings by a complicated game he played on his fingers, the basic law of which seemed to be that 1 + 1 = 10. The hall filled to the roof with people from every class, as though what was to come would be a circus rather than an opera. And there were, surprisingly, nearly 50 of the aloof and aristocratic mind sculptors clad in formal clothes, which were exaggerated black versions of their surgeons' gowns. They had bought a block of seats near the front of the auditorium, where the gigantic 3V figures, which would shortly fill the stage before them, the real singers would perform on a small stage in the basement, could not but seem monstrously out of proportion. But Strauss supposed that they'd taken this into account and dismissed it. There was a tide of whispering in the audience as the sculptors began to trickle in, and with it an undercurrent of excitement, the meaning of which was unknown to Strauss. He didn't attempt to fathom it, however. He was coping with his own mounting tide of opening night tension, which, despite all the years, he'd never quite been able to shake. The sourceless, gentle light in the auditorium dimmed, and Strauss mounted the podium. There was a score before him, but he doubted that he would need it. Directly before him, poking up from among the musicians, were the inevitable 3V snouts, waiting to carry his image to the singers in the basement. The audience was quiet now. This was the moment. His baton swept up, and then decisively down, and the prelude came surging up out of the pit. For a little while he was deeply immersed in the always tricky business of keeping the enormous orchestra together and sensitive to the flexing of the musical web beneath his hand. As his control firmed and became secure, however, the task became slightly less demanding, and he was able to pay more attention to what the whole sounded like. There was something decidedly wrong with it. Of course, there were the occasional surprises as some bit of orchestral colour emerged with a different clang from what he'd expected. That happened to every composer, even after a lifetime of experience. And there were moments when the singers, entering upon a phrase more difficult to handle than he'd calculated, sounded like someone about to fall off a tightrope. Although none of them actually fluffed once, they were as fine a troop of voices as he'd ever had to work with. But these were details. It was the overall impression that was wrong. He was losing not only the excitement of the premiere, after all that couldn't last at the same pitch all evening, but also his very interest in what was coming from the stage and the pit. He was gradually tiring. His button arm became heavier. As the second act mounted to what should have been an impassioned outpouring of shining tone, he was so bored as to wish he could go back to his desk to work on that song. And then the act was over, only one more to go. He scarcely heard the applause. The 20 minutes' rest in his dressing room was just barely enough to give him the necessary strength. And suddenly, in the middle of the last act, he understood. There was nothing new about the music. It was the old Strauss all over again, but weaker, more dilute than ever. Compared with the output of composers like Kraft, it doubtless sounded like a masterpiece to his audience, but he knew the resolutions, the determination to abandon the old clichés and mannerisms, the decision to say something new, they'd all come to nothing against the force of habit. Being brought to life again meant bringing to life as well all those deeply graven reflexes of his style. He had only to pick up his pen, and they overpowered him with easy automatism, no more under his control than the jerk of a finger away from a flame. His eyes filled. His body was young, but he was an old man. An old man. Another 35 years of this? Never. He'd said all this before, centuries before, nearly a half-century condemned to say it all over again in a weaker and still weaker voice, aware that even this debased century would come to recognize in him only the burnt husk of greatness. No, never, never. He was aware dully that the opera was over. The audience was screaming its joy. He knew the sound. They'd screamed that way when Day of Peace had been premiered, but they'd been cheering the man he had been, not the man that Day of Peace showed with cruel clarity he had become. Here the sound was even more meaningless, cheers of ignorance, and that was all. He turned slowly. With surprise, and with a surprising sense of relief, he saw that the cheers were not, after all, for him. They were for Dr. Bakun Chris. Chris was standing in the middle of the block of mine sculptors, bowing to the audience. The sculptors nearest him were shaking his hand one after the other. Moore grasped at it as he made his way to the aisle and walked forward to the podium. When he mounted the rostrum and took the composer's limp hand, the cheering became delirious. Chris lifted his arm. The cheering died instantly to an intent hush. "Thank you," he said clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen, before we take leave of Dr. Strauss, let us again tell him what a privilege it has been for us to hear this fresh example of his mastery. I am sure no farewell could be more fitting." The ovation lasted 5 minutes, and would have gone on another 5 if Chris had not cut it off. "Dr. Strauss," he said, "in a moment, when I speak a certain formulation to you, you will realize that your name is Jerome Bosch, born in our century, and with a life in it all your own. The superimposed memories which have made you assume the mask, the persona of a great composer will be gone. I tell you this so that you may understand why these people here share your applause with me." A wave of assenting sound. "The art of mind sculpture, the creation of artificial personalities for aesthetic enjoyment, may never reach such a pinnacle again. For you should understand that as Jerome Bosch, you had no talent for music at all. Indeed, we searched a long time to find a man who was utterly unable to carry even the simplest tune. Yet we were able to impose upon such unpromising material not only the personality, but the genius of a great composer. That genius belongs entirely to you, to the persona that thinks of itself as Richard Strauss. None of the credit goes to the man who volunteered for the sculpture. That is your triumph, and we salute you for it." Now the ovation could no longer be contained. Strauss, with a crooked smile, watched Dr. Cris bow. This mind sculpturing was a suitably sophisticated kind of cruelty for this age. But the impulse, of course, had always existed. It was the same impulse that had made Rembrandt and Leonardo turn cadavers into artworks. It deserved a suitably sophisticated payment under the lex talionis, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a failure for a failure. No, he need not tell Dr. Cris that the Strauss he had created, from nothing but history and old attitudes, was as empty of genius as a hollow gourd. The joke would always be on the sculptor, who was incapable of hearing the hollowness of the music now preserved in the 3V tapes. But for an instant a surge of revolt poured through his bloodstream. "I am I," he thought. "I am Richard Strauss until I die, and will never be Jerome Bosch, who was utterly unable to carry even the simplest tune." His hand, still holding the baton, came sharply up, though whether to deliver or to ward off a blow, he couldn't tell. He let it fall again, and instead at last bowed, not to the audience, but to Dr. Cris. He was sorry for nothing, as Cris turned to him to say the word that would plunge him back into oblivion. Sorry for nothing except that he would now have no chance to set that poem to music. The third story, A Life and a Half, by Frederik Pohl. Frederik Pohl is an ironist, by no means exclusively that. He has many other substantial claims to consideration, but in this story, at any rate, the ironist part of him is in charge. As with a work of art, and, as so often in science fiction, the apparent subject matter of A Life and a Half turns out on scrutiny not to be its true subject matter at all. For a story in which the population explosion genuinely is the subject matter will have Billennium later on. No, what is here being lightly outlined is a sort of incurable preposterousness in human affairs, a tropism towards self-defeat, which can confidently be expected to be still fully in operation when the very last man confronts his very last crisis. Poor Saul, joyously incapacitating himself with the germ of the universal impulse whose consequences only he can alleviate. And poor us too. For we, after all, are at one and the same time Saul and Saul's fellow creatures, whom his innocent diversions left so dismally in the lurch. I remember when I was a boy, the weather was better. No, really. There are all the rain showers from condensation on somebody's air conditioner, and the terrible cold winters because the heat is sucked in from out, and the frantic purple sunsets one night after another. Who needs a spectacle every night? And why should there be so much dust from H-tests to make them? All these things weren't. It was simple and nice, the world of my youth. No, it's not so nice. But I'm living, so I won't complain. Today was like every day. Do you understand what this means? Get up, smile like an angel when some fiend elbows his way ahead of you to the shower. turn the faucet on full and the hot water's just run out. Eat, dress, work, eat, work again, eat again. I've now used that word eat 3 times, and each time I tell you it was a lie. Because what is eating when it's a kind of spinach jello? Yeah, listen. I'll tell you what the wisest men might forget. 100 years ago, when I was a boy, don't laugh, 100 years will do it. It was more comfortable and more interesting to be alive. Oh, positively, it was not as efficient. Whoever keeps score, it's clear that the present way produces more units of living with a lower cost in raw material factor and work energy factor, of course. It is definite that more living can be done if the quality is lowered, you see. And I could discuss this at length. I won't, because it's too personally painful. I once fought for wage-hour legislation and a guaranteed annual income. And to contemplate such innocence, even at the tired distance of nearly a century, is too sad for me to discuss, even not at length. So, what was it that I had to look forward to after my battle with the bath queue, the breakfast queue, the subway queue, the time clock queue, the lunch queue, the coffee break queue, the returning subway queue, the dinner queue, the latrine queue, the pillow and sheet queue? After all this, what orgiastic pleasures to cap my day. I tell you what orgiastic pleasures. After all that, it was permitted that I spend 2 solid hours in my bunk watching television. 100 years ago, why, I could have done almost anything. I could have gone for a walk in the park. Park is a place in a city that has trees and grass. Trees like grass, only bigger. To walk means to go somewhere on foot, that is, not on the subway. Once it was done for pleasure, but that was when somewhere else was different than where you already were. I could have played cards. Cards are a game played among friends, sometimes for gambling, although the principal object is a friendly passage of time. A game is like the panel shows on TV, do you see? And friends are persons whose interests are close enough to make them want to spend time with each other. Or I could have taken a drive to the beach. Beach is... No, this is all too tragic. No, you don't understand. You cannot understand. But let me tell you about one particular day, and let that answer everything. There was this sweet, sweet morning in June. It was Sunday, which meant that by the grace of God I didn't have to work in the jewelry findings business and could do what I liked. Now this will interest you. On that particular morning I got up out of a bed that no one ever slept in but me. We were very poor. It's a concept which I cannot explain without fantastic trouble, since the concept of poverty has disappeared from the earth. But I must mention this to please myself is why. In that day, when I was very, very poor, I had a bed of my very own. And once up, I took all the time I wanted in the bathroom, subject only to the natural requirements of 4 brothers and a sister. Maybe there were cockroaches sometimes in the wet place under the linoleum, but there were no coin slots on any of the equipment. And then ate breakfast. Breakfast. It began with a glass of orange juice, 2 pieces of shredded wheat. This would be familiar to you, I regret to state. You would hardly think it strange at all if tomorrow it should turn up in the adult ration 1 at Midtown Serving Center. But on the shredded wheat was real milk and real sugar. And usually I was the oldest son, you see, a large spoonful of strawberry jam. made out of real strawberries. All this I ate. Sometimes I didn't finish it, and then, I swear, what was not eaten was thrown away. Fabulous! It was never reprocessed and served again, never. However, I didn't appreciate this treasure house of marvels, which was mine to live in. At, I still remember, 2783 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. On the morning of which I tell you, I got out of there. I went to see my friend Saul. To see my friend Saul, that is a journey which cannot be duplicated anymore. It was necessary to take a bus, transfer to another bus, and then a ferry, and then another bus. It took 2 hours, but what else is a Sunday morning for? And I didn't begrudge it to him, not on weekends in the summer. But when I got there, he was down in the cellar, of course. I dragged him by the shoulders and showed him that there was a sun. Interesting, he said, scratching his jaw. And a very difficult astrogational problem, why the gravity field in the vicinity of the sun is nothing less than astronomical. I was showing it to you, I told him, not so much as a problem in space travel as an object of art. He looked at me as though I turned purple. I accepted what I could not fight. Tell me then, Saul, what are you working on? I asked, hiding behind me my bathing suit in its paper bag. He told me, that fine boy, he told me with words until I must indeed have turned purple, and then he dragged me to a blackboard and showed me some more. What did I know? He knew what he was talking about, I was sure. Space travel? I asked. He nodded happily. He would have thought I was a big genius, like a Baruch. But what about rocket ships? I asked him. Saul looked at me as though Baruch had just turned into an ape. No, not in rocket ships, Charlie McCarthy, he told me with savage affection, but by the power of the mind. He tapped his skull with a bent finger. Saul lived in Rockaway, where his mother owned a colony of beach bungalows. He would have understood these houses, with rooms that were only partitions head-high, with walls that were made of thin shingles and floors that were permanently washed with a little of sand from the beach. Outside each cottage was a shower, hot water, hot enough because the bare pipes soaked in heat from the sun. Just like the baths at the Midtown adult dormitories, you see? If you were first in line, you got hot water, but of course you were never first in line, because each of these 4-room bungalows held 3 families, the mama, the kiddies, and the weekends the daddy, clubbing up to save expenses. But Saul had a cellar. He lived there all the year round. In winter, when the snow was unbroken from his door to the high water line on the sand, and no other human moved inside, and also in the summer. This was summer, you see. I had my bathing suit with me. It was not because I liked so well to swim. Who needs to swim? But outside that cellar of souls, in the streets, on the boardwalk, on the beach, were thousands and thousands of persons, 1/2 of whom were female. They were dressed for the sun. And Saul pottered in his cellar. Come, Saul, I said gently, go to Mars some other time. Invent a method of flying to the moon when winter comes. Now put on a bathing suit and come with me. And I took him out to show him girls. Up in the morning, work, eat, work. I'm a 664.818A, and all my days are reading and reading from Shakespeare, Mallarmé, in the prose poems of Khalil Gibran. It is my task to extract the essential truth, The bare statement of fact, which alone deserves the space to be retained. The other day I reduced Moby Dick to 19th century knowledge of cetaceans was inexact. And the secret which I clutch to my bosom is that even that job is of no real importance. It is like raking leaves for the WPA, a metaphor which I have not the youth to untangle for you. For once I met another 664.818A in the laundry queue, an old crone, a stepdame or a dowager long withering out, waiting for my shirts. There we compared notes. She had done Christopher Marlowe the month before, and I had been assigned him for my next. She did the Beau Geste books of Percival Christopher Wren, and I had done them early the previous year. I gloated secretly over her, for she had got only that cafard was a legionnaire's term for desert insanity from Wren, missing entirely the important observation that socks breed foot blisters. And then I gloated no longer. It had been barely possible to pretend the job was useful when I thought I alone did it, but two of us, and where there were two, there were more, and I wondered just what the file clerks did with my neatly lettered green slips headed synoptic analysis of essential information content of fill-in title and author. They made binary digits of it all somehow, I suppose. But what then? So I concealed the vixen in my shirt front and chatted with her of other things. She had drawn an April 2037 slot on the Mars colonization rocket. I certainly hope she lived to make it. My own immigration date is October of 2071. Since this will require attaining an age of more than 150 years, I'm not wildly hopeful. I can therefore look forward to a good many additional mornings of wake, dress, eat, work, eat, to spinach jello, I suppose it's better in the colonies, or else we wouldn't all be so anxious to get there. Certainly, it is less crowded. That's the trouble with atomic rockets. And of course, I blame it all on my friend Saul. I can tell you a story. Once there was a very rich man who took a poor man into his house. The poor man, whose name was Ittel, ate at the rich man's table. He slept in a good warm bed. He wore the rich man's clothes. One night the rich man was about to eat when Ittel stopped him. "Hey, stop!" he cried. "Don't eat." "Don't eat?" repeated the rich man, puzzled. "Don't eat," cried Ittel, and he jumped up from his place at the table and rushed over to the rich man's seat. "You call that salt?" he scolded, and put more salt on the rich man's food. "But I don't like so much salt," objected the rich man, "and besides it's bad for my heart." "Heart!" scoffed Ittel. "Enjoy your food." And he dumped the silver salt dish on the rich man's meat. "You call that pepper?" he demanded, and dumped on the pepper too. "You call that garlic?" And he chopped up a whole clove of garlic and put that on too. "But I'm not well, Ittel," the rich man complained. "My doctor says—" "Yeah, Dr. Schmockter," ordered Ittel. "You paid for this salt, right? You paid for this pepper. No, enjoy them." So the rich man ate. And what do you think? He had a heart attack that night and died. And what did Ittel do? The whole household was wailing and moaning, and Ittel just stood there with a scowl on his face and a lip curled in scorn. The doctor came by and saw him. "Ittel," he accused, "what's with you? This man was your benefactor. Now that he's dead, can't you at least look sorry?" Ittel gave the doctor a look. "Sorry," he said. "Sorry? I tried to do something nice for him, and look how he pays me back." So, I remember my friend Saul. There he was in his cellar, and maybe he was the only man in the world who knew that the way to the planets did not lie through rockets and metal ships, but I remember him tapping his skull, the power of the mind. I took his mind off science. I showed him girls. He never did anything. He was a bum all his life, this boy that maybe could have shown us all the way from 18 billion people and spinach jello. I tried to do something nice for him, and look how he paid us all back. You call that gratitude? The fourth story, The Star Ducks, by Bill Brown. Science fiction is not in general unduly tender towards the human race. Its attitude to Homo sapiens, sorrowful at best, tends at the worst to be positively scathing. Now and again, however, the genre does relax a little to show certain individuals floating serene, self-sufficient, and completely oblivious in the full glare of the eye of eternity. Of such are the Alsops. The silence of the infinite spaces means nothing to them, and never could. They eat the fowl, give the bones to the dog, and are stolidly helpful about cameras. One may deeply sympathize with Rafferty, but on the other hand, how nice to be the Alsops. Ward Rafferty's long, sensitive newshawk's nose alerted him for a hoax as soon as he saw the old Alsop place. There was no crowd of curious farmers standing around, no ambulance. Rafferty left the Times press car under a walnut tree in the drive and stood for a moment noting every detail with the efficiency that made him the Times top reporter. The old Alsop house was brown, a weathered two-story with cream-coloured filigree round the windows, and a lawn that had grown up to weeds. Out in back were the barn and chicken houses and fences that were propped up with boards and pieces of pipe. The front gate was hanging by one hinge, but it could be opened by lifting it. Rafferty went in and climbed the steps, careful for loose boards. Mr. Alsop came out on the porch to meet him. "Howdy do," he said. And Rafferty pushed back his hat on his head the way he always did before he said, "I'm Rafferty of the Times." Most people knew his byline, and he liked to watch their faces when he said it. "Rafferty," Mr. Alsop said, and Rafferty knew he wasn't a Times reader. "I'm a reporter," Rafferty said. "Someone phoned in and said an aeroplane cracked up around here." Mr. Alsop looked thoughtful and shook his head slowly. No," he said. Rafferty saw right away that Alsop was a slow thinker, so he gave him time, mentally pegging him a taciturn Yankee. Mr. Alsop answered again, "No." The screen door squeaked and Mrs. Alsop came out. Since Mr. Alsop was still thinking, Rafferty repeated the information for Mrs. Alsop, thinking she looked a little brighter than her husband. But Mrs. Alsop shook her head and said, "No," in exactly the same tone Mr. Alsop had used. So Rafferty turned around with his hand on the porch railing, ready to go down the steps. "I guess it was a phony tip," he said. "We get lots of them. Somebody said an airplane came down in your field this morning, straight down trailing fire." Mrs. Alsop's face lighted up. "Oh," she said. "Yes, it did, but it wasn't wrecked. Besides, it isn't really an airplane. That is, it doesn't have wings on it." Rafferty stopped with his foot in the air over the top step. "I beg your pardon," he said. "An aeroplane came down, and it didn't have wings?" "Yes," Mrs. Alsop said.
It's out there in the barn now. It belongs to some folks who bend iron with a hammer.
This, Rafferty thought, begins to smell like news again. Oh, a helicopter, he said. Mrs. Alsop shook her head.
No, I don't think it is. It doesn't have any of those fans, but you can go out to the barn and have a look. Take him out, Alfred. Tell him to keep on the walk, 'cause it's muddy. Yes, come along, Mr. Alsop said brightly. I'd like to look the contraption over again myself.
Rafferty followed Mr. Alsop around the house on the board walk, thinking he'd been mixed up with some queer people at his work, some crackpots and some screwballs, some imbeciles and some lunatics. But for sheer dumbness, these Alsops had them all beat.
Hey, got a lot of chickens this year, Mr. Alsop said. All fine stock. Minorcas. Sent away for roosters, and I built up a fine flock. But do you think chickens will do very well up on a star, Mr. Rafferty?
Rafferty involuntarily looked up at the sky and stepped off the boards into the mud. Up on a what?
I said up on a star.
Mr. Alsop had reached the barn door and was trying to shove it open.
It sticks, he said.
Rafferty put his shoulder to it and the door slid. When it was open a foot, Rafferty looked inside, and he knew he had a story. The object inside looked like a giant plastic balloon, only half inflated so that it was globular on top and its flat bottom rested on the straw-covered floor. It was just small enough to go in through the barn door. Obviously, it was somebody's crackpot idea of a spaceship, Rafferty thought. The headline that flashed across his mind in 36-point Bodoni was Local Farmer Builds Rocket Ship for Moon Voyage. Mr. Alsop, Rafferty said hopefully, you didn't build this thing, did you? Mr. Alsop laughed.
No. Yeah, I didn't build it. I wouldn't know how to build one of those things, no. Some friends of ours came in it. Gosh, I wouldn't even know how to fly one.
Rafferty looked at Mr. Alsop narrowly and saw the man's face was serious. Just who are these friends of yours, Mr. Alsop? Rafferty asked cautiously.
Well, it sounds funny, Mr. Alsop said, but I don't rightly know. They don't talk so very good. They don't talk at all. All we can get out of them is that their name is something about bending iron with a hammer.
Rafferty had been circling the contraption, gradually drawing closer to it. He suddenly collided with something he couldn't see. He said, "Ouch!" and rubbed his shin.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mr. Rafferty, Mr. Alsop said. They got a gadget on it. It won't let you get near. It's some kind of a wall you can't see. That's keep boys away from it.
These friends of yours, Mr. Alsop, where are they now?
Well, they're over at the house, Mr. Alsop said. You can see 'em if you want to, but I think you find it pretty hard talking to 'em.
Russians? Rafferty asked.
Oh, no, I don't think so. They don't wear Cossacks.
Let's go, Rafferty said in a low voice and led the way across the muddy barnyard towards the house.
These folks come here the first time about 6 years ago, Mr. Alsop said. They wanted some eggs. Thought maybe they could raise chickens up where they are. It took them 3 years to get home. Eggs spoiled. So the folks turned right around and come back. Now this time I fixed them up a little brooder so they can raise chickens on the way home.
He suddenly laughed.
Yeah, I can just see that little contraption way out there in the sky full of chickens.
Rafferty climbed up on the back porch ahead of Mr. Alsop and went through the back door into the kitchen. Mr. Alsop stopped him before they went into the living room.
Now, Mr. Rafferty, my wife can talk to these people better than I can, so anything you want to know, you better ask her. Her and the lady get along pretty good.
"Okay," Rafferty said. He pushed Mr. Alsop gently through the door into the living room, thinking he would play along and act naive. Mrs. Alsop sat in an armchair close to a circulating heater. Rafferty saw the visitors sitting side by side on the davenport. He saw them waving their long, flexible antennae delicately. He saw their lavender faces as expressionless as glass, the round eyes that seemed to be painted on. Rafferty clutched the door facings and stared. Mrs. Alsop turned towards him brightly. "Mr. Rafferty," she said, "these are the people that came to see us in that airplane." Mrs. Alsop raised her finger, and both the strangers bent their antennae down in her direction. "This is Mr. Rafferty," Mrs. Alsop said. "He's a newspaper reporter. He wanted to see your airplane." Rafferty managed to nod, and the strangers curled up their antennae and nodded politely. The woman scratched her side with her left claw. Something inside Rafferty's head was saying, "You're a smart boy, Rafferty. You're too smart to be taken in. Somebody's pulling a whopping, skillful publicity scheme. Somebody's got you down for a sucker. Either that or you're crazy or drunk or dreaming." Rafferty tried to keep his voice casual. "What did you say their names are, Mrs. Alsop?" "Well, we don't know," Mrs. Alsop said. "You see, they can only make pictures for you. They point those funny squiggly horns at you, and they just think. And that makes you think, too. And the same thing that they're thinking. I ask them what their name is, and then I let them think for me. All I see was a picture of the man hammering some iron on an anvil. So I guess the name's something like Man Who Bends Iron. Maybe it's kind of like an Indian name." Rafferty looked slyly at the people who bent iron and at Mrs. Alsop. "Do you suppose," he said innocently, "they could talk to me or think to me?" Mrs. Alsop looked troubled. "They'd be glad to, Mr. Rafferty. The only thing is, it's pretty hard at first. It's hard for you, that is." "I'll try it," Rafferty said. He took a cigarette and lighted it. He held the match until it burned his fingers. "Oh, just you throw it in the coal bucket," Mr. Alsop said. Rafferty threw the match in the coal bucket. "Ask these things, people, where they come from," he said. Mrs. Alsop smiled. "It's a very hard question. I asked them that before. I didn't get much of a picture, but I'll ask them again." Mrs. Alsop raised her finger, and both horns bent towards her and aimed directly at her head. "This young man," Mrs. Alsop said in a loud voice, like she was talking to someone hard of hearing, "wants to know where you people come from." Mr. Alsop nudged Rafferty. "Just hold up your finger when you want your answer." Rafferty felt like a complete idiot, but he held up his finger. The woman whose husband bends iron bent her antennae down till it focused on Rafferty between the eyes. He involuntarily braced himself against the door facings. Suddenly his brain felt as though it were made of rubber, and somebody was wringing and twisting and pounding it all out of shape and molding it back together again into something new. The terror of it blinded him. He was flying through space, through a great white void. Stars and meteors whizzed by, and a great star, dazzling with brilliance, white and sparkling, stood there in his mind. And then it went out. Rafferty's mind was released, but he found himself trembling, clutching the door facings. His burning cigarette was on the floor. Mr. Alsop stooped and picked it up. "Here's your cigarette, Mr. Rafferty. Did you get your answer?" Rafferty was white. "Mr. Alsop," he said. "Mrs. Alsop, this is on the level. These creatures are really from out there in space somewhere." Mr. Alsop said, "Sure, they come a long way.
Do you know what this means? Rafferty heard his voice becoming hysterical. He tried to keep it calm. Do you know this is the most important thing that's ever happened in the history of the world? Do you know this is... Yes, it is. It's the biggest story in the world, and it's happening to me. Do you understand? Rafferty was yelling. Where's your phone? We don't have a telephone, Mr. Alsop said. Now, there's one down at the filling station, but these people are going to go in a few minutes. Why don't you wait and see 'em off, Already got their eggs and the brooder and the feed on board? No, Rafferty gasped. No, they can't go in a few minutes. Listen, I've got a phone. I've got to get a photographer. Mrs. Alsop smiled. Well, Mr. Rafferty, we tried to get 'em to stay over for supper, but they have to go at a certain time. They have to catch the tide or something like that. It's the moon, Mr. Alsop said with authority. Something about the moon being in the right place. The people from space sat there demurely, their claws folded in their laps, their antennae neatly curled to show they weren't eavesdropping on other people's minds. Rafferty looked frantically around the room for a telephone he knew that wasn't there. Got a phone Joe Pegley at the city desk, Rafferty thought. Joe'll know what to do. No, Joe would say you're drunk. But this is the biggest story in the world, Rafferty's brain kept saying. It's the biggest story in the world, and you just stand there. Listen, Alsop, Rafferty yelled. You got a camera. Any kind of a camera. I got to have a camera. Oh, sure, Mr. Alsop said. Yeah, I got a fine camera. It's a box camera, but it takes good pictures. I'll show you some I took of my chickens. No, I don't want to steal your pictures. I want the camera. Mr. Alsop went into the parlour, and Rafferty could see him fumbling around on top of the organ. Mrs. Alsop, Rafferty shouted, I've got to ask lots of questions. Ask away, Mrs. Alsop said cheerily. They don't mind. What could you ask people from space? You got their names, you got what they were here for eggs, you got where they were from. Mr. Alsop's voice came from the parlour. Ethel, you see my camera? Mrs. Alsop sighed. No, I haven't. You put it away. Only trouble is, Mr. Alsop said, I haven't got any films for it. Suddenly the people from space turned their antennae towards each other for a second and apparently, coming to a mutual agreement, got up and darted here and there about the room as quick as fireflies. So fast, Rafferty could scarcely see them. They scuttered out the door and off towards the barn. All Rafferty could think was, my God, they're part bug. Rafferty rushed out of the door, on towards the barn, through the mud, screaming at the creatures to stop. But before he was halfway there, the gleaming plastic contraption slid out of the barn, and there was a slight hiss, and the thing disappeared into the low-hanging clouds. All there was left for Rafferty to see was a steaming place in the mud and a little circle of burnt earth. Rafferty sat down in the mud, a hollow, empty feeling in his middle, with the knowledge that the greatest story in the world had gone off into the sky. No pictures, no evidence, no story. He dully went over in his mind the information he had. Mr. and Mrs. Man Who Bends Iron. Slowly dawned on Rafferty what that meant. Smith, Man Who Bends Iron on an anvil. Of course that was Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Smith visited the Alfred Alsop place on Sunday. They returned to their home in the system of Alpha Centauri with 2 crates of hatching eggs. Rafferty got to his feet and shook his head. He stood still in the mud, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, and you knew that the Rafferty brain was working, that Rafferty brain that always came up with a story. He bolted for the house and burst in the back door. Alsop, he yelled, did those people pay you for those eggs? Mr. Alsop was standing on a chair in front of the china closet, still hunting for the camera. Oh, sure, he said. In a way they did. Let me see the money, Rafferty demanded. "Oh, not in money, no," Mr. Alsop said. "They don't have any money. But when they were here 6 years ago, they bought us some eggs of their own in trade, you know."
6 years ago, Rafferty moaned. Then he started. "Eggs? What kind of eggs?" Mr. Alsop chuckled a little.
"Oh, I don't know," he said. "We call them star ducks. Why, the eggs was star-shaped, and, we set 'em up under a hen, and the star points bother that old hen something awful."
Mr. Alsop climbed down from the chair.
Star ducks aren't much good, though. It looks something like a little hippopotamus, and something like a swallow, but he got 6 legs. Only 2 of 'em lived, and we ate 'em for Thanksgiving."
Rafferty's brain still worked, grasping for that single fragment of evidence that would make his city editor and the world believe. Rafferty leaned closer. "Mr. Alsop," he almost whispered, "you wouldn't know where the skeletons of the star ducks are." Mr. Alsop looked puzzled.
"You mean the bones? Oh, we gave the bones to the dog. That were 5 years ago. Even the dog's dead now."
Rafferty picked up his hat like a man in a daze. "Thanks, Mr. Alsop," he said dully. "Thanks." Rafferty stood on the porch and put on his hat. He pushed it back on his head. He stared up into the overcast. He stared until he felt dizzy, like he was spiraling off into the mist. Mr. Alsop came out, wiping the dust off a box camera with his sleeve.
"Oh, Mr. Rafferty," he said, "I found the camera."
The 5th story, The Waitabits, by Eric Frank Russell. Science fiction authors, however various their output, are not chameleons. To be sure, in a good cause they can alter certain parts of their basic coloration with marvellous flexibility and skill, but the essentials are unchanging, and recurrently we find in their work a wholehearted reversion to whatever their true blue may happen to be. With Eric Frank Russell, this hue is a hatred of bullying, of brass hats, of bureaucrats, and of do-gooders, who somehow always seem to end up doing more good to themselves than to anyone else. And he's added enormously to the gaiety of nations by envisaging sundry forms of natural immunity to such plagues. At first sight, Russell's antibodies to the eternal takeover bid may seem irrelevant for the reason that they are fanciful, and therefore not, for us here now, by any stretch of the imagination, practical politics. We, after all, are not the fortunate inhabitants of Eterna. Yet we can and do delight with Russell in their oblivious, bloodless victory. And in doing so we adopt, or confirm, a moral attitude which would like to believe in the indefeasibility of all harmless underdogs, always and everywhere. He strode towards the assignment office with quiet confidence born of long service, much experience, and high rank. Once upon a time a peremptory call to this department had made him slightly edgy, exactly as it unnerved the fresh-faced juniors today, but that had been long, long ago. He was grey-haired now, with wrinkles around the corners of his eyes, silver oak leaves on his epaulettes. He'd heard enough, seen enough, and learned enough to have lost the capacity for surprise. Markham was going to hand him a tough one. That was Markham's job. To rake through a mess of laconic, garbled, distorted, or eccentric reports, pick out the obvious problems and dump them squarely in the laps of whoever happened to be hanging around and was considered suitable to solve them. One thing could be said in favour of this technique. Its victims often were bothered, bedevilled, or busted, but at least they were never bored. The problems were not commonplace, the solutions sometimes fantastic. The door detected his body heat as he approached, swung open with silent efficiency. He went through, took a chair, gazed phlegmatically at the heavy man behind the desk. "Ah, Commodore Lee," said Markham pleasantly. He shuffled some papers, got them in order, surveyed the top one. "I'm informed that the Thunderer's overhaul is complete, the crew has been recalled, and everything's ready for flight." "That is correct." "Well, now I have a task for you." Markham put on the sinister smile that invariably accompanied such an announcement. After years of reading what had followed in due course, he had conceived the notion that all tasks were funny except when they involved a massacre. "You're ready and eager for another trip, I trust?" "I'm always ready," said Commodore Lee. He'd outgrown the eagerness 2 decades back. "I have here the latest consignment of scout reports," Markham went on. He made a disparaging gesture. "You know what they're like, condensed to the minimum, and in some instances slightly mad. Happy the day when we received a report detailed with scientific thoroughness." "You'll get that only from a trained mind," Lee commented. "Scouts are not scientists. They're oddities who like roaming the loneliest reaches of space with no company but their own. Pilot-trained hobos, willing to wander at large, take brief looks, and tell what they've seen. Such men are useful and necessary. Their shortcomings can be made up by those who follow them." "Precisely," agreed Markham with suspicious promptness. "So this is where we want you to do some following." "What is it this time?" "We have Boydell's latest report beamed through several relay stations. He's way out in the wilds." Markham tapped the paper irritably. "This particular scout is known as Gabby Boydell because he's anything but that. He uses words as if they cost him $50 apiece." "Meaning he hasn't said enough?" asked Lee, smiling. "Enough? He's told us next to nothing." He let go an emphatic snort. 18 planets, scattered all over the shop, and not a dozen words about each. He discovers a grand total of 18 planets in 7 previously unexplored systems, and the result doesn't occupy half a page. Well, going at that speed, he'd not have time for much more, Lee ventured. "You can't write a book about a world without taking up residence for a while." "That may be, but these crackpot scouts could do better, and it's time they were told as much." He pointed an accusative finger. "Look at this item, the 11th planet he visited. He's named it Pulok for some reason, which is probably crazy. His report employs exactly 4 words. Take it and welcome. What do you make of that?" Lee thought it over carefully. "It is inhabitable by humankind. There's no native opposition, nothing to prevent us grabbing it, but in his opinion it isn't worth possessing." "Why, man, why?" "I don't know, not having been there." "Boydell knows the reason." Markham fumed a bit and went on. "And he ought to state it in precise, understandable terms. He shouldn't leave a mystery hanging in mid-air like a bad smell from nowhere." "He'll explain it when he returns to his sector headquarters, surely." "That may be months hence, perhaps years, especially if he manages to pick up fuel and replacement tubes from distant outposts. Those scouts keep to no schedule. They get back when they arrive, they return when they come back. Galactic gypsies, that's how they like to think of themselves." "They've chosen freedom," Lee offered. Ignoring that remark, Markham continued, "Anyway, the problem of Pulok's a relatively minor one to be handled by somebody else. I'll give it to one of the juniors. It'll do something for his education. The more complicated and possibly dangerous tangles are for older ones such as yourself." "Tell me the worst." "Planet 14 on Boydell's list. He's given it the name of Eterna, and don't ask me why. The code formula he's registered against it reads O11D7. That means we can live on it without special equipment. It's an Earth-type planet of 1/10 greater mass, and is inhabited by an intelligent life form of different, but theoretically equal mental power. He calls this life form the the Waitabits. Apparently he tags everything and everybody with the first name that pops into his mind. What information does he offer concerning them? Ah, said Markham, pulling a face. Ah, one word, just one word. He paused, then voiced it. Unconquerable. Huh? Unconquerable, repeated Markham. A word that should not exist in scout language. At that point he became riled, jerked open a drawer, extracted a notebook and consulted it. Up to last survey, 421 planets had been discovered, charted, recorded. 137 found suitable for human life, and large or small groups of settlers placed thereon. 62 alien life forms mastered during the process. He shoved the book back. And out there in the dark, a wandering tramp picks a word like unconquerable. I can think of only one reason that makes sense, suggested Lee. Now, what's that? Perhaps they really are unconquerable. Markham refused to credit his ears. If that's a joke, Commodore, it's in bad taste. Some might think it's seditious. Well, can you think up another and better reason? I don't have to. I'm sending you there to find out. The Grand Council asked specifically that you be given this task. They feel that if any yet unknown aliens have enough to put the wind up one of our own scouts, then we must learn more about them, and the sooner the better. There's nothing to show that they actually frightened Boydell. If they'd done so, he'd have said more, much more. A genuine first-class menace is the one thing that would make him talk his head off. That's purely hypothetical, said Markham. We don't want guesses, we want facts. All right. Consider a few other facts, Markham added. So far, no other life form has been able to resist us. I don't see how any can. Any creatures with an atom of sense soon see which side their bread's buttered, if they eat bread and like butter. If we step in and provide the brains, while they furnish the labour with mutual benefit to both parties, the aliens are soon doing too well for themselves to complain. If a bunch of Syrian wimpots slave all day in our mines, and then fly in their own helicopters back to homes such as their forefathers never owned, what have they got to cry about? I fail to see the purpose of the lecture, said Lee dryly. I am emphasizing that by force, ruthlessness, argument, persuasion, precept and example, appeal to common sense or any other tactic appropriate to the circumstances, we can master and exploit any life form in the cosmos. That's the theory we've been using for 1,000 years, and it works. We proved that it works. We made it work. The first time we let go of it and admit defeat, we're finished. We go down and disappear, along with all the other vanished hordes. He swept his papers to one side. A scout has admitted defeat. He must be a lunatic. But lunatics can create alarm. The Grand Council is alarmed. So I'm required to seek soothing syrup. Yes, see Parrish in the charting department. He'll give you the coordinates of this Eterna dump. Standing up, he offered a plump hand. Smooth trip, safe landing, Commodore. Thanks. The Thunderer hung in a balanced orbit, while its officers examined the new world floating below. This was Eterna, second planet of a sun very much like Sol. Altogether there were 4 planets in this particular family, but only the second harboured life of any detectable form. Eterna was a pretty sight, a great blue-green ball shining in the blaze of full day. Its land masses were larger than Earth's, its oceans smaller. No vast mountain ranges were visible, no snow-caps either, yet lakes and rivers were numerous. Watersheds lay in heavily forested hills that crinkled much of the surface and left few flat areas. Cloud-banks lay over the land like scatterings of cotton wool, small in area, widely dispersed, but thick, heavy, and great in number. Through powerful glasses, Towns and villages could be seen, most of them placed in clearings around which armies of trees marched down to the rivers. There were also narrow, winding roads and thin, spidery bridges. Between the larger towns ran vague lines that might be railroad tracks, but lacked sufficient detail at such a distance to reveal their true purpose. Pascoe, the sociologist, put down his binoculars and said, "Assuming that the night side is very similar, I estimate their total strength at no more than 100 millions. I base that on other planetary surveys. When you've counted the number of peas per bottle in a large and varied collection of them, you develop the ability to make reasonably accurate guesses. 100 millions at most." "That's low for a planet of this size and fertility, isn't it?" asked Commodore Lee. "Not necessarily. There were no more of us in the far past, and look at us now." "Your implication is that the Waitabits are a comparatively young species." "Could be. On the other hand, they may be old and senile and dying out fast, or perhaps they're slow breeders and their natural increase isn't much." "I don't go for the dying out theory," put in Walterson, the geophysicist. "If once they were far bigger than they are today, the planet should still show signs of it. A huge inheritance leaves its mark for centuries. You remember that city site we found on Hercules? Even the natives didn't know of it, the markings being visible only from a considerable altitude." They used their glasses again, sought for faint lines of orderliness in wide tracts of forest. There were none to be seen. "Short in history or slow to breed," declared Pascoe. "That's my opinion for what it's worth." Frowning down at the blue-green ball, Lee said heavily, "By our space-experienced standards, a world of 100 millions is weak. Certainly not sufficiently formidable to turn a hair on a minor bureaucrat, much less worry the Council itself." He turned, lifted a questioning eyebrow as a signal runner came up to him. "Well?" "Relay from Sector 9, sir." Unfolding the message, he found it duly decoded and read it aloud. 1912 X-Terra. Defense HQ to CO Battleship Thundra. Light Cruiser Flame, Lieutenant Mallory commanding, assigned your area for Pulot check. 20th Heavy Cruiser Squadron readied Arlington Port, Sector 9. This authorizes you to call upon and assume command of said forces in emergency only. Rathbone, Commander Op, Dep, DHQ, Terra. He filed the message, shrugged, and said, "Seems they're taking few chances." "Yes," agreed Pascoe, a trifle sardonically. "So they've assembled reinforcements near enough to be summoned, but too far away to do us any good. The Flame couldn't get here in less than 7 weeks. The ships at Arlington couldn't make it under 19 or 20 weeks even at superdrive. By then we could be cooked, eaten, burped, and forgotten." "I don't see what all this jumpiness is about," complained Walterson. "That scout Boydell went in and came out without losing his edible parts, didn't he? Where one can go, a million can follow." Pascoe regarded him with pity. "A solitary invader rarely frightens anyone. That's why scouts have an advantage. Consider Remy 11. Billennium James finds it, lands, makes friends, becomes a blood brother, finally takes off amid a huzzah of fond farewells. And next, down come 3 shiploads of men, uniforms, and guns. That's too much for the locals to stomach. In remittance psychology, the number represents critical mass, result of the Remy War, which, if you remember your history, was long, costly, and bitter." "I remember history well enough to recall that in those primitive days they used block-headed space troopers and had no specially trained contact men," Walterson retorted. "Nevertheless, what has happened before can happen again." "That's my problem right now," Lee interjected. "Will the sight of a battleship, a mile in length, cause them to start something that can't be finished without considerable slaughter? Had I better risk the crew of a lifeboat in an effort to smooth the introduction? I wish Boydell had been a little more informative." He chewed his bottom lip with vexation, picked up the intercom phone, flipped the signals room switch. "Any word from Boydell yet?" "No, Commodore," responded a voice. Sector 9 doesn't think there will be any either. They've just been through saying he doesn't answer their calls. They believe he's now out of range. Last trace they got of him showed him to be running beyond effective communication limits. All right. He dumped the phone, gazed through the port. 7 hours we've waited. Nothing has come up to take a look at us. We can detect no signs of excitement down there. Therefore it's a safe bet that they've no ships, perhaps not even rudimentary aircraft. Neither do they keep organized watch on the sky. Now, they're not advanced in our sense of the term, but they may be in some other sense, Pascoe observed. That is what I implied. Lee made an impatient gesture. We've hung within telescope view long enough. If they're capable of formidable reaction, we should be grimly aware of it by now. I don't feel inclined to test the Waitabits at the expense of a few men in an unarmed lifeboat. We'll take the Thunderer itself down and hope there's sail enough not to go nuts. Hastening forward to the main control cabin, he issued the necessary orders. The landing place was atop a treeless bluff 9 miles south of a large town. It was as good a site as any that could have been chosen. The settling of great tonnage over a mile-long area damaged nobody's property or crops. The ground was solid enough not to furrow under the ship's weight. The slight elevation gave a strategic advantage to the Thunderer's guns. Despite its nearness, the town was out of sight, being hidden by intervening hills. A narrow road ran through the valley, but nothing moved thereon. Between the road and the base of the bluff lay double railroad tracks of about 20-inch gauge, with flat-topped rails of silvery metal. The rails had no spikes or ties, and appeared to be held firmly in position by being sunk into long, unbroken ridges of concrete, or some similar rock-like substance. The Thunderer reposed, a long, black, ominous shape, with all locks closed and gun turrets open, while Lee stared speculatively at the railroad and waited for the usual call from the metering lab. It came within short time. The phone rang, he answered it, heard Shalom speaking. "The air's breathable, Commodore." We knew that in advance. A scout sniffed it without dropping dead. "Yes, Commodore," agreed Shalom patiently. "But you asked for an analysis." "Of course, because we don't know how long Boydell was here. Perhaps a week, perhaps a day. Whatever it wasn't enough. He might have curled up his toes after a month or two. In his brief visit, he'd have avoided any long-term accumulative effect. What we want to know is whether this atmosphere is safe for keeps." "Quite safe, Commodore. It's rather rich in ozone and argon, but otherwise much like Earth's." "Good. We'll open up and let the men stretch their legs." "There's something else of interest," Shalom went on. "Preliminary observation time occupied 7 hours 23 minutes. Over that period, the longitudinal shift of a selected equatorial point amounted to approximately 0.3 of a degree. That means this planet's period of axial rotation is roughly equivalent to an Earth year. Its days and nights are each about 6 months long." "Thanks, Shalom." He cut off without surprise, switched the intercom, gave orders to Bentley in the main engine room to operate the power locks. Then he switched again to Lieutenant Harding, officer commanding ground forces, gave permission for 1/4 of his men to be let out for exercise, providing they bore arms and didn't stray beyond direct cover of the ship's guns. And that done, he swiveled his pneumatic chair to face the port, put his feet up with heels resting on a wall ridge, and quietly contemplated the alien landscape. Walterson and Pascoe mooched around the room in the restless manner of men awaiting for a possible burning fuse to reach a hypothetical gunpowder barrel. Shalom phoned again, recited gravitational and magnetic field readings, and went off. A few minutes later he came through once more with details of atmospheric humidity, barometric variations, and radioactivity. Apparently he cared nothing for what might be brewing beyond the hills, so long as it failed to register on his meters and screens. To his mind, no real danger could exist without advertising itself through a needle wagging or a fluorescent blip. Outside, 200 men scrambled noisily down the edge of the bluff, reached soft green sward that was not grass but something resembling short, heavily matted clover. There they kicked a ball around, wrestled, leapfrogged, all were content to lie full length on the turf, look at the sky and enjoy the sun. A small group strolled half a mile to the silent railroad, inspected it, trod precariously along its rails with extended arms jerking and swaying in imitation of tightrope walkers. 4 of Shalom's staff went down, 2 of them carrying buckets and spades like kids making for the seashore. A third bore a bug trap. The 4th had a scintilloscope. The first pair dug clover and dirt, hauled it up to the ship for analysis and bacteria count. Bug trap dumped his box, went to sleep beside it. Scintilloscope marched in a careful zigzag round the base of the bluff. After 2 hours, Harding's whistle recalled the outside lotus-eaters, who responded with reluctance. They slouched back into the gigantic bottle that already had contained them so long. Another 200 went out, played all the same tricks, including the tightrope act on the rails. By the time that gang had rejoiced and enjoyed its ration of liberty, the mess bells announced a main meal ready. The crew ate, after which number 1 watch took to its berths and the deepest sleep within memory. The 3rd Freedom Party cavorted on the turf. The indefatigable Shalom passed along the news that 9 varieties of flea-sized bugs were awaiting introduction to Garside, the entomologist, whenever that worthy gentleman designed to crawl out of bed. By the time the 4th and last section of the crew returned from its 2-hour spree, Pascoe had had enough. He was baggy-eyed from lack of slumber, disappointed with having curiosity left unsatisfied. "More than 7 hours waiting in the sky," he complained to Lee, "and another 8 down here. It's over 15 hours, old Dalton. Where's it got us?" "It's given the men a badly needed break," Lee reproved. "The first rule of captaincy is to consider the men before considering an exterior problem. There's no real solution to any predicament, unless there's also the means to apply it. The men are the means, and more so than is the ship, or any part of it. Men can build ships, but ships cannot manufacture men. All right, they've had their outing, they're refreshed, and their morale's boosted, all in accordance with the best psychological advice. Well, what next? If nothing turns up, it will enable them to catch up on their sleep. The first watch is snoring its collective head off right now. The other 2 watches are entitled to their turn. But that means sitting idle for another 18 hours, Pascoe protested. Not necessarily. The Waitabits may arrive at any time, in unguessable number, with unknown intentions, and with unknown means of enforcing them. If so, everyone will have a rude awakening, and you may get enough action to last you a lifetime." Lee jerked a thumb towards the door. "Meanwhile, take to bed while the going's good. If trouble starts, it's likely to be days before you get another chance. Exhausted men are crippled men in a situation such as this. What about you?" "Well, I intend to slump into sweet dreams myself as soon as Harding's ready to take over." Pascoe snorted with impatience, glanced at Walterson, gained no support from that quarter. Walterson was dozing on his feet at mere mention of bed. Pascoe snorted again, more loudly this time, departed with the other following. They returned within 10 hours, found Lee freshly shaved and spruced. A look through the port revealed the same landscape as before. Some 24 of the crew were fooling around outside beneath the sun that hadn't visibly changed position in the sky. The road still wound through the valley and over the hills without a soul upon it. The railroad track still reposed with all the impassive silence of a long-abandoned spur. Pascoe said thoughtfully, "This is a good example of how one can deduce something from nothing." "Meaning what?" inquired Lee, showing interest. "That town is 9 miles away. We could walk there in about 2 hours. They've had several times that long in which to sound the alarm, summon the troops, launch an assault." He gestured towards the peaceful scene. "Oh, where are they?" "You tell us," Walterson prompted.
Any life form capable of constructing roads and rails obviously must have eyes and brains. Therefore it's pretty certain that they've seen us either hanging above or coming down. I don't believe that they remain unaware of our existence." He studied his listeners and went on, "They haven't shown up because they're deliberately keeping away from us. And that means they're afraid of us. And that in turn means they're considering themselves far weaker, either as a result of what they've seen of us so far, or maybe as a result of what they learned from contact with Boydell." "I don't agree with that last bit," opined Lee. "Why not? If they saw us either up above or coming down, what did they actually see? A ship and nothing more. They observe nothing to indicate that we're of Boydell's own kind, though it would be reasonable to assume it. Factually, we're still a bunch of unknowns to them." "That doesn't make hay to my reasoning." "It spoils it on 2 counts, Lee insisted. "Firstly, not having weighed and measured us, how can they tell that they're weaker? Secondly, Boydell himself called them unconquerable, and that suggests strength, and strength of a redoubtable order." "Look," said Pascoe, "it doesn't really matter whether they're stronger or weaker in their own estimation. In the long run, they can't buck the power of the human race. The cogent point right now is that of whether they're friendly or antagonistic. Well, if friendly, they'd have been around dickering with us hours ago. There's no sign of them, not a spit or a button. Ergo, they don't like us. They've crawled into a hole because they lack the muscle to do something effective. They've ducked under cover, hoping we'll go away and play someplace else." "An alternative theory," put in Walterson, "is that they're tough and formidable, just as Boydell implied. They've kept their distance because they're wise enough to fight on ground of their own choosing and not on ours. If they refuse to come here, we've got to go there or accept stalemate. So they're making ready for us to walk into their parlour, after which—" He wiped a finger across his throat. "Bunk," said Pascoe. "Well, we'll soon learn where we stand one way or another," Lee informed. "I've ordered Williams to get a helicopter out. The Waitabits can't avoid seeing that thing whooshing around. We'll learn plenty if they don't shoot it down." "And if they do shoot it down?" inquired Pascoe. "That question will be answered if and when it arises," Lee assured. "You know as well as I do the law that hostility must not be accepted until demonstrated." He went to the port, gazed across the scene to the tree-swathed hills beyond. After a while he reached for his binoculars, focused them upon the mid-distance. "Holy smoke," he said. Pascoe ran to his side. "What's the matter?" "Something's coming at last. And it's a train. No less." He handed over the glasses. "Take a look for yourself." A dozen crewmen were on the track, industriously filing from a rail sufficient metallic powder to be analyzed in the lab. They straightened up as the line conducted sounds of the newcomer's approach. Shading their eyes, they stood like men paralyzed while they gaped towards the east. A couple of miles away, the streamlined express came tearing around the base of a hill at nothing less than 1 1/2 miles per hour. The men remained staring incredulously for 10 minutes, during which time the phenomenon covered a full quarter of a mile. The thunderous siren wailed a warning. The sample-takers recovered their wits, and without undue exertion made more speed up the 40-degree bluff than the possible menace was doing on the flat. The last of them had sufficient presence of mind to bring with him an ounce of dust that Shalom later defined as titanium alloy. Monstrous and imposing, the Thunderer sat waiting for first official contact. Every port held at least 3 expectant faces watching the track and the train. Every mind took it for granted that the oncoming machine would halt at the base of the bluff, and things weird in shape emerge therefrom in readiness to parley. Nobody thought for a moment that it might pass on. It did pass on.
The train consisted of 4 linked metal coaches and no locomotive, the source of power not being evident. The tiny cars, less than the height of a man, rolled by holding a score of crimson-faced, owl-eyed creatures, some of whom were looking absently at the floor, some at each other, out the sides, anywhere but directly at the great invader atop the bluff. From the time the train was first observed until realization dawned that it was not going to stop, occupied precisely 1 hour and 24 minutes. That was its speed record from the eastward hill to the bluff. Lowering his binoculars, Commander Lee said in baffled tones to Pascoe, "Did you get a clear, sharp view of them?" "Yes, red-faced with beak noses and blinkless eyes. One had his hand resting on a window ledge, and I noticed it was 5-fingered like ours, but with digits more slender." "Far less than walking pace," commented Lee. "That's what it's doing. I can amble faster, even with corns on both feet." He had another puzzled look outside. The train had gained 40 yards in the interval. "I wonder whether the power Boyd had attributed to them is based on some obscure form of cunning." "How do you mean?" "If they can't cope with us while we hold the ship in force, they've got to entice us out of it." "Well, we aren't out of it, are we?" Pascoe countered. "Nobody's developed a mad desire to catch that train. And if anybody did, he'd overtake it so fast he'd get wherever it's going before he had time to pull up. I don't see how they can bait us into being foolhardy merely by crawling around." "The tactic would be according to their own logic, not ours," Lee pointed out. "Perhaps on this world to crawl is to invite attack. A wild dog pack reacts that way. The animal that limps gets torn to pieces." He thought it over, continued, "I'm suspicious of this episode. I don't like the ostentatious way in which they all kept their eyes fixed on something else as they went past. It isn't natural." "Ah," said Pascoe, prepared to argue. Lee waved him down. "I know it's a childish blunder to judge any species by the standards of our own, but I still say it isn't natural to have eyes and not use them." "On Terra," chipped in Walterson seriously, "some folk have arms, legs, eyes, and even brains they don't use. That's because they have the misfortune to be incurably afflicted, as you know," he went on, encouraged by the other's silence. "What if this track's a connecting link between the town and a sanatorium or hospital? Maybe its sole purpose is to carry sick people." "We'll soon find out." Lee resorted to the intercom. "Williams, is the copter ready yet?" "Assembled and now being fueled, Commodore. Can take off in 10 minutes' time." "Who's duty pilot?" "Ogilvy. Well, tell him to fly ahead of that train and report what's at the other end of the tracks. He's to do that before taking a look at the town." He turned to the others, adding, "Shalom should have a panorama of the whole area taken on the way down, but it won't provide the details Ogilvy can get us." Pascoe, again standing at the port, asked, "How much slower is slower?" "What?" "When a thing's already creeping as though next year will do, how can you tell that it's decided to apply the brakes?" He elucidated further. "Maybe my imagination, but I fancy that train has reduced velocity by a few yards per hour. I hope none of its passengers suffered injury by being slung from one end to the other." Lee took a look. The train had now gone something less than half a mile from his observation point. The tedious speed and slight foreshortening made it impossible to decide whether or not Pascoe was correct. He had to keep watch a full 15 minutes before he too agreed that the train was slowing down. During that time, the helicopter took off with a super-fast whoosh-whoosh from whirling vanes. Soaring over the track, it fled ahead of the train, shrank into the hills until its plastic egg cabin resembled a dewdrop dangling from a spinning sycamore seed. Contacting the signals room, Lee said, "Put Ogilvy's reports through the speaker here." He returned to the port, continued watching the train. All the crew not asleep or on duty were similarly watching. "Village 6 miles along line," blared the speaker. "A second 4 miles further on. A third 5 miles beyond that. 8,000 feet. Climbing." 5 minutes later, 6-coach train on tracks headed eastwards. Appears stalled from this height, but may be moving. Coming the other way, and at a similar crawl," remarked Pascoe, glancing at Walterson. "Bang goes your sick people theory. If that one also holds a bunch of zombies." "Altitude 12,000, announced the loudspeaker. "Terminal city visible beyond hills. Distance from base 27 miles. Will investigate unless recalled." Lee made no move to summon him back. There followed a long silence. By now the train was still less than a mile away and had cut progress down to about 1 yard per minute. Finally it stopped, remained motionless for a quarter of an hour, began to back so gradually that it had inched 20 yards before watchers became certain that it had reversed direction. Lee levelled powerful glasses upon it. Definitely it was returning to the base of the bluff. "Funny thing here," bawled Ogilvy from the wall. "Streets full of people, all struck stiff. It was the same in those villages, now that I come to think of it. I went over them too fast for the fact to register." "That's crazy," said Pascoe. "How can he tell from that height?" "I'm hovering right over the main stem, a tree-lined avenue with crowded sidewalks," Ogilvy continued. "If anyone is moving, I can't detect it. Request permission to examine from 500. Using the auxiliary mic linked through the signals room, Lee asked, "Is there any evidence of opposition, such as aircraft, gun emplacements, or rocket pits?" "No, Commodore, not that I can see." "Then you can go down, but don't drop too fast. Sheer out immediately if fired upon." Silence, during which Lee had another look outside. The train was continuing to come back at velocity definable as chronic. He estimated that it would take most of an hour to reach the nearest point. "Now at 500, the loudspeaker declared. "Great Jupiter, I've never seen anything like it. They're moving all right, but they're so sluggish I have to look twice to make sure they're really alive and in action." A pause, then, "Believe it or not, there's a sort of streetcar system in operation. A baby 18 months old could toddle after one of those vehicles and catch it." "Come back," Lee ordered sharply. "Come back and report on the nearby town." "As you wish, Commander." Ogilvy sounded as if he were obeying with reluctance. "Where's the point of withdrawing him from there?" asked Pascoe, irritated by this abrupt cutting off of data. "He's in no great danger. What will he learn from one place that he can't get from another? He can confirm or deny the thing that is all important, namely that conditions are the same elsewhere and are not restricted to one locale. When he's had a look at the town, I'll send him 1,000 miles away for a third and final check." His grey eyes were thoughtful as he went on. "In olden times a Martian visitor could have made a major blunder if he judged Earth by one of its last remaining leper colonies. Today we make precisely the same mistake if this happens to be a quarantined area full of native paralytics." "Don't say it," put in Walterson, displaying some nervousness. "If we've sat down in a reservation for the diseased, we'd better get out mighty fast. I don't want to be smitten by any alien plague to which I've no natural resistance, and a narrow enough escape when I missed that Hermes expedition 6 years ago. You remember it? Within 3 days of landing, the entire complement was dead. Their bodies growing bundles of stinking strings, later defined as a fungus." "We'll see what Ogilvy says," Lee decided. "If he reports what we consider more normal conditions elsewhere, we'll move there. If they prove the same, we'll stay." "Stay," echoed Pascoe, his features expressing disgust. "Something tells me you picked the right word. Stay." He gestured towards the port, beyond which the train was a long time coming. "If what we've seen and what we've heard has any meaning at all, it means we're in a prize fix." "Such as what?" prompted Walterson. "We can stay 1,000,000 years, or go back home. For once in our triumphant history we're well and truly thwarted. We'll gain nothing whatever from this world for a good and undefeatable reason, namely, life's too short." "I'm jumping to no hasty conclusions," said Lee. "We'll wait for Ogilvy." In a short time the loudspeaker informed with incredulity, "This town's full of creepers, too, and trolleys making the same speed, if you can call it speed. You want me to go down and tell you more?" "No," said Lee into the mic. "Make a full-range sweep eastward, loop out as far as you can go with safety. Watch especially for any radical variation in phenomena, and if you find it, report at once." He racked the microphone, turned to the others. "All we can do now is wait a bit." "You said it," observed Pascoe pointedly. "I'll lay odds of 1,000 to 1 that Boydell did no more than sit futilely around picking his teeth until he got tired of it." Walterson let go a sudden laugh that startled them. "What's the matter with you?" demanded Pascoe, staring at him. "One develops the strangest ideas sometimes," said Walterson apologetically. "It had just occurred to me that if horses were snails, they'd never be compelled to wear harness. Hey, there's a moral somewhere, but can't be bothered to dig it out." "City, 42 miles eastward from base," called Ogilvy. "Same as before, 2 speeds, dead slow and slower than dead." Pascoe glanced through the port. "That train is doing less than bug rate. I reckon it intends to stop when it gets here." He thought a bit, finished, "If so, we know one thing in advance. They aren't frightened of us." Making up his mind, Lee phoned through to Shalom. "We're going outside. Make a record of Ogilvy's remarks when we're gone. Sound a brief yelp on the alarm siren if he reports rapid movement any place." Then he switched to Nolan, Hofnagel, and Romero, the 3 communications experts. "Now bring your keen charts along in readiness for contact." "It's conventional," reminded Pascoe, "for the ship's commander to remain in control of his vessel until contact's been made and the aliens found friendly, or at least not hostile." "This is where convention gets dumped overboard for once," Lee snapped. "I'm going to pick on that load on that train. It's high time we made some progress. Please yourselves whether or not you come along." 14 villages so far," chipped in Ogilvy from far away over the hills. "Everyone in them hustling around at the pace that kills with boredom, and heading for city visible on horizon." The communicators arrived, bearing sheafs of coloured charts. They were unarmed, being the only personnel forbidden to wear guns. The theory behind this edict was that their obvious helplessness established confidence. In most circumstances the notion proved correct, and communicators survived. Once in a while it flopped, and the victims gained no more than decent burial. "What about us?" inquired Walterson, eyeing the newcomers. "Do we take weapons, or don't we?" "We'll chance it without any," Lee decided. "A life form sufficiently intelligent to trundle around in trains should be plenty smart enough to guess what'll happen if they try to take us. They'll be right under the ship's guns while we're parleying." "I've no faith in their ability to see reason as we understand it," Pascoe put in. "For all their civilized veneers, they may be the most treacherous characters this side of Sirius." But he grinned and added, "But I've faith in my legs. By the way these aliens get into action, I'd be a small cloud of dust in the sunset before one of them could take aim." Lee smiled, led them through the main lock. Every port was filled with watching faces as they made their way down to the track. Gun teams stood ready in their turrets, grimly aware that they could not beat off an attempted snatch except at risk of killing friends among foes. But if necessary, they could thwart it by wrecking the rails behind and ahead of the train, isolating it in readiness for further treatment. For the time being, their role was the static one of intimidation. Despite this world's apparent lack of danger, there was a certain amount of apprehension among the older hands on the ship. A Pacific atmosphere had fooled humans before, and they were wary of it. The 6 reached the railroad a couple of 100 yards in advance of the train and walked towards it. They could see the driver sat behind a glass-like panel in front. His big yellow eyes were staring straight ahead. His crimson face was without expression. Both his hands rested on knobbed levers, and the sight of half a dozen other worlders on the lines didn't make him so much as twitch a finger. Lee was first to reach the cab door and stretch out a hand to grasp incurable difficulty number 1. He took hold of the handle, swung the door open, put a pleasant smile upon his face, and uttered a cordial, "Hello." The driver didn't answer. Instead, his eyeballs began to edge round sideways while the train continued to pelt along at such a rate that it started pulling away from Lee's hand. Perforce, Lee had to take a step to keep level. The eyes reached their corners, by which time Lee was compelled to take another step. Then the driver's head started turning. Lee took a step. More turn. Another step. Behind Lee, his 5 companions strove to stay with them. It wasn't easy. In fact, it was tough going. They couldn't stand still and let the train creep away, and they couldn't walk without getting ahead of it. The result was a ludicrous march based on a hop-pause rhythm, with the hops short and the pauses long. By the time the driver's head was halfway round, the long fingers of his right hand had started uncurling from the knob it was holding. At the same overstretched instant, the knob commenced to rise on its lever. He was doing something, no doubt of that. He was bursting into action to meet a sudden emergency. Still gripping the door, Lee edged along with it. The others went hop-pause in unison. Pascoe wore the pained reverence of one attending the tedious funeral of a rich uncle who has just cut him out of his will. Imagination told Lee what ribald remarks were being tossed around among the audience in the ship. He solved the problem of reclaiming official dignity by the simple process of stepping into the cab. That wasn't much better, though. He'd avoided the limping procession, but now had the choice of standing half-bent or kneeling on the floor. Now the driver's head was right round, his eyes looking straight at the visitor. The knob had projected to its limit. Something that made hissing noises under the floor went silent, and the train's progress was only that of its forward momentum against the brakes. A creep measurable in inches or fractions of an inch. "Hello," repeated Lee, feeling that he'd never voiced a sillier word. The driver's mouth opened to a pink oval, revealed long, narrow teeth, but no tongue. He shaped the mouth, and by the time he'd got it to his satisfaction, the listener could have smoked half a cigarette. Lee perked his ears for the expected greeting. Nothing came out. Not a sound, not a note, a decibel. He waited a while, hoping that the first word might emerge before next Thursday. The mouth made a couple of slight changes in form, while pink palps at the back of it writhed like nearly dead worms, and that was all. Walterson ceased ultra-slow mooching on the tangled clover and called, "It's stopped, Commodore." Stepping backwards from the cab, Lee shoved hands deep into pockets and gazed defeatedly at the driver, whose formerly blank face was now acquiring an expression of surprised interest. He could watch the features registering with all the lackadaisical air of a chameleon changing colour, and at about the same rate. "This is a hell of a note," complained Pascoe, nudging Lee. He pointed at the row of door handles projecting from the 4 cars. Most of them had tilted out of the horizontal and were moving a degree at a time towards the vertical. "They're falling over themselves to get out." "Open up for them," Lee suggested. Hofnagel, who happened to be standing right by an exit, obligingly twisted a handle and lugged the door. Out it swung, complete with a clinging passenger who hadn't been able to let go. Dropping his contact chance, Hofnagel dexterously caught the victim, planted him on his feet. It took 48 seconds by Romero's watch for this one to register facial reaction, which was that of bafflement. After this, doors had to be opened with all the caution of a tax collector coping with a mysterious parcel that ticks. Pascoe, impatient as usual, hastened the dismounting process by lifting aliens from open doorways and standing them on the green sward. The quickest-witted one among the lot required a mere 28 seconds to start mulling the problem of how he'd passed from one point to another without crossing intervening space. He would solve that problem, given time. With the train empty, there were 23 Waitabits hanging around. None exceeded 4 feet in height, or 60 pounds returner weight. All were well clothed in manner that gave no clue to sex. Presumably they were all adults, there being no tiny specimens among them. Not one bore anything remotely resembling a weapon. Looking them over, Lee readily conceded that no matter how sluggish they might be, they were not dopey. Their outlandishly coloured features held intelligence of a fairly high order. That was already self-evident from the tools they made and used, such as this train, but it showed in their faces, too. The Grand Council, he decided, had good cause for alarm in a way not yet thought of by its members. If the bunch standing before them were truly representative of their planet, then they were completely innocuous. They embodied no danger whatever to Terran interest anywhere in the cosmos. Yet, at the same time, they implied a major menace of which he hated to think. With their easily comprehensive charts laid out on the ground, the 3 communicators prepared to explain their origin, presence, and purposes by an effective sign and gesture technique basic for all first contacts. The fidgety Pascoe speeded up the job by arranging Waitabits in a circle around the charts, picking them up like so many lethargic dolls and placing them in position. Lee and Walterson went to have a look at the train. If any of its owners objected to this inspection, they didn't have enough minutes in which to do something about it. The roofs of all 4 cars were of pale yellow, transparent plastic, extending down the sides to a line flush with the door-tops. Beneath the plastic lay countless numbers of carefully arranged silicon wafers. Inside the cars, beneath plates forming the centre aisles, were arrays of tiny cylinders rather like nickel alloy cells. The motors could not be seen. They were hidden beneath small driving cabs, of which there was one to each car. "Sun power," said Lee. "The prime motive force is derived from those solar batteries built into the roofs." He paced out the length of a car, made an estimate. 4 feet by 20 apiece, including the side strips, and that's 640 square feet of pickup area. "Nothing marvellous about it," ventured Walterson, unimpressed. "They use better ones in the tropical zones of Earth than of similar gadgets on Dromornia and Verth." "I know, but here the night time lasts 6 months, and what sort of storage batteries will last that long without draining? How do they manage to get around on the night side, or does all transport cease while they snore in bed?" "Pascoe could make a better guess at their boudoir habits. For what it's worth, I'd say they sleep, 6 months being to them no more than a night is to us. Anyway, why should we speculate about the matter? We'll be exploring the night side sooner or later, won't we?" "Yes, sure, but I'd like to know whether this contraption is more advanced in any single respect than anything we've got." "Oh, to discover that much, we'd have to pull it to pieces," Walterson objected. "Putting Shalom and his boys on a wrecking job would be a lousy way of maintaining friendship. These Waitabits wouldn't like it even though they can't stop us." "I'm not that ham-handed," Lee reproved. "Apart from the fact that destruction of property belonging to non-hostile aliens could gain me a court-martial, why should I invite trouble if we can get the information from them in exchange for other data? Did you ever hear of a genuinely intelligent life form that refused to swap knowledge?"
"No," said Walterson, "and neither did I ever hear of one that took 10 years to pay for what it got in 10 minutes. He grinned with malicious satisfaction, added, "We're finding out what Boydell discovered, namely, that you've got to give in order to receive, and in order to receive you've got to wait a bit. Something inside of me insists that you're dead right," Lee shrugged and went on. "Anyway, that's the Council's worry. Right now we can do no more until the contact men make their report. Let's get back to the ship." They mounted the bluff. Seeing them go, Pascoe hastened after them, leaving the trio of communicators to play with keen charts and make snakes of their arms. "How's it going?" Lee inquired as they went through the lock. "Not so good," said Pascoe. "You ought to try it yourself. It'll make you whirly." "What's the trouble?" "How can you synchronize 2 values when one of them's unknown? How can you make rhythm to a prolonged and completely silent beat? Every time Hofnagel uses the orbit sign, he's merely demonstrating that the quickness of the hand deceives the eye, so far as the audience is concerned. So he slows, does it again, and it still fools them. He slows more." Pascoe sniffed with disgust. "It's going to take those 3 luckless characters all of today and maybe most of a week to find, practice, and perfect the quickest gestures that register effectively. They aren't teaching anybody anything. They're learning themselves. It's time and motion study with a vengeance." "Has to be done," Lee remarked quietly, "even if it takes a lifetime." "Whose lifetime?" asked Pascoe pointedly. Lee winced, sought a satisfactory retort, and failed to find one. At the corner of the passageway, Garside met them. He was a small, excitable man whose eyes looked huge behind thick spectacles. The great love of his life was bugs, any size, shape, colour, or origin, so long as they were bugs. "Ah, Commodore," he exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm, "a most remarkable discovery, most remarkable. 9 species of insect life, none really extraordinary in structure, but all afflicted with an amazing lassitude. If this phenomenon is common to all native insects, it would appear that local metabolism is—" "Write it down for the record," advised Lee, patting him on the shoulder. He hastened to the signals room. "Anything special from Ogilvy?" "No, Commodore. All his messages have been repeats of his first ones. He's now most of the way back and due to arrive here in about an hour. Send him to me immediately he returns." "As you order, sir." Ogilvy appeared in the promised time. He was a lanky, lean-faced individual given to irritating grins. Entering the room, he held hands behind his back, hung his head, and spoke with mock shame. "Commodore, I have a confession to make." "So I see from the act you're putting on. What is it?" "I landed, without permission, right in the main square of the biggest city I could find." Lee raised his eyebrows. "And what happened?" "They gathered around and stared at me." "Is that all?" "Well, sir, it took them 20 minutes to see me and assemble, by which time the ones farther away were still coming. I couldn't wait any longer to discover what they'd do next. I estimated that if they fetched some rope and tied down my landing gear, they'd have the job finished about a year next Christmas." "Yeah. Were things the same everywhere else?" "Yes, sir. I passed over more than 200 towns and villages, reached extreme range of 1250 miles. Conditions remained consistent." He gave his grin and continued, "I noticed a couple of items that might interest you." "Now, what were those?" "The Waitabits converse with their mouths, but make no detectable noises. The copter has a supersonic converter known as bat's ears, which is used for blind flying. And I tuned its receiver across its full range when in the middle of that crowd, but I didn't pick up a squeak. So they're not talking high above us. I don't see how they can be subsonic either. It must be something else." "I've had a one-sided conversation with them myself," Lee informed. "It may be that we're overlooking the obvious while seeking the obscure." Ogilvy blinked and asked, "How do you mean, sir?" "They're not necessarily employing some unique faculty, such as we cannot imagine. It's quite possible that they communicate visually. They gaze into each other's gullets and read the waggling palps. Something like you semaphoring with your tonsils."
He dismissed the subject with a wave of his hand. "And what's your other item?"
"No birds," replied Ogilvy. "You'd think that where insects exist there would also be birds, or at least things somewhat bird-like. The only airborne creature I saw was a kind of membrane-winged lizard that flaps just enough to launch itself and then glides to wherever it's going. On Earth it couldn't catch a weary gnat."
"Do you make a record of it?"
"No, sir, the last magazine in the camera. And I didn't want to waste strip, so I didn't know if there was anything more important might turn up later."
"All right."
Lee watched the other depart, picked up the phone, and said to Shalom,
"If those copter reels prove sharp enough for long-range beaming, you'd better run off an extra copy for the signals room. Have them boosted to Sector 9 for relay to Earth."
As he put down the phone, Romero entered, looking desperate.
"Commodore, could you get the instrument mechs to concoct a phenakistoscope with a revolution counter attached?"
"Oh, we can make anything, positively anything," chimed in Pascoe from near the port. "Given enough centuries in which to do it."
Ignoring the interruption, Lee asked, "What do you want it for?"
"Well, Hofnagel and Nolan think we could use it to measure the precise optical register of those sluggards outside. If we can find out at what minimum speed they see pictures merge into motion, it would be a great help."
"Wouldn't the ship's movie projector serve the same purpose?"
"It isn't sufficiently variable," Romero objected. "Besides, we can't operate it independently of our own power supply. A phenakistoscope can be carried around and cranked by hand."
"This becomes more fascinating every moment," Pascoe interjected.
"It can be cranked, add a few more details, and I'll start to get a hazy idea of what the darn thing is,
Taking no notice of that either, Lee got through to Shalom again and put the matter to him.
"Holy Moses!" ejaculated Shalom. "Things we get asked for. Who thought that one up?"
A pause, followed by, "It'll take 2 days."
2 days, Lee repeated to Romero.
The other looked aghast.
"What's eating you?"
asked Pascoe.
2 days to get started on measuring visual retention's mighty fast in this world. You're an eterna now. Adapt, boy, adapt."
Lee eyed Pascoe carefully and said, "Becoming rather pernickety this last hour or two, aren't you?"
"Not yet. I've several dregs of patience left. When the last of them's trickled away, you can lock me in the brig, because I'll be nuts."
"Don't worry. We're about to have some action."
"Ha-ha,"
said Pascoe disrespectfully.
"We'll drag out the patrol wagon, and we'll go down to town and have a look round in the middle of them."
"Aye, about time too," Pascoe endorsed.
The armoured 8-seater car rumbled down the ramp on heavy caterpillars and squatted in the clover. Only a short, flared nozzle in the bonnet and another in its tail revealed the presence of button-controlled snort guns. The boxed lens on its roof belonged to an automatic camera. The metal whip atop the box was a radio antenna. They could have used the helicopter, which was capable of carrying 4 men with equipment, but once landed, that machine would be of little good for touring the streets. Lee shared the front seat with Lieutenant Harding and the duty driver. Behind him were 2 of Harding's troop and Pascoe. At the back sat the radio operator and the snort gunner. Walterson, Garside, and all the other specialists remained with the ship. Rolling forward, they passed the circle of Waitabits, who were now sitting cross-legged on the turf and staring at a keen chart, which Nolan was exhibiting with an air of complete frustration. Nearby, Hofnagel was masticating his nails, while trying to decide how much of the lesson was being absorbed and how much missed. Not one of this bunch showed the slightest surprise when the car charged down the steep bluff and clattered by them. With jerks and heaves, the car crossed the lines behind the stalled train, gathered speed and gained the road. Here the surface proved excellent, the running smooth. The artery would have done justice to a Terran racing track. Before they had gone 5 miles, they encountered an alien using it for exactly that.
This one half sat, half reclined, in a long, narrow, low-slung single-seater that had "Hot Rod" written all over it. He came along like a maniac, face strained, eyes popping, hands clinging firmly to the wheel. According to the photoelectric telltale on the patrol wagon's instrument board, he roared past them at 52 1/4 miles per hour. Since the speedometer on the same board recorded precisely 50, it meant that the other was going all out at a harrowing 2 1/4. Twisting his head to gaze through the rear window, Pascoe said, "As a sociologist, I'll tell you something authoritatively. Some of this crowd are downright reckless. If that lunatic's headed for the city now, about 30 miles away, he'll make it in as little as 12 hours. And then he frowned and became serious as he added, "Seeing that their reactions are in keeping with their motions, one being as tedious as the other, wouldn't surprise me if they have traffic problems comparable with those of any other world." Nobody got a chance to comment on that. The entire 8 bowed in unison as the brakes went on. They were entering the suburbs with pedestrians, cars, and trolleys littering the streets. After that it was strictly bottom gear work. The driver had to learn a completely new technique, and it wasn't easy. Crimson-faced people in the same sexless attire ambled across the roads in a manner suggesting that for 2 pins they'd lie down and go to sleep. Some moved faster than others, but the most nimble ones among the lot were an obstacle for an inordinate while. Not one halted and gaped at the invading vehicle as it trundled by, but most of them stopped and took on a baffled expression by the time they'd been left a mile behind. To Lee and his companions there was a strong temptation to correlate slowness with stupidity. They resisted it. Evidence to the contrary was strong enough not to be denied. The streets were level, straight and well made, complete with sidewalks, gullies, and drains. No buildings rose higher than 60 feet, but all were solidly built and far from primitive. Cars were not numerous by Terran standards, but had the appearance of engineering jobs of no mean order. The street trolleys were small, sun-powered, languidly efficient, and bore 24 passengers apiece. For a few minutes they halted near a building in course of construction, maintained attention upon a worker laying a brick, estimated that the job required 20 minutes. 3 bricks per hour. Doing some fast figuring, Lee said, "Taking their days and nights as 6 months apiece, and assuming they put in an equivalent of an 8-hour day, that fellow's laying something over 1,000 bricks per hour." He pursed his lips and gave a brief whistle. "I know of no life form capable of building half as fast. Even on Earth it takes a robot to equal it." The others considered that aspect of the matter in silence. The patrol wagon moved on, reached a square in which was a civic car park containing some 40 machines. The sight was irresistible. Driving straight in past 2 uniformed attendants, they lined their vehicle neatly at the end of a row. The attendants' eyeballs started edging around. Lee spoke to the driver, radio man, and gunner. "Now you 3 stay here. If anyone interferes, pick him up, put him down 100 yards away, and leave him to try all over again. And if they show signs of getting organized to blow you sky high, just move the wagon to the other end of the park. When they catch you up, move back here." "Now where are you going?" inquired Harding. "Over there." He pointed towards an official-looking building. "To save time, I'd like you, your men, and Pascoe to try the other places. Take 1 apiece, go inside, see if you can learn anything worth picking up." He glanced at his watch. "Be back promptly at 3. No dallying. The laggard will be left to take a 9-mile walk." Starting off, he found an attendant 20 yards away, and moving towards him with owl eyes wide. Then going boldly up to him, he took the book of tickets from an unresisting hand, tore one off, pressed the book back into crimson fingers, added a silver button by way of payment, and passed on. He derived amused satisfaction from that honest gesture. By the time he'd crossed the square and entered the building, the recipient had got around to examining the button. At 3 they returned to find chaos in the square and no sign of the patrol wagon in the park. A series of brief wails on its siren drew them to a side street where it was waiting by the curb. "Slow as they may be, they can get places given long enough," said the driver. "They started creeping around us in such numbers that we looked like being hemmed in for keeps. We wouldn't have been able to get out without running over 50 of them. I beat it while there was still a gap to drive through." He pointed through the windshield. "Now they're making for here, tortoise chasing the hare." One of Harding's men, a grizzled veteran of several space campaigns, remarked, "It's easy to cope when you're up against guppies that are hostile and fighting mad. You just shoot your way out." He grunted a few times. "Here, if you sit around too long, you've got to let yourself be trapped or else run them over in cold blood. That's not my idea of how to do things." Another grunt. "That's a hell of a planet. The fellow who found it ought to be made to live here." "You find anything in your building?" Lee asked him. "Yes, a dozen cops." "What?" "Cops," repeated the other. "There's a police station. I could tell because they all had the same uniforms. All carried duralium bludgeons, and there were faces on the wall with queer printing underneath. I can't recognize one face from another. They're all alike to me, but something told me those features hadn't been stuck on the wall to commemorate saintliness." "Did they show any antagonism towards you?" "I didn't get a chance," he said with open contempt. "I just kept shifting around looking at things, and that had them foxed." "My building was a honey," informed Pascoe. "Telephone exchange." Lee twisted around to stare at him. "So they're supersonic speakers after all?" No, they use scanners and 3-inch visi-screens. If I've looked down one squirming gizzard, I've looked down 20. And what's more, a speaker sometimes removes his palps from the screen and substitutes a sort of slow-motion display of deaf and dumb talk with his fingers. I've a vague idea that some of those digital acrobatics represent vitriolic cussing." The driver put in nervously, "If we squat here much longer, the road will be blocked both ends." "Well, then let's get out while there's time." "Back to the ship, sir?" "Not yet. Wander around, see if you can find an industrial area." The car rolled forward, went cautiously past a bunch of oncoming pedestrians, avoided the crowded square by trundling down another side street. Lying back in comfort, Pascoe held hands together over his stomach and inquired interestedly, "I suppose none of you happened to find himself in a fire station?" Nobody had. "That's what I'd give 1,000 credits to see," he said. "A couple of pumps and a hook and ladder squad bursting out to deal with a conflagration a mile away. The speed of combustion is no less in this world than on our own. It's a wonder to me the town hasn't burned down a dozen times." "Perhaps it has," offered Harding. "Perhaps they're used to it. You can get accustomed to anything in the long run." "In the long run," agreed Pascoe. "Here it's long enough to vanish into the mist of time. It's anything but a run." He glanced at Lee. "What did you walk into?" "Public library." That's the place to dig up information. How much did you get?" "One item only," Lee admitted with reluctance. "Their printed language is ideographic and employs at least 3,000 characters." "Oh, that's a big help," said Pascoe, casting an appealing glance heavenward. "Any competent linguist or trained communicator should be able to learn it from them. Put Hofnagel on the job. He's the youngest among us, and all he needs is a couple of 1,000 years." The radio burped, winked its red eye, and the operator switched it on. Shalom's voice came through. "Commodore, an important-looking specimen has just arrived in what he probably thinks of as a racing car. Maybe he's a bigwig appointed to make contact with us. That's only our guess, but we're trying to get confirmation of it. I thought you'd like to know." "How's progress with him?" "No better than with the others. Possibly he's the smartest boy in college, and nevertheless Nolan estimates it will take most of a month to convince him that Mary had a little lamb." "Well, keep trying. We'll be returning shortly." The receiver cut off, and Lee added to the others, "That sounds like the road hog we passed on the way here." He nudged the driver and pointed leftward. "That looks like a sizable factory. Stop outside while I inspect it." He entered unopposed, came out in a few minutes, told them it's a combined flour mill, processing and packaging plant. They're grinding up a mountain of nut kernels, probably from surrounding forests. There were a pair of big engines down in the basement that beat me. Never seen anything like them. I think I'll get Bentley to come and look over them. He's the expert on power supplies. Big place for a mill, sir, isn't it? Ventured Harding. Yeah, they're converting the flour into about 20 forms. I took a lick at some of it. Oh, what did it taste like? Bill stickers, paste. He nudged the driver again. "There's another joint." And then to Harding, "You come with me." 5 minutes later they returned and said, "Boots, shoes and slippers. And they're making 'em fast." "Fast?" echoed Pascoe, twitching his eyebrows. "Faster than they can follow and process the process themselves. The whole layout's fully automatic and self-arresting if anything goes wrong. Not quite as good as we've got on Earth, but not so far behind either." Lee sat with pursed lips, musing as he gazed through the windshield. "I'm going back to the ship. You fellas can come for further exploration if you wish." None of them registered enthusiasm. There was a signal waiting on the desk, decoded and typed. CO Flame to CO Thunderer. Atmosphere Pulok, analyzed, good, in fact healthy, so instruments insist. Noses, say, has abominable stench beyond bearing, should be named puke. Proceeding Arlington Port 88.137, unless summoned by you, Mallory. Reading it over Lee's shoulder, Pascoe commented, "That Boydell character has a flair for picking ugly ones right out of the sky. Why doesn't someone choke him to death?" 421 recorded in there, reminded Lee, tapping his big chart book, and about 2/3 of them come under the heading of ugly ones. I'd save a lot of grief if the scouts ignored those and reported only the dumps worth having. Grief is the price of progress, you know that. Lee hurriedly left his desk, went to the port as something whirred outside. He picked up the phone. "Where's the copter going?" "Taking Garside and Walterson someplace," replied a voice. "The former wants more bugs and the latter wants rock samples." "All right. Has that film been finished yet?" "Yes, Commodore. It's come out good and clear. You want me to set it up in the projection room?" "Yes, you might as well. I'll be there right away. Have somebody get to work on the magazine and the patrol wagon. About half of it's been exposed." "As you order, sir." Summoning the rest of the specialist staff, of whom there were more than 60, he accompanied them to the projection room and studied the record of Ogilvy's survey. When it had finished, the audience sat in glum silence. Nobody had anything to say. No comment was adequate. "A nice mess," griped Pascoe after they'd returned to the main cabin. "In the last 1,000 years, the human race has become totally technological. Even the lowest-ranking space marine is considerably a technician, especially by standards of olden times." "I know." Lee frowned futilely at the wall. "We are the brains," Pascoe went on, determining to rub salt into the wounds. "And because we're the brains, we naturally dislike providing the muscle as well. We're a cut above the mere hewing of wood and drawing of water." "You're telling me nothing." Down to telling it anyway, Pascoe continued, "So we've planted settlers on umpteen planets, and what sort of settlers are they? Bosses, overseers, boys who inform, advise, point, and tell where the less advanced do the doing." Lee offered no remark. "Now, suppose Walterson and the others find this lousy world rich in the things we need," he persisted. "How are we going to get that stuff, short of excavating it ourselves? The Waitabits form a big and probably willing labour force, but what's the use of them if the most rudimentary job gets completed 10, 20, or 50 years hence? Who's going to settle here and become a beast of burden as the only way of getting things done in jig time? Ogilvy went over a big dam and what looked like a hydroelectric plant, observed Lee thoughtfully. On Earth, the entire project might have cost 2 years at most. How long it required here is anybody's guess. 200 years, perhaps, or 400, or more. He tapped fidgety fingers on the desk. Worries me. We're not worried, we're frustrated. It's not the same thing. I tell you I'm worried. This plan is like a lighted fuse, long ignored, but now noticed. I don't know where it leads, nor how big a bang is waiting at the other end. That's frustration, insisted Pascoe, completely missing the point because he hadn't thought of it yet. We're thwarted and we don't like it. We're the irresistible force at long last meeting an immovable object. The bang is within our own minds. No real explosion big enough to shake us can ever come from this world's life forms. They're too slow to catch cold. I'm not bothered about them in that respect. They worry me by their very existence. Well, there always have been sluggards, even in our own world. Precisely, endorsed Lee with emphasis. And that's what's raising my hackles right now. The loudspeaker interrupted with a polite cough and said, Ogilvy here, sir. We've picked up granite chippings, quartz samples, and other stuff. At the moment I'm at 16,000 feet and can see the ship in the distance. I don't like the look of things. Now, what's the matter? The town is emptying itself, and so are nearby villages. They've taken to the road in huge numbers and started heading your way. The vanguard should reach you in about 3 hours. A brief silence, then... There's nothing to indicate hostile intentions, no sign of an organized advance, just a rabble motivated by plain curiosity, as far as I can tell. But if you get that mob gaping around the ship, you won't be able to move without incinerating thousands of them. Lee thought it over. The ship was a mile long. Its lifting blasts caromed half a mile each side, and its tail blast was equally long. He needed about 2 square miles of clear ground from which to take off without injury to others. There were 1,100 men aboard the Thunderer. 600 were needed to attend the boost. That left 500 to stay grounded and keep the mob at bay around the perimeter of 2 square miles, and they'd have to be transferred by copter a few at a time to the new landing place. Could it be done? They could, but it was hopelessly inefficient. We'll move 100 miles before they get here, he informed Ogilvy. That should hold them for a couple of days. You want me to come in, sir? Please yourself. The passengers aren't satisfied. They want to add to their collection, so I'll stay out. If you drop out of sight, I'll home on your beacon. Very well. Lee turned to the intercom. Sound the siren and bring in those yaps outside. Check crew, all present and correct. Prepare to lift. Rule 7, said Pascoe, smirking. Any action causing unnecessary suffering to non-hostile life will be deemed a major offence under the Contact Code. He made a derisive gesture. So they amble towards us like a great army of sleuths, and we have to tuck in our tails and run. Any better solution? Lee asked irritably. No, not one. That's the devil of it. The siren yowled, and soon afterwards the Thunderer began a faint but steady shuddering as combustion chambers and Venturis warmed up. Hofnagel rushed into the cabin. He had a roll of crumpled, keen charts in one fist and a wild look in his eye. "What's the idea?" he shouted, flourishing the charts and forgetting to say sir. 2 successive watches we've spent on this, given up our off-duty time into the bargain, and we just got one of them to make the orbit sign, and then you recall us. He waited, fuming. "We're moving." Moving? He looked as if he'd never heard of such a thing. Where? 100 miles off. Hofnagel stared incredulously, swallowed hard, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it once more. But that means we'll have to start all over again with some other bunch. I'm afraid so, agreed Lee. The ones you've been trying to talk to could come with us, but it would take far too long to make them understand what's wanted. There's nothing for it but to make a new start. No, bawled Hofnagel, becoming frenzied. No, anything but that. Behind him, Romero barged in and said, Anything but what? He was breathing heavily and near the end of his tether. Trying to tell him the evil news, Hofnagel found himself lost for words, managed no more than a few feeble gestures. "A communicator unable to communicate with another communicator," observed Pascoe, showing academic interest. "They're shifting the ship," Hofnagel got out with considerable effort. He made it sound dastardly. Releasing a violent "What?" Ramiro went 2 shades redder than the Waitabits. In fact, for a moment he looked like one, as he stood there pop-eyed and half-paralyzed. "Then get out," snapped Lee. "Get out before Nolan comes in and makes it 3-2. Go someplace where you can cool down. Remember, you're not the only ones caught in this fix." "No, maybe we aren't," said Hofnagel bitterly. "But we're the only ones carrying the entire onus of—" "Everybody's carrying onuses of one sort or another," Lee retorted, "and everyone's well and truly bollocks by them. Now beat it before I lose my own temper and summon an escort for you." They departed with unconcealed bad grace. Lee sat at his desk, chewed his bottom lip while he tended to official papers. 20 minutes went by, and finally he glanced at the wall chronometer, switched the intercom, and spoke to Bentley. "What's holding us up?" "No signal from control room, sir." He re-switched to control room. "What are we waiting for?" "Bunch from the train still lounging within burning distance, Commodore. Either nobody's told them to go back, or if they've been told, they haven't got around to it yet." Lee seldom swore, but he did it this time, one potent word uttered with vigor. He switched a 3rd time and got Harding. "Lieutenant, rush out 2 platoons of your men. They're to return all those alien passengers to their train. Pick them up, carry them there, tuck them into it, and return as quickly as possible." He resumed with his papers, while Pascoe sat in a corner nibbling his fingers and grinning to himself. After half an hour, Lee voiced the word again and resorted to the intercom. "What is it now?" "Still no signal, Commodore," said Bentley in tones of complete resignation. "On to the control room." "I gave the order to lift immediately this clearance. Why haven't we done so?" "1 alien still within the danger area, sir." Next to Harding. "Didn't I tell you to get those aliens onto their train?" "Yes, sir, you did. All passengers were restored to their seats 15 minutes ago." "Nonsense, man. You've left one of them hanging around. He's holding up the entire vessel." "That one is not from the train, sir," said Harding patiently. "He arrived in a car. You gave no order concerning him." Lee used both hands to scrabble the desk, and then he roared, "Get him out of it! Plant him in his contraption and shove him down the road at once!" Then he lay back in his chair and muttered to himself. "How'd you like to resign and buy a farm?" Pascoe asked. The new landing point was along the crest of the only bald hill for miles around. Charred stumps provided evidence of a bygone forest fire, which had started at the top, spread down the sides until halted, probably by heavy rain. Thickly wooded hills rolled away in every direction. No railroad tracks ran nearby, but there was a road in the valley and a winding river beyond it. 2 villages were visible within 4 miles' distance, and a medium-sized town lay 11 miles to the north. Experience of local conditions enabled a considerable speed-up in investigation. Earnshaw, the relief pilot, took out the copter with Walterson and 4 other experts crowded inside. The patrol wagon set off to town, bearing a load of specialists, including Pascoe. 3 botanists and an arboriculturalist took to the woods, accompanied by a dozen of Harding's men, who were to bear their spoils. Hofnagel, Ramiro, and Nolan traipsed cross-country to the nearest village, spread their explanatory charts in the small square, and prayed for a rural genius able to grasp the meaning of a basic gesture in less than a week. A bunch of ship's engineers set forth to examine lines strung on lattice masts across hills to the west and south. A piscatorial expert, so to have been conditioned from birth by the cognomen of Fish, sat for hours on the river bank dangling his lines, without knowing what bait to use, what he might catch, or whether it could be caught in less than a lifetime. Lee stayed by the ship during this brief orgy of data-gathering. He had a gloomy foreboding concerning the shape of things to come. Time proved him right. Within 30 hours, Earnshaw had handed over to Ogilvy twice and was flying for the third time. He was at 15,000 above the Thunderer when he called. "Commodore, I hate to tell you this, but they're coming again. They seem to have caught on quicker. Maybe they were warned over that visi-screen system they've got." "How long do you give them?" "The villagers will take about 2 hours. The mob from the town want 5 or 6. I can see the patrol wagon heading back in front of them." "You'd better bring in whoever you're carrying and go fetch those 3 communicators right away. And then pick up anyone else on the loose." "All right, sir." The siren moaned eerily across the valleys. Over in the village, Hofnagel suddenly ceased his slow-motion gesturing and launched into an impassioned tirade that astonished the Waitabits 2 days later. Down in the woods, the arboriculturalist fell off a tree and flattened a marine, who also became vocal. It was like the ripple effect of a stone cast into a pond. Somebody pressed an alarm stud, and a resulting wave of adjectives spread halfway to the horizon. They moved yet again, and this time to within short range of the Terminator. At least it served to shift the sun, which had hung stubbornly in mid-sky and changed position by no more than 1 degree per Earth day. The third watch took to bed, dog-tired, and made more than ready for slumber by semblance of twilight. Data hunters went out feeling that, paradoxically, time was proving all too short on a planet with far too much of it. Ogilvy whirred away for first look up the night side, discovering half a world buried in deep sleep, with nothing stirring, not a soul, not a vehicle. This situation lasted 21 hours, at the end of which all natives for miles around had set out for the circus. Once more the sirens stimulated enrichment of Earth language. The Thunderer went up, came down 400 miles within the night side. That tactic, decided Lee, represented a right smart piece of figuring. Aroused aliens on the day side would now require about 12 days to reach them, and they'd make it only if some insomniac had spotted and phoned the ship's present location. Such betrayal was likely enough because the Thunderer's long rows of ports poured a brilliant blaze into the darkness and caused a great glow in the sky. It wasn't long before he gained assurance that there was little danger of a giveaway. Nolan entered the cabin and stood with fingers twitching as if he'd yearned to strangle someone very, very slowly, much as Waitabit would do it. His attitude was accentuated by possession of unfortunate features. Of all the personnel aboard the Thunderer, nobody better resembled the popular notion of a murderer. "You will appreciate, Commodore," he began, speaking with great restraint, "the extreme difficulty of knocking sense into or getting sense out of creatures that think in hours rather than split seconds." "I know it's tough going," Lee sympathized. He eyed the other carefully. "What's on your mind?" "What is on my mind," informed Nolan in rising tones, "is the fact that there's one thing to be said in favor of the previous subjects." He worked the fingers around. "At least they were awake." "That's why we had to move," Lee pointed out. "They're no nuisance to us while they're dead abed." "Then," Nolan burst forth, "how do you expect us to make contact with them?" "I don't. I've given it up. If you wish to continue trying, that's your affair, but you're under no compulsion to do so." Crossing the room, he said more gently, "I've sent a long signal to Earth, giving full details of what we're against. The next move is up to them. Their reply should come in a few days' time, and meanwhile we'll sit tight, dig out whatever information we can, and leave what we can't." Nolan said morbidly, "Hoff and I went to a hamlet far down the road. Not only is everyone asleep, but they can't be wakened. They can be handled like dolls without stirring in their dreams. The medics came in and had a look at them after we'd told them about this wholesale catalepsy." "What did they say?" "They're of the opinion that the Waitabits are active only under stimulus of sunlight. When the sun goes down, they go down with it." He scowled at his predicament, suggested hopefully, "If you could run us a power line out there, lend us a couple of sun-ray lamps, we could rouse a few of them and get to work." "Not worth it," said Lee. "Why not?" "Chances are we'd be ordered home before you can show any real progress." "Look, Sam," pleaded Nolan, making a final effort, Everyone else is raking in results, measurements, meterings, and so forth. They got bugs, nuts, fruits, plants, barks, timber sections, rocks, pebbles, soil samples, photographs, everything but shrunken heads. The communicators are the only ones asked to accept defeat, and that's because we've not had a fair chance. All right, Lee said, taking up the challenge. You fellows are the best placed to make an accurate estimate, so tell me now, how long would a fair chance be? That had him tangled. He shuffled around, glowered at the wall, examined his fingers. 5 years? Prompted Lee. No answer. 10, maybe. Perhaps 20, Nolan growled, You win, and walked out. His face still hankered to create a corpse. You win, thought Lee. Like heck he did. The winners were the Waitabits. They had a formidable weapon in the simple, incontrovertible fact that life can be too short. 4 days later, Sector 9 relayed the message from Earth. 37.14 ex-Terra. Defense HQ to CO battleship Thunderer. Return. Route D9 calling Sector 4 HQ. Leave ambassador if suitable candidate available. Position in perpetuity. Rathbone. Command Ops. Depth DHQ Terra. Lee called a conference in the long room amidships. Considerable time was spent coordinating data ranging from Walterson's findings on radioactive life to Mr. Fisher's remarks about creeping shrimps. In the end, 3 conclusions stood out clearly. Eterna was very old as compared with Earth. Its peoples were equally old as compared with humankind. Estimates of life duration ranging from 800 to 1200 for the average Waitabit. Despite their chronic sluggishness, the Waitabits were intelligent, progressive, and had advanced to about the same stage as humankind had reached a century before the first jump into space. There was considerable argument about whether the Waitabits would ever be capable of a short rocket flight, even with the aid of automatic fast-functioning controls. Majority opinion was against it, but all agreed that in any event none would live to see it. Then Lee announced, An Earth ambassador is to be left here if anyone wants the job. He looked them over, seeking signs of interest. There's little point in planting anyone on this planet, someone objected. No, like most alien people, the Waitabits haven't developed along paths identical with our own, Lee explained. We're way ahead of them. We know thousands of things that they don't, including many they'll never learn. By the same token, they've picked up a few secrets we've missed. For instance, they've types of engines and batteries we'd like to know more about. They may have further items not apparent in this first superficial look-over. There's no telling what they've got worked out theoretically. If there's one lesson we've learned in the cosmos, it's that of never despising an alien culture. A species too big to learn soon goes small. So somebody's got to take on the formidable task of systematically milking them of everything worth a hoot. That's why we are where we are. The knowledge of creation is all around, and we get it and apply it. It's been done time and again in other worlds, agreed the objector, but this is Eterna, a zombie-inhabited sphere where the clock ticks about once an hour. Any Earthman marooned in this place wouldn't have enough time if he lived to be 100. You're right, Lee told him. Therefore this ambassadorial post will be strictly an hereditary one. Whoever takes it will have to import a bride, marry, raise kids, hand the grief to them upon his deathbed. May last through 6 generations and more. There's no other way. He let them stew that a while before he asked, Any takers? Silence. You'll be lonely, except for company provided by occasional ships, but contact will be maintained, and the power and strength of Terra will be behind you. Speak up. Nobody responded. Lee consulted his watch. I'll give you 2 hours to think it over, and after that, we blow. Any candidate will find me in the cabin. At 0 hour the Thunderer flamed free, leaving no representative on the world. Some day there would be one, no doubt of that. Some day a willing hermit would take up residence for keeps. Among the men of terror, an oddity or a martyr could always be found. But the time wasn't yet. On Eterna, the time never was quite yet. The pale pink planet that held Sector 4 HQ had grown to a large disk before Pascoe saw fit to remark on Lee's meditative attitude. 7 weeks along the return run, and you're still broody. Anyone would think you hated to leave that place. What's the matter with you? I told you before, they make me feel apprehensive. That's illogical, Pascoe declared. Admittedly, we cannot handle the slowest crawlers in existence, but what of it? All we need to do is to drop them and forget them. We can drop them, as you say, forgetting them something else. They have a special meaning that I don't like. Be more explicit, Pascoe suggested. All right, I will. Earth has had dozens of major wars in the far past. Some were caused by greed, ambition, fear, envy, desire to save face, or downright stupidity, but some were caused by sheer altruism. What? Some, Lee went doggedly on, were brought about by the unhappy fact that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Big, fast-moving nations tried to lug small, slower-moving ones up to their own superior pace. Sometimes the slow movers couldn't make it, and resented being forced to try, and started shooting to defend their right to mooch. You see what I mean? I see the lesson, but not the point of it, said Pascoe. The Waitabits couldn't kill a lame dog, and besides, nobody's chivying them. I'm not considering that aspect at all. Well, which one, then? Earth had a problem never properly recognized. If it had been recognized, it wouldn't have caused wars. What problem? That of pace rate, said Lee. Previously, it's never loomed large enough for us to see it as it really is. The difference between fast and slow was always sufficiently small to escape us. He pointed through the port at the reef of stars lying like sparkling dust against the dark. Now we know that out there is the same thing enormously magnified. We know that included among the numberless and everlasting problems of the cosmos is that of pace rate boosted to formidable proportions. Pascoe thought it over. Well, I'll give you that. I couldn't argue it, because it's become self-evident. Sooner or later we'll encounter it again and again. It's bound to happen somewhere else eventually. Hence my heebies, said Lee. You scare yourself to your heart's content, Pascoe advised. I'm not worrying. There's no hair off my chest. Why should I care if some loony scout discovers life forms even slower than the Waitabits? They mean nothing whatever in my young life. Does he have to find them slower? Lee inquired. Pascoe stared at him. What are you getting at? There's a pace rate problem, as you've agreed. Turn it upside down. Take another look at it. What's going to happen if we come up against a life form 20 times faster than ourselves? A life form that views us much as we viewed the Waitabits. Giving it a couple of minutes, Pascoe wiped his forehead and said unconvincingly, Impossible. Is it? Why? Because we'd have met them long before now. They'd have got to us first. What if they've 100 times farther to come? What if they're a young species, 1/10 our age, but already nearly level with us? Oh, look here, said Pascoe, taking on the same expression as the other had worn for weeks. Well, there are some troubles enough without your going out of the way to invent more. Nevertheless, when the ship landed, he was still mulling every possible aspect of the matter and liking it less every minute. A Sector 4 official entered the cabin bearing a wad of documents. "Lieutenant Vaughan at your service, Commodore," he enthused. "I trust you've had a pleasant and profitable run." "It could have been worse," Lee responded. Radiating goodwill, Vaughan went on, "We've had a signal from Markham at assignment office on Terra. He wants you to check equipment and refuel and go take a look at Binti." "What name?" interjected Pascoe. "Binti. Heaven preserve us. Binti." He sat down hard and stared at the wall. Binti. He played with his fingers, voiced it a third time. For some reason best known to himself, he was hypnotized by Binti. And then, in tones of deep suspicion, he asked, "Who reported it?" "Well, really, I don't know. I ought to say here." Vaughan obligingly sought through his papers. "Yes, it does say, fellow named Archibald Boydell." "I knew it," yelped Pascoe. "I resign forthwith." "You've resigned forthwith at least 20 times in the last 8 years, Lee reminded. "I mean it this time." "You've said that too," Lee sighed. Pascoe waved his hands around. "Now try to calm yourself and look at this sensibly. Look, what space outfit which is sane and wearing brown boots would take off for a dump with a name like Binti?" "We would," said Lee. He waited for blood pressure to lower, and then he finished, "Wouldn't we?" Slumping into his seat, Pascoe glowered at him for 5 minutes, before he said, "I suppose so. God help me, I must be weak." A little glassy-eyed, he shifted attention to Vaughan. "Name it again, in case I didn't hear right." "Binti," said Vaughan, unctuously apologetic. "He's coded it at O/0.9/E5, which indicates the presence of an intelligent but backward life form." "Does he make any remark about the place?" "One word," informed Vaughan, consulting the papers again. "Ugh." Pascoe shuddered. The 6th story, The Fly, by Arthur Porges. Introduction. Man is probably not, says science fiction, the only sizable pebble on the macroscopic beach. Other intelligent entities may well be pursuing their purposes regardless of us, and indeed indifferent to us. A physically small manifestation of this hypothesis is brilliantly postulated here. Do such things exist? Can they exist? One thing is certain, they ought to exist. We belong to a species much too ready to regard itself as the highest, finest flower of creation. To throw a little cold water on that conceit, as, for example, by describing what he saw and what happened to him when he tried to interfere, is to help make us just that fraction less complacent, that fraction more sensible. The Fly. Shortly after noon, the man unslung his Geiger counter and placed it carefully upon a flat rock by a thick, inviting patch of grass. He listened to the faint, erratic background ticking for a moment and then snapped off the current. No point in running the battery down just to hear stray cosmic rays and residual radioactivity. So far he'd found nothing potent, and not a single trace of workable ore. Squatting, he unpacked an ample lunch of hard-boiled eggs, bread, fruit, and a thermos of black coffee. He ate hungrily, but with the neat, crumbless manners of an outdoorsman. And when the last bite was gone, stretched out, braced on his elbows to sip the remaining drops of coffee. It felt mighty good, he thought, to get off your feet after a 6-hour hike through rough country. As he lay there, savouring the strong brew, his gaze suddenly narrowed and then became fixed. Right before his eyes, artfully spun between 2 twigs and a small mossy boulder, a cunning snare for the unwary spread its threads of wet silver in a network of death. It was the instinctive creation of a master engineer, a nearly perfect logarithmic spiral, stirring gently in a slight updraft. He studied it curiously, tracing with growing interest the special cable attached only at the ends that led from a silk cushion at the web's centre up to a crevice in the boulder. He knew that the mistress of this snare must be hidden there, crouching with one hind foot on her primitive telegraph wire, and awaiting those welcome vibrations which meant a victim thrashing hopelessly among the sticky threads. He turned his head, desiring a proper angle, and soon found it. Deep in the dark crevice, the spider's eyes formed a sinister jewelled pattern. Yes, she was at home, patiently watchful. It was all very efficient, and in a reflective mood, drowsy from his exertions and a full stomach, he pondered the small miracle before him. How a speck of protoplasm, a mere dot of white nerve tissue, which was the spider's brain, had antedated the mind of Euclid by countless centuries. Spiders are an ancient race. Ages before man wrought wonders through his subtle abstractions of points and lines. The spiral, not to be distinguished from this one, winnowed the breezes of some prehistoric summer. Then he blinked, his attention once more sharpened. A glowing gem, glistening metallic blue, had planted itself squarely upon the web. As if manipulated by a conjurer, the blue-bottle fly had appeared from nowhere. It was an exceptionally fine specimen, he decided, large, perfectly formed, and brilliantly rich in hue. He eyed the insect wonderingly. Where was the usual panic, the frantic struggling, the shrill, terrified buzzing? It rested there with an odd indifference to restraint that puzzled him. There was at least one reasonable explanation. The fly might be sick or dying, the prey of parasites. Fungi and the ubiquitous roundworms shattered the ranks of even the most fertile. So unnaturally still was this fly that the spider, wholly unaware of its feathery landing, dreamed on in her shaded lair. Then, as he watched, the bluebottle, stupidly perverse, gave a sharp, single tug. Its powerful wings blurred momentarily, and a high-pitched buzz sounded. The man sighed, almost tempted to interfere. Not that it mattered how soon the fly betrayed itself. Eventually the spider would have made a routine inspection, and unlike most people, he knew her for the staunch friend of man, a tireless killer of insect pests. It was not for him to steal her dinner and tear her web. But now, silent and swift, a pea on 8 hairy, agile legs, she glided over her swaying net. An age-old tragedy was about to be enacted, and the man waited with pitying interest for the inevitable denouement. About an inch from her prey, the spider paused briefly, estimating the situation with diamond-bright, soulless eyes. The man knew what would follow. Utterly contemptuous of a mere fly, however large, lacking neither sting or fangs, the spider would unhesitatingly close in, swathe the insect with silk, and drag it to her nest in the rock, there to be drained at leisure. But instead of a fearless attack, the spider edged cautiously nearer. She seemed doubtful, even uneasy. The fly's strange passivity apparently worried her. He saw the needle-pointed mandibles working, ludicrously suggestive of a woman wringing her hands in agonized indecision. Reluctantly she crept forward. In a moment she would turn about, squirt a preliminary jet of silk over the bluebottle, and, by dexterously rotating the fly with her hind legs, wrap it in a gleaming shroud. And so it appeared, for satisfied with a closer inspection, she forgot her fears and whirled, thrusting her spinnerets towards the motionless insect. Then the man saw a startling and incredible thing. There was a metallic flash as a jointed, shining rod stabbed from the fly's head like some fantastic rapier. It licked out with lightning precision, pierced the spider's plump abdomen, and remained extended, forming a terrible link between them. He gulped, tense with disbelief. Bluebottle fly, a mere lapper of carrion with an extensible sucking proboscis? It was impossible. Its tongue was only an absorbing cushion designed for sponging up liquids. But then, was this really a fly after all? Insects often mimic each other, and he was no longer familiar with such points. No, a bluebottle is unmistakable. Besides, this was a true fly, 2 wings and everything. Rusty or not, he knew that much. The spider had stiffened as the queer lance struck home, and now she was rigid, obviously paralyzed, and her swollen abdomen was contracting like a tiny fist as the fly sucked its juices through that slender, pulsating tube. He peered more closely, raising himself to his knees and longing for a lens. It seemed to his straining gaze as if that gruesome beak came not from the mouth region at all, but through a minute, hatch-like opening between the faceted eyes, with a nearly invisible square door ajar. But that was absurd. It must be the glare. But flickering, the rod retracted. There was definitely no such opening now. Apparently the bright sun was playing tricks. The spider stood shriveled, a pitiful husk, still upright on her thin legs. One thing was certain. He must have this remarkable fly. If not a new species, it was surely very rare. Fortunately, it was stuck fast in the web. Killing the spider couldn't help it. He knew the steely toughness of those elastic strands, each a tight helix filled with superbly tenacious gum. Very few insects, and those only among the strongest, ever tear free. He gingerly extended his thumb and forefinger. Easy now. He had to pull the fly loose without crushing it. Then he stopped, almost touching the insect, staring hard. He was uneasy, a little frightened. A brightly glowing spot, brilliant even in the glaring sunlight, was throbbing on the very tip of the blue abdomen. A reedy, barely audible whine was coming from the trapped insect. He thought momentarily of fireflies, only to dismiss the notion with scorn for his own stupidity. Of course, a firefly is actually a beetle, and this thing was not that anyway. Excited, he reached forward again, but as his plucking fingers approached, the fly rose smoothly in a vertical ascent, lifting a pyramid of taut strands and tearing a gap in the web as easily as a flipped stone. The man was alert, however. His cupped hand, nervously swift, snapped over the insect, and he gave a satisfied grunt. But the captive buzzed in his grasp with a furious vitality that appalled him, and he yelped as a searing, slashing pain scalded the sensitive palm. Involuntarily he relaxed his grip. There was a streak of electric blue as his prize soared, glinting in the sun. For an instant he saw that odd glowworm tail light, a dazzling spark against the darker sky, and then nothing. He examined the wound, swearing bitterly. It was purple, and already little blisters were forming. There was no sign of a puncture. Evidently the creature hadn't used its lancet, but merely spurted venom, acid perhaps, on the skin. Certainly the injury felt very much like a bad burn. Damn and blast, he'd kicked away a real find, an insect probably new to science, and with a little more care he might have caught it. Stiff and vexed, he got sullenly to his feet and repacked the lunch kit. He reached for the Geiger counter, snapped on the current, took one step towards a distant rocky outcrop, and froze. The slight background noise had given way to a veritable roar An electronic avalanche that could mean only one thing. He stood there, scrutinizing the grassy knoll and shaking his head in profound mystification. Frowning, he put down the counter. As he withdrew his hand, the frantic chatter quickly faded out. He waited, half-stooped, a blank look in his eyes. Suddenly they lit, with doubting, half-fearful comprehension. Cat-like he stalked to the clicking instrument, holding one arm outstretched, gradually advancing the blistered palm, and the Geiger counter raved anew. The seventh story, Kaleidoscope, by Ray Bradbury. Nice things, wrote Kingsley Amis, are nicer than nasty things. Or, to paraphrase a little, viciousness and cruelty in literature ought never to be used for their intrinsic charm, admirability, and capacity for freeing the spirit. They ought to be used for suggesting that we should be a great deal better off without them. The majority of science fiction authors would, I think, be in agreement with this, nowadays, rather eccentric viewpoint. Though science fiction authors differ agitatedly among themselves on a wide range of borderline moral, ethical, empirical topics, sex, education, politics, economics, and so forth, none of them ever seems much disposed to underwrite the beauties of uncharity. And many, like Bradbury in this story, are ready, at the touch of a button, to assert that positive charity might not be at all a bad state of mind in which to live and die. Kaleidoscope. The first concussion cut the rocket up the side with a giant can-opener. The men were thrown into space like a dozen wriggling silverfish. They were scattered into a dark sea, and the ship in a million pieces went on, a meteor swarm seeking a lost sun. "Barclay! Barclay, where are you?" The sound of voices calling like lost children on a cold night. "Wood! Wood! Captain!" "Hollis? Hollis, this is Stone. Stone, this is Hollis. Where are you?" "I don't know. What can I? Which way is up? I'm falling. Good God, I'm falling." They fell. They fell as pebbles fall down wells. They were scattered as jack-stones are scattered from a gigantic throw. And now, instead of men, they were only voices, all kinds of voices, disembodied and impassioned in varying degrees of terror and resignation. "We're going away from each other." This was true. Hollis, swinging head over heels, knew this was true. He knew it with a vague acceptance. They were parting to go their separate ways, and nothing could bring them back. They were wearing their seal-tight spacesuits with the glass tubes over their pale faces, but they hadn't had time to lock on their force units. With them they could be small lifeboats in space, saving themselves, saving others, collecting together, finding each other until they were an island of men with some plan. But without the force units snapped to their shoulders, they were meteors, senseless, each going to a separate and irrevocable fate. A period of perhaps 10 minutes elapsed while the first terror died and a metallic calm took its place. Space began to weave its strange voices in and out on a great dark loom, crossing, recrossing, making a final pattern. Stone to Hollis. "How long can we talk by phone?" "Depends on how fast you're going your way and I'm going mine." "An hour, I make it." "That should do it," said Hollis, abstracted and quiet. "What happened?" said Hollis a minute later. "The rocket blew up, that's all. Rockets do blow up." "Which way are you going?" "Looks like I'll hit the moon." "That's Earth for me. Back to old Mother Earth at 10,000 miles per hour. I'll burn like a match." Hollis thought of it with a queer abstraction of mind. He seemed to be removed from his body, watching it fall down and down through space, as objective as he had been in regard to the first falling snowflakes of a winter season long gone. The others were silent, thinking of the destiny that had brought them to this, falling, and nothing they could do to change it. Even the captain was quiet, for there was no command or plan he knew that could put things back together again. "Oh, it's a long way down. Oh, it's a long way down, a long, long, long way down," said a voice. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's a long way down." "Who's that?" "I don't know. Stimson, I think. Stimson, is that you?" "It's a long, long way. I don't like it. Oh, God, I don't like it." "Stimson, this is Hollis. Stimson, you hear me?" A pause while they fell separate from each other. "Stimson." "Yes," he replied at last. "Stimson, take it easy. We're all in the same fix." "I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else." "There's a chance we'll be found." I must be, said Stimson. "I don't believe this. I don't believe any of this is happening." "Yeah, it's a bad dream," said someone. "Shut up," said Hollis. "Come and make me," said the voice. It was Applegate. He laughed easily, with a similar objectivity. "Come and shut me up." Hollis, for the first time, felt the impossibility of his position. A great anger filled him, for he wanted more than anything at this moment to be able to do something to Applegate. He'd wanted for many years to do something, and now it was too late. Applegate was only a telephonic voice. Falling. Now, as if they'd discovered the horror, two of the men began to scream. In a nightmare, Hollis saw one of them float by, very near, screaming and screaming. "Stop it!" The man was almost at his fingertips, screaming insanely. He would never stop. He would go on screaming for 1,000,000 miles, as long as he was in radio range, disturbing all of them, making it impossible for them to talk to one another. Hollis reached out. It was best this way. He made the extra effort and touched the man. He grasped the man's ankle and pulled himself up along the body until he reached the head. The man screamed and clawed frantically like a drowning swimmer. The screaming filled the universe. One way or the other, thought Hollis. The moon or earth or meteors will kill him, so why not now? He smashed the man's glass mask with his iron fist. The screaming stopped. He pushed off from the body and let it spin away on its own course, falling down space. Hollis and the rest of them went, in the long, endless dropping and whirling of silence. "Hollis, you still there?" Hollis didn't speak, but felt the rush of heat in his face. "This is Applegate speaking." "All right, Applegate. Let's talk. We haven't anything else to do." The captain cut in. "That's enough of that. We got to figure a way out of this." "Captain, why don't you shut up?" said Applegate. "What?" "You heard me, Captain. Don't pull your rank on me. You're 10,000 miles away by now. Let's not kid ourselves. As Stimson puts it, it's a long way down." "See here, Applegate." "Can it? This is a mutiny of one. I haven't a damn thing to lose. Your ship was a bad ship, and you were a bad captain. I hope you break when you hit the moon." "I'm ordering you to stop." "Go on, order me again." Applegate smiled across 10,000 miles. The captain was silent. Applegate continued. "Where were we, Hollis?" "Oh, yes, I remember." "I hate you, too." "But you know that. You've known it for a long time." Hollis clenched his fists helplessly. "I want to tell you something," said Applegate. "Make you happy. I was the one who blackballed you with the rocket company 5 years ago." A meteor flashed by. Hollis looked down, and his left hand was gone. Blood spurted. Suddenly there was no air in his suit. He had enough air in his lungs to move his right hand over and twist a knob at his left elbow, tightening the joint and sealing the leak. It had happened so quickly he wasn't surprised. Nothing surprised him any more. The air in the suit came back to normal in an instant now that the leak was sealed. and the blood that had flowed so swiftly was pressurized as he fastened the knob yet tighter until it made a tourniquet. All of this took place in a terrible silence on his part, and the other men chatted. One man, Lesper, went on and on with his talk about his wife on Mars, his wife on Venus, his wife on Jupiter, his money, his wondrous times, his drunkenness, his gambling, his happiness, on and on, while they all fell. Lesper reminisced on the past, happy, while he fell to his death. It was so very odd. Space, thousands of miles of space, and these voices vibrating in the center of it. No one visible at all, and only the radio waves quivering and trying to quicken other men into emotion. "Are you angry, Hollis?" "No." And he was not. The abstraction had returned, and he was a thing of dull concrete forever falling nowhere. "You wanted to get to the top all your life, Hollis. You always wondered what happened. I put the black mark on you just before I was tossed out myself." "That isn't important," said Hollis. And it wasn't. It was gone. When life is over, it's like a flicker of bright film, an instant on the screen, all of its prejudices and passions condensed and illumined for an instant on space, and before you could cry out, "There was a happy day, and there's a bad one. There's an evil face, and there's a good one," the film burned to a cinder, the screen went dark. From this outer edge of his life, looking back, there was only one remorse, and that was only that he wished to go on living. Did all dying people feel this way, as if they'd never lived? Did life seem that short indeed, over and done before you took a breath? That it seemed this abrupt and impossible to everyone, or only to himself, here now, with a few hours left to him for thought and deliberation? One of the other men, Lesper, was talking. "Well, I had me a good time. I had a wife on Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. Each of them had money and treated me swell. I got drunk, and once I gambled away $20,000. But you're here now, thought Hollis. I didn't have any of those things. When I was living, I was jealous of you, Lesper. When I had another day ahead of me, I envied you, your women and your good times. The women frightened me. And I went into space, always wanting them and jealous of you for having them, and money, and as much happiness as you could have in your own wild way. But now, falling here, with everything over, I'm not jealous of you any more, because it's over for you as it is for me, and right now it's like it never was." Hollis craned his face forward and shouted into the telephone. "It's all over, Lesper." Silence. "It's just as if it never was, Lesper." "Who's that?" Lesper's faltering voice. "This is Hollis." He was being mean. He felt the meanness, the senseless meanness of dying. Applegate had hurt him, and now he wanted to hurt another. Applegate and space had both wounded him. "You're out here, Lesper. It's all over. It's just as if it had never happened, isn't it?" "No." "When anything's over, it's just like it never happened. Where's your life any better than mine now? Now's what counts. Is it any better, is it?" "Yes, it's better." "How?" "Because I got my thoughts. I remember," cried Lesper, far away, indignant, holding his memories to his chest with both hands. And he was right. With a feeling of cold water rushing through his head and body, Hollis knew he was right. There were differences between memories and dreams. He had only dreams of things he'd wanted to do, while Lesper had memories of things done and accomplished. And this knowledge began to pull Hollis apart with a slow, quivering precision. "What good does it do you?" he cried to Lesper. "Now, when the thing's over, it's not good any more. You're no better off than me." "I'm resting easy," said Lesper. "I've had my turn. I'm not getting mean at the end like you." "Mean?" Hollis turned the word on his tongue. He'd never been mean, as long as he could remember in his life. He never dared to be mean. He must have saved it all. All of these years for such a time as this. Mean. He rolled the word into the back of his mind. He felt tears start into his eyes and roll down his face. Someone must have heard his gasping voice. "Take it easy, Hollis." It was, of course, ridiculous. Only a minute before he'd been giving advice to others, to Stimson. He'd felt a braveness which he thought to be the genuine thing, and now he knew that it had been nothing but shock, and the objectivity possible in shock. Now he was trying to pack a lifetime of suppressed emotion into an interval of minutes. "I know how you feel, Hollis," said Lesper, now 20,000 miles away, his voice fading. "I don't take it personally." But aren't we equal, he wondered, Lesper and I, here, now? If a thing's over, it's done, and what good is it? You die anyway. But he knew he was rationalizing. For it was like trying to tell the difference between a live man and a corpse. There was a spark in one and not in the other, an aura, a mysterious element. So it was with Lesper and himself. Lesper had lived a good full life, and it made him a different man now, and he, Hollis, had been as good as dead for many years. They came to death by separate paths, and in all likelihood, if there were kinds of death, their deaths would be as different as night from day. The quality of death, like that of life, must be of an infinite variety, and if one has already died once, then what was there to look for in dying for good and all, as he was now? It was a second later that he discovered his right foot was cut sheer away. It almost made him laugh. The air was gone from his suit again. He bent quickly, and there was blood, and the meteor had taken flesh and suit away at the ankle. Oh, death in space was almost humorous. It cut you away piece by piece, like a black and invisible butcher. He tightened the valve at his knee, his head whirling into pain, fighting to remain aware, and with the valve tightened, the blood retained, the air kept. He straightened up and went on falling. And that was all there was left to do. Hollis nodded sleepily, tired of waiting for death. "This is Applegate again," said the voice. "Yes. I've had time to think. I listened to you. This isn't good. Makes us bad. This is a bad way to die. Brings all the bile out. Are you listening, Hollis?" "Yes." "I lied. A minute ago I lied. I didn't blackball you. I don't know why I said that. I guess I wanted to hurt you. You seemed the one to hurt. We've always fought. Guess I'm getting old fast and repenting fast. Guess listening to you be mean made me ashamed. Whatever the reason, I want you to know I was an idiot too. There's not an ounce of truth in what I said. To hell with you." Hollis felt his heart begin to work again. Seemed as if it hadn't worked for 5 minutes, but now all of his limbs began to take colour and warmth. Shock was over, the successive shocks of anger and terror and loneliness were passing. He felt like a man emerging from a cold shower in the morning, ready for breakfast and a new day. "Thanks, Applegate. Don't mention it. Up your nose, you bastard." "Hey," said Stone. "What?" Hollis called across space. For Stone, of all of them, was a good friend. "I got myself into a meteor swarm. Some little asteroids." "Meteors?" "I think it's the Myrmidon cluster that goes out past Mars and in towards Earth once every 5 years. I'm right in the middle. It's like a big kaleidoscope. You get all kinds of colors and shapes and sizes. God, it's beautiful, all that metal." Silence. "I'm going with them," said Stone. "They're taking me off with them. I'll be damned." He laughed. Aldiss looked to see, but saw nothing. There were only the great diamonds and sapphires and emerald mists and velvet inks of space, with God's voice mingling among the crystal fires. There was a kind of wonder and imagination in the thought of stone going off in the meteor swarm out past Mars for years, and coming in towards Earth every 5 years, passing in and out of the planet's ken for the next 1,000,000 centuries, stone and the Myrmidon cluster eternal and unending, shifting and shaping like the kaleidoscope colours when you were a child and held the long tube to the sun and gave it a twirl. "So long, Hollis," Stone's voice, very faint now. "So long." "Good luck," shouted Hollis across 30,000 miles. "Don't be funny," said Stone, and was gone. The stars closed in. Now all the voices were fading, each on his own trajectory, some to Mars, others into farthest space. And Hollis himself, he looked down, he of all the others, was going back to Earth alone. "So long." "Take it easy." "So long, Hollis." Stone's voice, very faint now. "So long." And the many goodbyes, the short farewells. And now the great loose brain was disintegrating. The components of the brain, which had worked so beautifully and efficiently in the skull case of the rocket ship, firing through space, were dying one by one. The meaning of their life together was falling apart. And as a body dies when the brain ceases functioning, so the spirit of the ship and their long time together and what they meant to one another was dying. Applegate was now no more than a finger blown from the parent body, no longer to be despised and worked against. The brain was exploded, and the senseless, useless fragments of it were far scattered. The voices faded, and now all of space was silent. Hollis was alone, falling. They were all alone. Their voices had died, like echoes of the words of God spoken and vibrating in the starred deep. There went the captain to the moon, there Stone with the meteor swarm, Stimson, there Applegate towards Pluto, there Smith and Turner and Underwood, and all the rest, the shards of the kaleidoscope that had formed a thinking pattern for so long, hurled apart. "And I," thought Hollis, "what can I do? Is there anything I can do now to make up for a terrible and empty life? If only I could do one good thing to make up for all the meanness I collected all these years and didn't even know was in me. But there's no one here but myself. How can you do good all alone? No, you can't. Tomorrow night I'll hit Earth's atmosphere. I'll burn," he thought, "and be scattered in ashes all over the continental lands. I'll be put to use just a little bit, but ashes are ashes, and they'll add to the land." He fell swiftly like a bullet, like a pebble, like an iron weight, objective, all of the time now, not sad or happy or anything, but only wishing he could do a good thing now that everything was gone, a good thing for just himself to know about. "When I hit the atmosphere, I'll burn like a meteor. I wonder," he said, "if anyone will see me." The small boy on the country road looked up and screamed, "Look, Mum, look! A falling star!" The blazing white star fell down the sky of dusk in Illinois. "Make a wish," said his mother. "Make a wish." The 8th story, The Nostalgia Gene, by Roy Hutchins. Introduction. Time travel, backwards time travel, is more of a You've just got to take it for granted, I'm afraid. Presupposition in science fiction than any other. For space, robots, mutants, and the rest, some sort of adequate justificatory patter can usually be produced as prologue to the swelling theme. Time travel stands alone. Simply for the kick-off, Wells' 1895 The Time Machine, still 70 years later, has no serious rival. But the kick-off is, after all, only that. The ensuing game is what matters. And since Wells's book, the ensuing game has repeatedly been refined through paradox and logic to make more and more stimulating entertainment. Here is one very good recent example, which also, by the way, makes the point that escapism may be a thoroughly desirable thing, so long as a flooding dungeon is what you're escaping from. The nostalgia gene. Folks who knew Edgar Evans said he was a strange young man. Certainly he was the darling of the old ladies and the despair of the young. The sternest fathers positively beamed when Edgar called for their daughters, but fellows his own age declared in the authoritative tones of youth that Edgar was a square. Handsome enough he was. The real reason for all the fuss was Edgar's manners. The trouble was that he had them. For Edgar had been orphaned at 4 by an Oklahoma tornado, and raised by his Hoosier grandmother, a dear old lady whose hand had once been kissed by a passing Barrymore. The result was Edgar's manners. He realized, of course, that one didn't kiss a lady's hand these days, but such was Edgar's gracious way that women always got the impression he was about to. One parent, in something of a trance after encountering Edgar, summed up the reaction. "That kid," he told his wife, dazedly, "actually called me sir. Them other punks come around after Millie, they call me Mac. It's too bad. That there Edgar was born 50 years too late." Before very long, Edgar came to the same conclusion. He knew a good many young men, but none he could call friend. The bop talk which fascinated them seemed to him a repulsive travesty upon English, just as their favourite music sounded like the braying of asses in agony. Many girls were willing enough when Edgar asked for a first date, but an amazing number of them developed ill health when he suggested a second evening of classical records or good conversation. The girls themselves could not be blamed if they mistook his courtly approach for a new, dreamy line. Alas, the very hearts which fluttered at his old-world chivalry grew icy when no pass was made. A girl wants to know her charms are appreciated. So Edgar sank more deeply into himself. He recalled his grandmother's stories about life and living back near the end of the century when folks knew how to be pleasant and kind. Even at his job, he was a technician in an electronics lab, Edgar couldn't stop longing for that era when existence had been more gentle, simple, and leisurely. His social life virtually ceased. "Man, you ain't living," said one of the technicians he worked with. "We're going to buzz a few dives tonight. Why not drag you along with us, huh?" Edgar blanched. "Thank you just the same, but I have some work to do." After a while, naturally, they stopped asking. He continued to dream hopelessly, miserably, but one day he was yanked out of it by, of all people, a military man. The brass were on inspection tour, and the lab's chief engineer was apologizing for a faulty run of synchros, which had occurred some years ago, when the brigadier snorted, "What's past is finished. I'm interested in 5 years from now." Edgar found himself staring fixedly at a top-secret gadget still in the breadboard stage. Great heaven, he thought. I have a fixation. This isn't doing me any good. But what would? Suppose, instead of dreaming, he spent time actually working towards what he wanted most. Here in the lab he helped to build amazing machines, things which daily did the impossible. He no longer marveled at what could be done with electronics, and more important, he knew the methods and the details. And that was when Edgar decided to build a time machine. It was 2 months before he touched a transformer or a capacitor, and during that period he did nothing but try to answer the question, what is time? How could he overcome it, or change its flow, or whatever had to be done? He read everything he could find on the subject, from Dr. Kaleidoscope to Dr. Einstein, without gaining much insight. Many a midnight, when his neck muscles ached from trying to hold up his throbbing head, he caught himself dreaming of grandmother's wonderful stories, and every time he forced himself furiously back to his books, but he couldn't stop the nostalgia entirely. It was in him. Eventually, Edgar came to think of time as an infinite series through which the universe was constantly expanding. Something like a set of stop-motion photos taken microseconds apart, each complete, the changes becoming apparent only when they're viewed in sequence. He was wrong, of course, but that was unimportant. Time must therefore be a function of human motion and consciousness, Edgar reasoned, and that was important. "That's it!" he exclaimed, and then apologized gracefully to the elderly gentleman glaring across the library table. Now he knew what his time machine must do. He could begin building, adapting circuits, experimenting. Obviously, consciousness could move forward through the series only, and hence consciousness must be completely suspended, as in death, to move back in time. It required some heartbreaking months for Edgar to learn that brain waves couldn't be stopped, but that the simple trick of introducing random electrical noise suspended all the brain functions. "Fudge," cursed Edgar, thinking of the wasted time. Only a man filled with the longing which obsessed Edgar could have found the aching perseverance and brain-wrenching ingenuity the job needed. Only a man driven by a terrible master that rolled in his glands. But 4 months later he stood, with his hand on a switch, sweating with nervous excitement as he eyed the spot from which a live rabbit had just disappeared. The rabbit was on the table, but he was there an hour ago, and Edgar was here now, so the table appeared empty. He pressed another switch, and there was the bunny, wriggling its soft nose in perplexity, but perfectly healthy. Edgar's own trip, of course, would be strictly one way, since the machine stayed in the present. He could be brought back only if he stepped into its field on a date for which the machine was set, and he had absolutely no intention of venturing near this vicinity again, once his aim was accomplished. He thought about arranging a small explosive charge to blow the equipment to what he thought of as the hot place. It seemed to him, however, that there was some kind of law against that sort of thing. Besides, even if the machine could come to the attention of the authorities, who would know what it was? He could devise a mechanical scrambler to change all the control settings once he was gone, and it was unlikely that anyone could operate it again. Most likely the landlady would simply sell it for junk, especially if he left owing her a week's rent. The idea hurt his conscience. "I know," he exclaimed to himself. "I'll buy a bank check and arrange to have the bank mail it to her a month after I've left." He felt much better about that. 3 weeks later, Edgar Evans was the newest boarder at Mrs. Peterson's on Elm Avenue in Greencastle, Indiana. He had arrived on April the 3rd, 1893, the day after Easter, and already he was being referred to as that nice young man staying at Emma's. Edgar snuggled into the life of the 90s like a showgirl into mink. He went to work as a clerk in Cloud's Emporium and was soon regarded as logical choice for the next manager. Anxious mammas filled his evenings with dinner invitations and at-homes, and he had a dazzling choice of partners for the numerous socials. Edgar waltzed his partners with zest and propriety, contributed a determined tenor at parlor sings, and sampled dozens of cakes and pies baked by maidens bent on winning his heart via the traditional route. And always he had a gracious compliment, an appropriate phrase for every situation. Within a month, the entire feminine population of Greencastle was his for the asking, though he never recognized nor admitted the fact. The men sought his company, too, and even asked his advice on how to win their girls back from him. Edgar, almost sick with happiness, told them, of course. On the 11th of November, he was sick with something else. He went to bed with a fever right after getting home from the Emporium. Mrs. Peterson hovered helplessly with offers of hot broth or tea. But Edgar felt hot and dry, and his side hurt when he breathed. "I don't want anything, thank you," he gasped politely. By the next moon, when the alarmed Emma Peterson had Dr. Ward in, Edgar was barely conscious. Dr. Ward frowned, ordered hot water bottles, and gave Edgar a huge dose of hot whiskey with lemon. "Penicillin, please," whispered Edgar painfully. "Sulphur. It's pneumonia, isn't it?" "Poor fellow's delirious," said the doctor to Mrs. Peterson. Edgar realized dimly that he had made a blunder, but that no one would know, and then the fever took over and he blanked out. Dr. Ward claimed ever afterwards that clean living was what pulled Edgar through. The fact that he wasn't conditioned to liquor gave the medicinal whiskey virgin ground to work in. All Edgar knew was that he came to and found himself so weak that he could scarcely speak. Mrs. Peterson and her daughter Martyr bustled in and out to care for him. He hadn't paid particular attention to Martyr before, but in the days of lying helpless and being literally spoon-fed he began to know her very well. Martyr was a plain girl, he'd thought, but he'd never seen her private smile before. Martyr was rather dumpy, he had thought, but he never watched her bend to pick something up or twist to reach for a medicine bottle. Her dresses, he discovered, were deliberately all wrong for her. Mrs. Peterson had no intention of disturbing her boarders unnecessarily. In the shocking intimacy of his bedroom, Edgar was increasingly disturbed. Martyr was unfailingly cheerful, eager to wait on him. Every half-hour he heard her step in the hall. "Hello," Martyr would say, sweeping lightly to his bedside. "How's our patient now? Feeling better? Oh, dear, do let me straighten that sheet. It's all wrinkled. Would you like some milk or some fruit?" "Not right now, thank you. Perhaps a little later," Edgar would reply, fixing his gaze determinedly on the window or the ceiling while she bent over his bed, disturbingly rounded and disastrously close. And as Edgar's recovery progressed, Mrs. Peterson dropped more and more into the background. On the day Dr. Ward said he might try sitting up for a while, it was Martyr who stood by for the experiment. Edgar started nobly, made about a foot of arc by himself, and faltered. Instantly it seemed Martyr's arm was around his shoulders, and a firm, warm projection cushioned his cheek. He very nearly collapsed, but she sat him up. 3 days later he held her hand for a moment, and though she blushed, she didn't draw it away in a hurry. After a proper interval, their engagement was announced. Half the maidens in Greencastle wept in the privacy of their pillows that night. Edgar had had a serious problem and solved it. He had found the right girl and married her. This should be the end of his story. And it would be, except for two things: Edgar's gene and the date of his birth. Edgar's gene came from his grandmother via his father. The stories that gentle old lady told her orphaned grandson were the only outlet she had for her own powerful urge to turn back the times. And there had always been someone in the family who bemoaned the passing of the good old days so strongly and constantly as to bore others to the verge of violence. Back even a few decades, no carrier of the nostalgia gene had any outlet but conversation and dreams. Edgar, though, was born to an age where science provided the knowledge and the equipment for him to find the practical solution. If Edgar's gene had carried any other trait, red hair, placidity, or hemophilia, for instance, or if it had been recessive instead of dominant, this might have been a very different world. But the result was inevitable from the moment of Edgar's birth, and the chain of events that proved it was as flawless as the steps of Gauss's theorem. He prospered after he and Martha were married. In 3 short years, he was made manager of Cloud's Emporium, and just before that, Martha had surprised him with a daughter, surprised him because he was certain of a son. He wasn't inclined to be stubborn about it, however, and when the child put a pudgy little hand up to his cheek in a gesture that was probably caused by reflex or gas pains, he was completely won. When little Emma reached 3, she was incurably addicted to bedtime stories, though only those concerning knights in armour and their ladies fair. Edgar grew to hate the names of Arthur and Galahad, but if he tried to tell a different story, his daughter had her own way of stopping him. Rearing back in his arms, she merely shrieked, "Ting Arthur," until she turned blue, at which point Edgar always gave in. And there was no doubt that little Emma had inherited the gene. In 1906, old Cloud made Edgar a full partner in the Emporium, and just 11 years later, little Emma wrote home from New York City with the shocking news that she was engaged to a doughboy from Brooklyn. Edgar and Martha rushed east to unmask the scoundrel, praying they would be in time to save Emma's honor. The scoundrel, when unmasked, was a mechanic with weak eyes and a passion for poetry, who was completely miserable in the infantry. His manners were acceptable, and he had enough intelligence to let Edgar beat him thoroughly at cribbage, whereupon Edgar offered to finance the opening of a garage in Greencastle if the young folks would move back there when Jim's hitch in the army was finished. "Emma is all we have," said Edgar in his classic style. "It's quite lonesome back home for Mother and me since she's been in the city. We should like to know that you and later on our grandchildren will be settling in a home near us." Emma blushed, and Jim tried to dig the toe of his boot into a crack between the floorboards. "Besides," added Edgar, becoming aware of Martha's look, "Greencastle's a fine town, and right up with the times. I think a garage will do a fine business there." Jim was inclined to be reluctant, but Emma gave him a sidewise kick and said of course they'd come home and settle. She gave Edgar a big hug and a kiss, and he beamed on everybody for the rest of the evening. A few months later, Jim's weak eyes caused him to pass a colonel without saluting, and within days he had a medical discharge. Emma and the garage were waiting in Greencastle, so Jim took the first train. In 19 and 21, Emma produced grandsons, delighting everyone, and especially Edgar. Emma herself was thoroughly puzzled when the boys reached the age of bedtime stories. She discovered They were not particularly interested in tales of bold knights and fair ladies. She would have been happy to recite the legends of Arthur every night, but the boys, it seemed, preferred even poor poetry to a good, stirring joust. Edgar privately decided that Jim's poetry gene had proved more dominant than his own, which was perhaps just as well. Though not interested in making a fortune, Edgar nevertheless did well financially, using his knowledge of the 20s as an investment guide. Jim's garage prospered, and he opened another, while his father-in-law multiplied his spare cash in the stock market. In July of 1929, Edgar suddenly retrenched for both of them, went bearish, and arranged to sell short a number of important shares. The entire family protested that he was losing his mind, but Edgar was firm. By November 1st, they were amazed, horrified, and rich. The following year, Emma gave Jim the daughter he had wanted, and within 3 years it was apparent to Edgar that tiny Susan carried the gene. From the first time Grandpa experimentally told her a story of the 90s, she wanted no others. Her mother found this also rather difficult to understand, but at least the 90s were in the past, which was better than poetry. On a day in 1935, Edgar found himself pondering with a fierce intenseness he had not used since 1959, when he'd built the time machine. Today, August the 5th, was his 66th birthday, but it was also the day he was born. Well, it was impossible not to wonder. 42 years ago, or 24 hours from now, he had not bothered to think about possible consequences, so strong and simple had been his urge to go back. But today, would he, the father of 1 and grandfather of 3, be wiped out the instant Edgar Evans was born? Or would no baby of that name be born in the tiny Oklahoma town? He had been born in the morning, and when this particular morning passed like any other, Edgar felt considerably better. Cogito ergo sum, he thought. I think, therefore I am, a comforting philosophy, but what about the baby? So Edgar, nervous but understandably curious, sent a discreetly worded wire and learned before long that he had indeed been born on schedule. The more he thought about it, the less reason he could see why it should be otherwise. A baby born in another part of the country had been given the same name as his. There was certainly no traceable relationship, and nearly everyone has a namesake somewhere. Not wishing to be institutionalized, Edgar had never hinted to anyone, not even Martyr, the secret of his past. He had invented a convenient and plausible history, but used it only when necessary and then sparingly. But now he was thinking of his granddaughter, Susan. Susan carried the gene. At 5, she insisted on dressing her dolls in the costumes of 40 years ago. She would be 29 and thoroughly unhappy by the time the young Edgar perfected and used his time machine. So Edgar wrote a letter, sealed it, and gave it to his lawyers, with instructions that it was to be given to Susan on a certain date in 1959, provided she was still unmarried. Edgar passed away 3 years later with a well-bred smile on his face, befitting the first man who had ever cheated time. His last statement, phrased as considerately as ever, was the hope that he wasn't causing trouble by dying. Susan, his granddaughter, grew into a pleasingly plump young woman in an age when the ideal seemed to be total emaciation. She was not only single but disillusioned and despairing when the lawyers looked her up and gave her Edgar's letter. A good part of what Edgar had written sounded like confused mysticism, a warning about upsetting the future and the like, but his instructions were specific enough, and she read them as if they were the lost book of Revelations. By the next day she'd flown from San Francisco to New York, and gained entry to young Edgar Evans' room by telling his landlady she was a distant relative. She disconnected the scrambler from the time machine and reset the controls to put herself back in 1891. In her haste, she forgot some of Edgar's instructions, with the result that she landed not fittingly costumed, but bare as a bacchante, in the room of a handsome young man from Louisiana. The young man, whose name was Hare, was too startled to be anything but a southern gentleman at the time. In less than a month, however, he took her back to Baton Rouge for inspection by his family, and that ordeal successfully weathered, Susan found herself with a husband. There's no need to follow all of Susan's life, which was happy, sad, unique, and filled with minor tragedies and triumphs like any other life. But Susan had 4 sons, and gave the gene to each of them, and their children received it in turn. Before she'd thought it necessary to pass the secret of the machine to Edgar's great-great-grandchildren, Susan died. So the machine was not available to them. Not that it mattered. Knowledge was available, for young Andover Hare had studied electronics at MIT. In 1962, he built his own time machine, which was a considerable improvement over Edgar's, since it could select place as well as time. Andover contacted his brothers, sisters, and cousins, helped them make their arrangements, and passed them through to the times they selected. Being a considerate man, he allowed several relatives by marriage to go along in this mass temporal migration. They didn't restrict themselves to the 90s. Some went back to the 1700s, 2 to the Italian Renaissance, and one adventurous cousin clear to the Second Crusade. Andover himself decided he would like to know Shakespeare and Ben Jonson. He was the last one through the machine, and he left a small, efficient detonator connected to it. Andover had Edgar's gene, but not his compunctions. Oh, yes, we owe a lot to Edgar Evans. When Edgar was a grave and unchubby 1-year-old pulling himself up on the furniture, Gone with the Wind hit the populace right in the middle of their worries, vague fears, and faintly stirring desires to get out of their increasingly complex world. The year was 1936, a year that also saw a period-piece movie that was one of the first in the inevitable deluge. The great Ziegfeld drew as customers many of the bearers of Edgar's gene, enough to make a profit-conscious Hollywood see mint green. The year neighbors searched the wreckage of Edgar's home to pull him from under the body of his mother, hunched in a last protective gesture, was the year that saw American history searched frantically for movie material. It was 39, and Dodge City and Union Pacific helped thousands of Edgar's descendants forget momentarily the distant rumble of war. Historical novels were also helping to glamorize the past. By the time Edgar had graduated from school, been rejected by the army, and worked for a time, the Cold War was well advanced. 3 generations were mind-sick with tensions and fears and doubts, and heart-sick with the impossible wish to roll back the years to live in times of peaceful, neighborly, unfrenzied human living. Edgar did. And the next time, in 1959, Susan went back. For most of us, 1959 only came once, the year of the crisis when the missiles had already been launched from both sides before the astonishing thieves' agreement was reached and the missiles were aimed into the sea. There could be nothing but relief for a few months after that, but then the play on nerves began again, the tensions began their unbearable rise. In 1962, Susan's grandchildren were funneled like sacks of coal through Andover Hare's machine. There were 18 of them, and a group of their descendants built another machine later the same year. The following March, another group disappeared, a much larger one this time. They spread the gene so widely that most of us bear it today. It was inevitable that we carry the seed of that desperate desire to escape our own troubled times, and the urge makes living under this doubly grinding pressure more anguished every day. How many times this week have you read or heard a piece of news and wondered how much longer before the final fatal mushrooms flare? How many times has a video show, a movie, or even a snapshot brought the swift wish that you could be back there? How many times have the good old days crept into your conversation or thought? As this account began with Edgar Evans, so it shall end with Benjamin Reeves. Oh, not yet, but soon. It must be soon now. Like all truly wise men, Benjamin Reeves is a modest man. He's tall, stooped a little, and his limbs are attached in that special loose way that makes a man amble rather than walk, sprawl rather than sit. At 50-odd, he looked much more like a friendly janitor than a respected research engineer. And the gene is particularly dominant in Benjamin. For 18 years, he labored in the military vineyard. Like so many other scientists, designing computers and control systems for the engineering section of a huge company, and finally heading up a study group in the dream department. He liked that job. The dream boys were the ones who sat around and thought about entirely new ways of doing things. Compared to designing, it was like the difference between the creative excitement of composing music and the drudgery of arranging it. But even while working on deadly machines for the future, Benjamin couldn't stop dreaming about the past any more than Edgar Evans had. Then, after 18 years, Benjamin was fired. The military had asked for a new study on the question of how many enemy missiles might get through the early warning and intercept rings and reach the city. What specifically can we do to protect our people? And when the study was finished, a huge brass-bound conference was staged at the lab, and everyone was expectant. "We have a single recommendation," said Benjamin calmly. They were quiet, for Benjamin and his group were the big brains. "At the earliest warning, tell everybody to run like hell." So the lab fired him, though the public statement read that he was resigning to pursue independent research. Benjamin was shocked at first and hurt, but dinner and party invitations came as often as ever from his old associates, and their wives went right on with that ancient game of trying to find the right girl for the bachelor friend. He would never mention it, of course, but the girls nowadays seemed too direct and aggressive for him. They lacked that womanly modesty or engaging demureness that girls reportedly had once possessed. He wished... Well, offers came in from other companies, but Benjamin had money enough for a while, and he began experimenting with some ideas. When his lawyer and banker discovered he'd given away 2 new color TV circuits, however, there was a blow-up, and Benjamin found himself incorporated. It made no difference. He could still experiment as he pleased. He had as many friends, and constantly made more. If enough money rolled in to make him moderately wealthy, let the lawyer worry about it. After he came up with the Ben Reeves capacitor in 1961, his wealth was more than moderate. That thumb-sized gadget delivered the power of 100 storage batteries and was the answer to 1,000 engineering problems. All down the bad years, Benjamin had read the papers and wondered and suffered through the tension of the nerve war like the rest of us. Perhaps it was a little worse for him, because he knew the classified secrets, knew to the decimal point the percentage of missiles that would get through our defenses. Steadily, the urge grew stronger to get out of this world gone suicidally awry. He had the money, he had the time. An efficient business manager took care of the new plant that produced the Ben Reeves capacitor, and he built his first machine in 1962, a month before Andover Hare took his own near relatives back into time with him. But that wasn't enough for Benjamin. He was a scientist where Andover was a student and Edgar Evans an amateur experimenter. Benjamin couldn't forget the millions who yearned with him. For Benjamin, the mere machine wasn't an answer. He went back through the years himself several times, but always he returned and worked harder. And there came the day, a year ago, when his work shifted suddenly to maps and population indices. If you live within 40 miles of the most populous cities, you should know that somewhere in that city is a very plain suitcase, which is at once an answer to your prayers and to those strange nostalgic desires you felt. It may be in a rented room or a storage warehouse, or in the attic of one of the many friends Benjamin Reeves has made. Wherever it is, you're under its influence thanks to Benjamin's work. And every other day now, in a closed-off room at the Ben Reeves plant, technicians finish assembling another group of strange circuits, which goes into another plain suitcase, to be sent to yet another city, chosen on the basis of population versus importance as a target. The technicians are earning speed. But be thankful for that, if you love your fellow men as Benjamin does. At first they only turn out one machine a week. Soon it'll be one a day, and then 2, and 4. Benjamin doesn't go out anymore. He's always within hearing of the receiver tuned to the warning networks, within reach of the red button that will someday send out a coded signal. Did you read about the situation in this morning's papers? It looks like another crisis in the making, and may by this time neither side will back down. Pray for a year's time, if you're the praying kind. But whenever the missiles come, Benjamin will press the red button at the first warning. The temporal field lasts only a millisecond, and the missiles won't be stopped, of course, but every city with a suitcase will be empty when they strike. If the crisis holds off for a year, Benjamin figures we'll all go back together, each city and town to a different time, but all before 1900. It's hard to wait even a year when you have the gene gnawing and nagging inside you. Edgar Evans, who started it, couldn't wait. Andover Hare refused to go back alone. Benjamin Reeves, with the same gene, was unable to forget what he'd told the military. Run like hell. And all the folks like us who couldn't. So Benjamin found us the ultimate way to run, and to satisfy our dream in the running. Well, not yet, but soon now. See you back there. The 9th story. Camouflage by Henry Kuttner. The introduction. When it started some 40 years ago, modern science fiction was almost all action, its contemplative element masked by monsters, ray guns, interplanetary wars, and mayhem generally. Yet not everything in this line was fatuous by any means. Camouflage, which the late Henry Kuttner first published in 1945, is a genuinely fine example of an action-filled, suspenseful tale which Nevertheless, involves philosophy and shrewd characterization. It's a duel, its outcome resolved by a tiny intellectual thing, a semantic slip. And this certainly is of the essence. For in science fiction, force never defeats intelligence, other than as a cause for tears. Camouflage. Talman was sweating by the time he reached 16 Nob Hill Road. He had to force himself to touch the enunciated plate. There was a low whirring as photoelectrics checked and okayed his fingerprints. Then the door opened and Talman walked into the dim hallway. He glanced behind him to where, beyond the hills, the spaceport's lights made a pulsating wan nimbus. Then he went on, down a ramp, into a comfortably furnished room where a fat, grey-haired man was sitting in an easy chair, fingering a highball glass. Tension was in Talman's voice as he said, "Hello, Brown. Everything all right?" A grin stretched Brown's sagging cheeks. "Sure," he said. "Why not? Police weren't after you, were they?" And Talman sat down and began mixing himself a drink from a server nearby. His thin, sensitive face was shadowed. You can't argue with your glands. Space does that to me anyway. All the way from Venus I kept expecting somebody to walk up to me and say, "You're wanted for questioning." Nobody did. I didn't know what I'd find here. The police didn't expect us to head for Earth, Brown said, rumpling his grey hair with a shapeless paw. Oh, that was your idea. Yeah, consulting psychologists to criminals, eh? You want to step out? No, Talman said frankly. Not with the profits we've got in sight already. This thing's big. Brown grinned. Sure it is. Nobody ever organized crime before in just this way. There wasn't any crime worth a row of pins till we started. Well, where are we now, though? On the run, yeah? Fern's found a foolproof hideout. Where? In the asteroid belt. Now we need one thing, though. What's that? An atomic power plant. Talman looked startled, but he saw that Brown wasn't kidding. After a moment he put down his glass and scowled. I'd say it's impossible. Power plant's too big. Yeah, Brown said. Except that this one's going by space to Callisto. Hijacking? Well, we haven't enough men. The ship's under transplant control. Talman cocked his head on one side. Well, that's out of my line. There'll be a skeleton crew, of course, but we'll take care of them and take their places. Then it'll be simply a matter of unhitching the transplant and rigging up manuals. It isn't out of your line at all. Fern and Cunningham can do the technical stuff. We've got to find out first just how dangerous a transplant can be. I'm no engineer. Brown went on, ignoring the comment. The transplant who's handling this Callisto shipment used to be Bart Quentin. You knew him, didn't you? Talman, startled, nodded. Sure, yeah, years ago, before... You're in the clear as far as the police are concerned. Go to see Quentin. Pump him. Find out. Cunningham will tell you what to find out. After that we can go ahead, I hope. I don't know, I'm not... Brown's brows came down. We've got to find a hideout. That's absolutely vital right now. Otherwise we might as well walk into the nearest police station and hold out our hands for cuffs. We've been clever, but now we've got to hide fast. Well, I get that, but do you know what a transplant really is? Free brain. One that can use artificial gadgets. Technically, yeah. You ever seen a transplant working a power digger or a Venusian sea dredge? enormously complicated controls it'd normally take a dozen men to handle? Implying a transplant's a Superman? No, Talmon said slowly. No, I don't mean that. But I've got an idea it'd be safer to tangle with a dozen men than with one transplant. Well, Brown said, go up to Quebec and see Quentin. He's there now, I've found out. Talk to Cunningham first, we'll work out the details. What we've got to know are Quentin's powers and his vulnerable points, and whether or not he's telepathic. You're an old friend of Quentin, and you're a psychologist, so you're the guy for the job. Yeah. We've got to get that power plant. We've got to hide now. Talmon thought that Brown had probably planned this from the beginning. The fat man was shrewd enough. He'd been sufficiently clever to realize that ordinary criminals would stand no chance in a highly technical, carefully specialized world. Police forces would call on the sciences to aid them. Communication was excellent and fast, even between the planets. There were gadgets. The only chance of bringing off a successful crime was to do it fast and then make an almost instantaneous getaway. But the crime had to be planned. When competing against an organized social unit, as any crook does, it's wise to create a similar unit. Blackjack has no chance against a rifle. A strong-arm bandit was doomed to quick failure for a similar reason. The traces he left would be analyzed. Chemistry, psychology, and criminology would track him down. He'd be made to confess. Made to, without any third-degree methods. So, Cunningham was an electronics engineer. Fern was an astrophysicist. Talmon himself was a psychologist. Big, blonde Dahlquist was a hunter by choice and profession, beautifully integrated and tremendously fast with a gun. Cotton was a mathematician, and Brown himself was the coordinator. For 3 months, the combination had worked successfully on Venus. Then, inevitably, the net closed and the unit filtered back to Earth, ready to take the next step in the long-range plan. What it was, Talmon hadn't known till now, but he could readily see its logical necessity. In the vast wilderness of the asteroid belt, they could hide forever if necessary, emerging to pull off a coup whenever opportunity offered. Safe, they could build up an underground criminal organization with a spy system flung broadcast across the planets. Yes, it was the inevitable way. Just the same, he felt hesitant about matching wits with Bart Quentin. The man wasn't human anymore. He was worried on the way to Quebec. Cosmopolitan though he was, he couldn't help anticipating tension and embarrassment when he saw Quint. To pretend to ignore that accident would be too obvious. Still, he remembered that 7 years ago Quentin had possessed a fine, muscular physique and had been proud of his skill as a dancer. As for Linda, he wondered what had happened on that score. She couldn't still be Mrs. Bart Quentin under the circumstances. Or could she? He watched the St. Lawrence, a dull silver bar below the plane as it slanted down. Robot pilots, a narrow beam. Only during violent storms did standard pilots take over. Space, it was a different matter, and there were other jobs enormously complicated that only human brains could handle. A very special type of brain at that. Brain like Quentin's. Talmon rubbed his narrow jaw and smiled wanly, trying to locate the source of his worry. Then he had the answer. Did Quint, in his new incarnation, possess more than 5 senses? Could he detect reactions a normal man couldn't appreciate? If so, Van Talmon was definitely sunk. He glanced at his seatmate, Dan Summers of Wyoming Engineers. through whom he'd made the contact with Quentin. Summers, a blond young man with sun wrinkles around his eyes, grinned casually. "Nervous?" "Could be that," Talman said. "I was wondering how much he'll have changed." Results are different in each case. The plane, beam-controlled, slid down the slopes of sunset air towards the port. Quebec's lighted towers made an irregular backdrop. "They do change, then, huh?" "I suppose, psychically, they've got to. You're a psychologist, Mr. Talman. How do you feel if there might be compensations?" Summers laughed. "That's an understatement. Compensations. Why, immortality is only one such compensation." "You consider that a blessing?" Talman said. "Yes, I do. He'll remain at the peak of his powers for God knows how long. There'll be no deterioration. Fatigue poisons are automatically eliminated by radiation. Brain cells can't replace themselves, of course, the way, say, muscular tissue can, but Quint's brain can't be injured in this specially built case. Arteriosclerosis isn't any problem with the plasmic solution we use. No calcium's deposited on the artery walls. The physical condition of his brain is automatically and perfectly controlled. The only ailments Quint can ever get are mental." "Claustrophobia?" No, you say he's got eye lenses. There'd be an automatic feeling of extension." Summers said, "If you notice any change outside of the perfectly normal one of mental growth in 7 years, I'll be interested. With me, well, I grew up with the transplants. I'm no more conscious of their mechanical, interchangeable bodies than a physician would think of a friend as a bundle of nerves and veins. It's the reasoning faculty that counts, and that hasn't altered." Talman said thoughtfully, "You're a sort of physician to the transplants anyway. A layman might get another sort of reaction, especially if he were used to seeing a face. I'm never conscious of that lack." "Is Quint?" Summers hesitated. "No," he said finally. "I'm sure he isn't. He's beautifully adjusted. The reconditioning to transplant life takes about a year. After that, it's all velvet." Said Talman. "I've seen transplants working on Venus from a distance. There aren't many spotted away from Earth. We haven't enough trained technicians. It takes literally half a lifetime to train a man to handle transplantation. Man has to be a qualified electronic engineer before he even starts." Summers laughed. "The insurance companies cover a lot of initial expenses, though." Talman was puzzled. "How's that?" "They underwrite. Occupational risk immortality. Working in atomic research is dangerous, my friend." They emerged from the plane into the cool night air. Talman said as they walked towards a waiting car, "We grew up together, Quentin and I, but his accident happened 2 years after I left Earth. I never saw him since." "Oh, as a transplant?" Well, it's an unfortunate name. Some jackass tagged the label on, whereas propaganda experts should have worked it out. Unfortunately, it stuck. Eventually, we hope to popularize the transplants. Not yet. They're only starting. We've only 230 of them so far, the successful ones. Many failures? No, not now. In the early days, well, it's complicated. From the first trepanning and the final energizing and reconditioning, it's the most nerve-wracking, brain-straining, difficult technical task the human mind's ever worked out. Reconciling a colloid mechanism with an electronic hookup, but the result's worth it. Technologically, yeah. I wonder about the human values. Oh, psychologically. Well, Quentin will tell you about that angle. And technologically, you don't know the half of it. No colloid machine like the brain has ever been developed, till now. And this isn't purely mechanical, it's merely a miracle, the synthesis of intelligent living tissue with delicate, responsive machinery. But handicapped by the limitation of the machine, said Talman, and the brain. Well, you'll see. Here we are, we're dining with Quint. Talman stared. Dining? Yeah. Summer's eyes showed quizzical amusement. No, he doesn't eat steel shavings. In fact, the shock of meeting Linda again took Talmon by surprise. He hadn't expected to see her, not now under these altered conditions, but she hadn't changed much. She was still the same warm, friendly woman he remembered, a little older now, yet very lovely, very gracious. She'd always had charm. She was slim and tall, her head crowned by a bizarre coiffure of honey-amber coils, her brown eyes without the strain Talmon might have expected. He took her hands. "Don't say it," he said. "I know how long it's been." We won't count the years, Van." She laughed up at him. "We'll pick up right where we left off, with a drink, huh?" "I could use one," Summers said, "but I've got to report back to headquarters. I'll just see Quint for a minute. Where is he?" "In there." Linda nodded towards a door and turned back to Talmon. "So you've been on Venus. You look bleached enough. Tell me how it's been." "All right," he said. He took the shaker from her hands and swirled the martinis carefully. He felt embarrassment. Linda lifted an eyebrow. "Yes, we're still married, Bart and I." "You're surprised." "A little. He's still Bart," she said quietly. "He may not look it, but he's the man I married, all right, so you can relax, Van." He poured the martinis, and without looking at her, he said, "As long as you're satisfied, I know what you're thinking. That it'd be like having a machine for a husband. First, I got over that feeling. We both did after a while. But there was constraint. I suppose you'll feel it when you see him. Only that isn't important, really. He's Bart." She pushed a third glass towards Talmon, and he looked at it in surprise. "Not," he said. She nodded. The three of them dined together. Talmon watched the 2-foot-by-2 cylinder resting on the table opposite him and tried to read personality and intelligence into the double lenses. He couldn't help imagining Linda as a priestess serving some sort of alien god image, and the concept was disturbing. Now Linda was forking chilled, sauce-daubed shrimps into the metallic compartment and spooning them out when the amplifier signaled. Talmon had expected a flat, toneless voice, but the sonovox gave depth and timbre whenever Quentin spoke. "Those shrimps are perfectly usable, Van. It's only habit that makes us throw chow out after I've had it in my food box. I taste the stuff all right, but I haven't any salivary juices." "You taste them?" Quentin laughed a little. "Look, Van, don't try to pretend this seems natural to you. You'll have to get used to it." "It took me a long time," Linda said, "but after a while I found myself thinking it was just the sort of silly thing Bart always used to do. You remember the time you put on that suit of armor for the Chicago board meeting?" "Well, I made my point," Quentin said. "I forget what it was now, but we were talking about taste. I can taste these shrimps, Van. Certain nuances are lacking, very delicate sensations are lost on me. But there's more to it than sweet and sour, salt and bitter. Machines could taste years ago." "There's no digestion," said Talmon. "And there's no pylorospasm. What I lose in refinements of taste I make up for in freedom from gastrointestinal disorders." "You don't burp any more either," said Linda. "Thank God." "I can talk with my mouth full, too," Quentin said. "But I'm not the super machine-bodied brain you're subconsciously thinking I am, chum. I don't spit death rays. Talman grinned uneasily. Was I thinking that? I bet you were. But the timbre of the voice changed. I'm not super. I'm plenty human inside, and don't think I don't miss the old days sometimes. Lying on the beach and feeling the sun on my skin, little things like that. Dancing in rhythm to music and... Darling, Linda said. The voice changed again. Yeah, it's the small, trivial factors that make up a complete life. But I've got substitutes now, parallel factors, reactions quite impossible to describe because they're, well, let's say, electronic vibrations instead of the familiar neural ones. I do have senses, but through mechanical organs. When impulses reach my brain, they're automatically translated into familiar symbols, or... He hesitated. Not so much now, though. Linda laid a piece of planked fish in the food compartment. Delusions of grandeur, eh? Delusions of alteration, but no delusion, my love. You see, Van, when I first turned into a transplant, I had no standard of comparison except the arbitrary one I already knew. That was suited to a human body only. When later I felt an impulse from a digger gadget, I'd automatically feel as if I had my foot on a car accelerator. Now those old symbols are fading. I feel more directly now, without translating the impulses into the old-time images. That would be faster, Talman said. It is. I don't have to think of the value of pi when I get a pi signal. I don't have to break down the equation. I'm beginning to sense what the equation means. Synthesis with a machine? Yet, I'm a robot. It doesn't affect the identity, the personal essence of Bart Quentin. There was a brief silence, and Talman saw Linda look sharply towards the cylinder. Then Quentin continued in the same tone, I get a tremendous bang out of solving problems. I always did. And now it's just not on paper. I carry out the whole task myself from conception to finish. I dope out the application and... Van, I am the machine. Machine? Talman said. Ever noticed, when you're driving or piloting, how you identify yourself with the machine? It's an extension of you. I go one step further, and it's satisfying. Suppose you could carry empathy to the limit and be one of your patients while you were solving his problem. It's an ecstasy. Talman watched Linda pour Sauterne into a separate chamber. Do you ever get drunk any more? He asked. Linda gurgled. Not on liquor, but Bart gets high all right. How? Said Talman. Figure it out, Quentin said a little smugly. Alcohol's absorbed into the bloodstream, thence reaching the brain. The equivalent of intravenous shots, maybe? I'd rather put cobra venom in my circulatory system, the transplant said. My metabolic balance is too delicate, too perfectly organized to upset by introducing foreign substances. No, I use electrical stimulus, an induced high-frequency current that gets me high as a kite. Talman stared. And that's a substitute? It is. Smoking and drinking are irritants, Van. So's thinking, for that matter. When I feel the psychic need for a binge, I've a gadget that provides stimulating irritation, and I'll bet you'd get more of a bang out of it than you would out of a quart of mezcal. Yeah, he quotes Hausmann, Linda said, and does animal imitations. With his tonal control, Bart's a wonder. She stood up. If you'll excuse me for a bit, I've got some KP. Automatic as the kitchen is, and there are still buttons to push. Can I help? Talman offered. Thanks. No, stay here with Bart. You want me to hitch up your arms, darling? No, Quentin said. Van can take care of my liquid diet. Step it up, Linda. Summers said I've got to get back on the job soon. The ship's ready? Almost. Linda paused in the doorway, biting her lips. I'll never get used to your handling a spaceship all by yourself, especially that thing. It may be jury-rigged, but it'll get to Callisto. Well, there's a skeleton crew, isn't there? There is, Quentin said, but it isn't needed. The insurance companies demanded an extra crew. Summers did a good job rigging the ship in 6 weeks. With chewing gum and paper clips, Linda remarked. I only hope it holds. She went out as Quentin laughed softly. There was a silence. Then, as never before, Talman felt that his companion had changed. For he felt Quentin gazing at him, and Quentin wasn't there. Brandy, Van, the voice said. Pour a little in my box. Talman started to obey, but Quentin checked him. Not out of the bottle. It's been a long time since I mixed rum and coke in my mouth. Use the inhaler, that's it. Now, have a drink yourself and tell me how you feel. We're about to what? Don't you know? Talman went to the window and stood looking down at the reflected fluorescence shining in the St. Lawrence. 7 years, Quent. It's hard to get used to you in this form. I haven't lost anything. Not even Linda, Talman said. You're lucky. Quentin said steadily, She stuck with me. The accident 5 years ago wrecked me. I was fooling around with atomic research, and there were chances that had to be taken. I was mangled, butchered in the explosion. Don't think Linda and I hadn't planned in advance. We knew the occupational risk. And yet we figured the marriage could last, even if... But afterwards I almost insisted on a divorce. She convinced me we could still make a go of it. And we have. Talman nodded. I'd say so. That kept me going for a while, Quentin said softly. You know how I felt about Linda. It's always been just about a perfect equation. Even though the factors have changed, we've adjusted. Suddenly, Quentin's laugh made the psychologist swing round. I'm no monster, Van. Try and get over that idea. I never thought that, Talman protested. You're... What? Silence again. Quentin grunted. Yeah. In 5 years I've learned to notice how people react to me. Give me some more brandy. I still imagine I taste it with my palate. It's odd how associations hang on. Talman poured liquor from the inhaler. So you figure you haven't changed except physically. And you figure me as a raw brain in a metal cylinder, said Quentin. Not as the guy you used to get drunk with on 3rd Avenue. Oh, I've changed, sure. But it's a normal change. There's nothing innately alien about limbs that are metal extensions. It's one step beyond driving a car. If I were the sort of super gadget you subconsciously think I am, I'd be an utter introvert and spend my time working out cosmic equations. Quentin used a vulgar expletive. And if I did that, I'd go nuts. Because I'm no Superman. I'm an ordinary guy, a good physicist, and I have to adjust to a new body, which of course has its handicaps. What, for example? Senses, or the lack of them. I helped develop a lot of compensatory apparatus. I read escapist fiction, I get drunk by electrical irritation, I taste, even if I can't eat, I watch teleshows. I try to get the equivalent of all the purely human sensory pleasures I can. It makes a balance that's very necessary. Yes, it would be. And does it work, though? Look, I've got eyes that are delicately sensitive to shades and gradations of colors. I've got arm attachments that can be refined down until they can handle microscopic apparatus. I can draw pictures, and under a pseudonym I'm a pretty popular cartoonist. I do that as a sideline. My real job is still physics, and it's still a good job. You know the feeling of pure pleasure you get when you've worked out a problem in geometry or electronics or psychology or anything? Now I work out questions infinitely more complicated, requiring split-second reaction as well as calculation, like handling a spaceship. More brandy. It's volatile stuff in a hot room. You're still Bart Quentin, Talmon said. But I feel surer of that when I keep my eyes shut. Handling a spaceship. I've lost nothing human, Quentin insisted. The emotional basics haven't changed. It isn't really pleasant to have you come in and look at me with plain horror, but I can understand the reason. We've been friends for a long time, Van. You may forget that before I do. Sweat was suddenly cold on Talmon's stomach, but despite Quentin's words, he felt certain by now that he had part of the answer for which he had come to Quebec. The transplant had no abnormal powers. There were no telepathic functions. There were more questions to be asked, of course. He poured more brandy and smiled at the dully shining cylinder across the table. He could hear Linda singing softly from the kitchen. The spaceship had no name for two reasons. One was that she would make only a single trip to Callisto, and the other was odder. She was not essentially a ship with a cargo. She was a cargo with a ship. Atomic power plants are not ordinary dynamos that can be dismantled and created on a freight car. They're tremendously big, powerful, bulky, behemothik. It takes 2 years to complete an atomic setup, and even after that the initial energizing must take place on Earth, at the enormous Standards Control Plant that covers 7 counties in Pennsylvania. The Department of Weights, Measures, and Power has a chunk of metal and a thermostatically controlled glass case in Washington. That's the standard meter. Similarly, in Pennsylvania, there is, under fantastic precautionary conditions, the one key atomic disruptor in the solar system. There was only one requirement for fuel. It was best to filter it through a wire screen with approximately a 1-inch gauge. And that was an arbitrary matter for convenience in setting up a standard of fuels. For the rest, atomic power ate anything. Few people played with atomic power. The stuff's violent. The research engineers worked on a stagger system. Even so, only the immortality insurance, the transplanted eye, kept neuroses from developing into psychoses. The Callisto-bound power plant was too big to be loaded on the largest ship of any commercial line, but it had to get to Callisto. So the technicians built a ship around the power plant. It was not exactly jury-rigged, but it was definitely unstandardized. It occasionally, in matters of design, departed wildly from the norm. The special requirements were met deftly, often unorthodoxly, as they came up. Since the complete control would be in the hands of the transplant Quentin, only casual accommodations were provided for the comfort of the small emergency crew. They weren't intended to wander through the entire ship unless a breakdown made it necessary, and a breakdown was nearly impossible. In fact, the vessel was practically a living entity. But not quite. The transplant had extension tools throughout various sections of the great craft, yet they were specialized to deal with the job in hand. There was no sensory attachments, except auditory and ocular. Quentin was, for the nonce, simply a super spaceship drive control. The brain cylinder was carried into the craft by Summers, who inserted it somewhere, plugged it in, and that finished the construction job. At 2400 hours, the mobile power plant took off for Callisto. A third of the way to the Martian orbit, 6 space-suited men came into an enormous chamber that was a technician's nightmare. From a wall amplifier, Quentin's voice said, "What are you doing here, Van?" "Okay," Brown said. "This is it. We'll work fast now. Cunningham, locate the connection. Dahlquist, keep your gun ready." "What'll I look for?" the big blond man asked. Brown glanced at Talman. "You're certain there's no mobility?" "I'm certain," Talman said, his eyes moving. He felt naked, exposed to Quentin's gaze, and he didn't like it. Cunningham, gaunt, wrinkled, and scowling, said, "The only mobility's in the drive itself. I was sure of that before Talman double-checked. When a transplant's plugged in for one job, it's limited to the tools it needs for that job." "Well, don't waste time talking. Break the circuit." Cunningham stared through his vision plate. "Wait a minute. This isn't standardized equipment. It's experimental. It's casual. I've got to trace a few... Talman was surreptitiously trying to spot the transplant's eye lenses, and failing. From somewhere in that maze of tubes, coils, wires, grids, and engineering hash, he knew Quentin was looking at him. From several places, undoubtedly. They'd be all over vision, with eyes spotted strategically around the room. And it was a big room, this central control chamber. The light was misty yellow. It was like some strange, unearthly cathedral in its empty, towering height, a hugeness that dwarfed the 6 men. Bare grids, abnormally large, hummed and sparked. Great vacuum tubes flamed eerily. Around the walls, above their heads, ran a metal platform 20 feet up, a metal guard-rail casually precautionary. It was reached by 2 ladders on opposite walls of the room. Overhead hung a celestial globe, and the dim throbbing of tremendous power murmured in the chlorinated atmosphere. The amplifier said, "What is this, piracy?" Brown said casually, "Call it that and relax. You won't be harmed. We may even send you back to Earth when we can figure out a safe way to do it." Cunningham was investigating lucite mesh, taking care to touch nothing. Quentin said, "This cargo isn't worth hijacking. It isn't radium I'm carrying, you know." "I need a power plant," Brown remarked curtly. "How did you get aboard?" Brown lifted a hand to mop sweat from his face and then grimaced, refrained. "Find anything yet, Cunningham?" "Give me time. I'm only an electronics man. This setup's screwy. Look, Fern, give me a hand here." Talman's discomfort was growing. He realized that Quentin, after the first surprised comment, had ignored him. Some indefinable compulsion made him tilt back his head and say Quentin's name. "Yeah?" Quentin said. "Well, so you're in with his gang?" "Yeah." "You were pumping me up in Quebec to make sure I was harmless." Talman made his voice expressionless. "We had to be certain." "I see. How'd you get aboard? The radar automatically dodges approaching masses. You couldn't have brought your own ship alongside in space." "Oh, we didn't. We got rid of the emergency crew and took their suits." "Got rid of them?" Talman moved his eyes towards Brown. "What else could we do? We can't afford half measures in a gamble as big as this. Later on, they'd have been a danger to us after our plans started moving. Nobody's going to know anything about it except us and you." Again Talman looked at Brown. "I think, Quent, you'd better throw in with us." The amplifier ignored whatever implied threat lay in the suggestion. "What do you want the power plant for?" "We've got an asteroid picked out." Talmon said, tilting back his head to search the great crowded hollow of the ship, swimming a little in the haze of its poisonous atmosphere. He half expected Brown to cut him short, but the fat man didn't speak. It was, he thought, curiously difficult to talk persuasively to someone whose location you didn't know. "The only trouble is it's airless," he went on. "With the atomic plant, we can manufacture our own air. It'd be a miracle if anybody ever found us in the asteroid belt." "And then what, piracy?" Talmon didn't answer. The voice box said thoughtfully, "Might make a good racket at that for a while, anyhow. Long enough to clean up quite a lot. Nobody'll expect anything like that. Yeah, you might get away with the idea." "Well," Talmon said, "if you think that, what's the next logical step?" "Not what you think. I wouldn't play along with you," said Quentin. "Not for moral reasons, especially, but for motives of self-preservation. I'd be useless to you. Only in a highly intricate, widespread civilization is there any need for transplants. I'd be excessive baggage." "If I gave you my word." "You're not the big shot," Quentin told him. Talmon instinctively sent another questioning glance at Brown, and from the voice box on the wall came a curious sound like a smothered laugh. "All right," Talmon said, shrugging. "Naturally, you won't decide in our favor right away, but think it over. Remember, you're not Bart Quentin anymore. You've got certain mechanical handicaps. Well, we haven't got too much time. We can spare a little, say 10 minutes, while Cunningham looks things over, and then... Well, we aren't playing for marbles, Quent." His lips thinned. "You throw in with us and guide the ship under our orders, we can afford to let you live. But you've got to make up your mind fast. Cunningham's going to trace you down and take over the controls, and after that—" "What makes you so sure I can be traced down?" Quentin asked calmly. "I know just how much my life would be worth once I've landed you where you want to go. You don't need me. You couldn't give me the right maintenance even if you wanted to. No, I'd simply join the crewmen you've already disposed of. I'll give you an ultimatum of my own." "You what?" "Keep quiet and don't monkey with anything, and I'll land in an isolated part of Callisto and let you all escape," Quentin said. "If you don't, God help you." For the first time, Brown showed he'd been conscious of that distant voice. He turned to Talmon. "Bluff?" Talmon nodded slowly. "Must be. He's harmless." "Bluff," Cunningham said without looking up from his task. "No," the amplifier told him quietly. "I'm not bluffing. And be careful with that board. It's part of the atomic hookup. If you fool with the wrong connections, you're apt to blast us all out of space." Cunningham jerked back from the maze of wires snaking out of the bakelite before him. Fern, some distance away, turned a swarthy face to watch. "Easy," he said. "We've got to be sure what we're doing." "Shut up," Cunningham grunted. "I do know. Maybe that's what the transplant's afraid of. I'll be plenty careful to stay clear of atomic connections, but—" He paused to study the tangled wires. "No, this isn't atomic, I think. And not the control leads, anyway. Suppose I break this connection." His gloved hand came up to the rubber-sheathed cutter. The voice box said, "Cunningham, don't." Cunningham poised the cutter. The amplifier sighed. "You first, then. Here it is." Talmon felt the transparent face plate slap painfully against his nose. The immense room bucked dizzily as he went reeling forwards, unable to check himself. All around him he saw grotesque, space-suited figures reeling and stumbling. Brown lost his balance and fell heavily. Cunningham had been slammed forward into the wires as the ship abruptly decelerated. Now he hung like a trapped fly in the tangle, his limbs, his head, his whole body jerking and twitching with spasmodic violence. The devil's dance increased in fury. "Get him out of there!" Dahlquist yelled. "Hold it!" Fern shouted. "I'll cut the power!" But he didn't know how. Talmon, dry-throated, watched Cunningham's body sprawling, arching, shaking in spastic agony. Bones cracked suddenly. Cunningham jerked more limply now, his head flopping grotesquely. "Get him down," Brown snapped, but Fern shook his head. "Cunningham's dead. That hook-up's dangerous." "Ah, dead?" Under his thin moustache, Fern's lips parted in a humorless smile. "A guy in an epileptic fit can break his own neck." "Yeah," Dahlquist said, obviously shaken. "His neck's broken, all right. Look at the way his head goes." "Put a 20-cycle alternating current through yourself, and you'd go into convulsions, too," Fern advised. "You can't just leave him there." "We can," Brown said, scowling. "Stay away from the walls, all of you." He glared at Talman. "Why didn't you—" "Sure, I know, but Cunningham should have had sense enough to stay away from bare wires." "Few wires are insulated round here," the fat man growled. "You said the transplant was harmless." "I said he had no mobility, and that he wasn't a telepath." Talman realized his voice sounded defensive. Fern said, "The signal's supposed to sound when the ship accelerates or decelerates. It didn't go off that time. The transplant must have cut it out himself, so he wouldn't be warned." They looked up into that humming, vast, yellow emptiness. Claustrophobia gripped Talman. The walls looked ready to topple in, to fold down, as though he stood in the cupped hand of a titan. "We can smash his eye cells," Brown suggested. "Find 'em." Fern indicated the maze of equipment. "All we have to do is to unhitch the transplant, break his connection, then he goes dead." "Unfortunately," Fern said, "Cunningham was the only electronics engineer among us. I'm only an astrophysicist." "Never mind, we pull one plug and the transplant blacks out. You can do that much?" Anger flared, but Cotton, a little man with blinking blue eyes, broke the tension. "Mathematics, geometry ought to help us. We want to locate the transplant and—" He glanced up and was frozen. "We're off our course," he said finally, licking dry lips. "You see that telltale?" Far above, Talman could see the enormous celestial globe. On its dark surface, a point of red light was clearly marked. Fern's swarthy face showed a sneer. "Sure, the transplant's running to cover. Earth's the nearest place where he can get help. We've plenty of time left. I'm not the technician Cunningham was, but I'm not a complete dope." He didn't look at the rhythmically moving body on the wires. "We don't have to test every connection in the ship." "Okay, take it then," Brown grunted. Awkward in his suit, Fern walked to a square opening in the floor and peered down at the mesh metal grating 8 feet below. "Right," he said. "Here's the fuel feed, so we don't need to trace connections through the whole ship. The fuel's dumped out of that leader tube overhead there. Now look, everything connected with the atomic power is apparently marked with red wax crayon, you see?" They saw. Here and there on bare plates and boards were cryptic red markings. Other symbols were in blue, green, black, and white. "Go on that assumption," Fern said, "temporarily anyhow. Red's atomic power. Now, blue, green, yeah." Talman said suddenly, "I don't see anything here that looks like Quentin's brain case." "Did you expect to?" the astrophysicist asked sardonically. "It slid into a padded socket somewhere. The brain can stand more grabs than the body, but 7's about tops in any case. Which incidentally is fine for us. We no use putting high-speed potential in this ship. The transplant couldn't stand it any more than we could." 7 Gs, Brown said thoughtfully. "Which would black out the transplant, too. He'll have to remain conscious to pilot the ship through Earth's atmosphere. We've got plenty of time." "We're going pretty slow now," Dahlquist put in. Fern gave the celestial globe a sharp glance. "Yeah, looks like it. Now let me work on this." He paid out a coil from his belt and hitched himself to one of the central pillars. "And that'll guard against any more accidents." "Tracing a circuit shouldn't be so hard," Brown said. "Ordinarily it isn't, but you've got everything in this chamber. Atomic control, radar, the kitchen sink. All these labels are only for construction convenience. There wasn't any blueprint for this ship. It's a single-shot model. I can find the transplant, but it'll take time, so shut up and let me work. Brown scowled, but didn't say anything. Cotton's bald head was sweating. Dahlquist wrapped his arm round a metal pillar and waited. Talmon looked up again at the balcony that hung from the walls. The celestial globe showed a crawling disk of red light. "Quent," he said. "Yes, Van." Quentin's voice was quietly distant. Brown put one hand casually to the blaster at his belt. "Why don't you give up?" "Why don't you?" "You can't fight us, Quent. Your getting Cunningham was a fluke. We're on guard now. You can't hurt us. It's only a matter of time until we trace you down. But don't look for mercy then, Quent. You can save us trouble by telling us where you are. We're willing to pay for that. After we find you on our own initiative, you can't bargain. How about it?" Quentin said simply, "No." There was silence for a few minutes. Talmon was watching Fern, who, very cautiously paying out his coil, was investigating the tangle where Cunningham's body still hung. Quentin said, "You won't find the answer there. I'm pretty well camouflaged." "But helpless," Talmon said quickly. "So are you. Ask Fern. If he monkeys with the wrong connections, he's apt to destroy the ship. Look at your own problem. We're heading back towards Earth. I'm swinging into a new course that'll end at the home berth. If you give up now—" Brown said, "The old statutes were never altered. The punishment for piracy's death. There's been no piracy for 100 years. If an actual case came to trial, it might be a different matter." "Imprisonment? Reconditioning?" Talmon said. "I'd a lot rather be dead." "We're decelerating," Dahlquist called, getting a firmer grip on his pillar. Looking at Brown, Talmon thought the fat man knew what he had in mind. If technical knowledge failed, psychology might not. And Quentin, after all, was a human brain. First, get the subject off guard. "Quent," but Quentin didn't answer. Brown grimaced and turned to watch Fern. Sweat was pouring down the physicist's swarthy face as he concentrated on the hookups, drawing diagrams on the stylo pad he wore attached to his forearm. After a while, Talmon began to feel dizzy. He shook his head, realized that the ship had decelerated almost to zero, and got a firmer grip on the nearest pillar. Fern cursed. He was having a difficult time keeping his footing. Presently he lost it altogether as the ship went free. 5 space-suited figures clung to convenient hand grips. Fern snarled, "This may be deadlock, but it doesn't help the transplant. I can't work without gravity. He can't get to Earth without acceleration." The voice box said, "I've sent out an SOS." Fern laughed. "I worked that out with Cunningham, and you talk too much to Talmon, too. With a radar meteor avoider, you don't need signaling apparatus, and you haven't got it." He eyed the apparatus he'd just left. "Maybe I was getting too close to the right answer, though, eh? Is that why—" "You weren't even near it," Quentin said. "Just the same—" Fern kicked himself away from the pillar, paying out the line behind him. He made a loop about his left wrist, and hanging in mid-air, fell to studying the hookup. Brown lost his grip on the slippery column and floated free like some overinflated balloon. Talmon kicked himself across to the railed balcony. He caught the metal bar in gloved hands, swung himself in like an acrobat, and looked down, although it wasn't really down, at the control chamber. "I think you'd better give up," Quentin said. Brown was floating across to join Fern. "Never," he said. And simultaneously 4 Gs hit the ship with the impact of a pile-driver. It wasn't forward acceleration, it was in another foreplanned direction. Fern saved himself at the cost of an almost dislocated wrist, but the looped line rescued him from the fatal dive into uninsulated wiring. Talmon was slammed down on the balcony. He could see the others plummet to hard impacts on unyielding surfaces. Brown wasn't stopped by the floor plate, though. He'd been hovering over the fuel feed hole when the acceleration was jammed on. Talmon saw the bulky body pop out of sight down the opening. There was an indescribable sound. Dalquist, Fern, and Cotton struggled to their feet. They cautiously went towards the hole and peered down. Talmon called, "Is he—" Cotton had turned away. Dalquist remained where he was, apparently fascinated, Talmon thought, until he saw the man's shoulders heaving. Fern looked up towards the balcony. "He went through the filter screen," he said. "The 1-inch gauge metal mesh." "Broke through?" "No," Fern said deliberately. "No, he didn't break through. He went through." 4 gravities and a fall of 80 feet add up to something slightly terrific. Talmon shut his eyes and said, "Quent, do you give up?" Fern snarled, "Not on your life. Our unit's not that interdependent. We can do without Brown." Talmon sat on the balcony, held onto the rail, and let his feet hang down into emptiness. He stared across to the celestial globe 40 feet to his left. The red spot that marked the ship stood motionless. "I don't think you're human anymore, Quent," he said. "Because I don't use a blaster? I have different weapons to fight with now. I'm not kidding myself, Van. I'm fighting for my life." "We could still bargain," Quentin said. "I told you you'd forget our friendship before I did. You must have known this hijacking could only end in my death, but apparently you didn't care about that." "I didn't expect you to—" "Yeah," the voice box said. "I wonder if you'd have been as ready to go through with this plan if I'd still had human form. As for friendship, use your own tricks of psychology, Van. You look on my mechanical body as an enemy, a barrier between you and the real Bart Quentin. Subconsciously, maybe you hate it, and you're therefore willing to destroy it, even though you'll be destroying me with it. I don't know, perhaps you rationalize that you'd thus be rescuing me from the thing that's erected the barrier. And you forget that I haven't changed, basically." "We used to play chess together," Talmon said, "but we didn't smash the pawns." "I'm in check," Quentin countered. "All I've got to fight with are knights. You've still got castles and bishops. You can move straight for your goal. Do you give up?" "No," Talmon snapped. His eyes were on the red light. He saw a tremor move it, and gripped the metal rail with a frantic clutch. His body swung out as the ship jumped. One gloved hand was torn from its grip, but the other held. The celestial globe was swinging violently. Talmon threw a leg over the rail, clambered back to his precarious perch, and looked down. Fern was still braced by his emergency line. Dalquist and little Cotton were sliding across the floor to bring up with a crash against a pillar. Someone screamed. Sweating, Talmon warily descended. But by the time he'd reached Cotton, the man was dead. Irradiating cracks in his faceplate and contorted, discolored features gave the answer. "He slammed right into me," Dalquist gulped. "His plate cracked into the back of my helmet." The chlorinated atmosphere within the sealed ship had ended Cotton's life, not easily but rapidly. Dalquist, Fern, and Talmon matched glances. The blond giant said, "3 of us left. I don't like this. I don't like it at all." Fern showed his teeth. "So we're still underestimating that thing. From now on, hitch yourselves to pillars. Don't move without sound anchorage. Stay clear of everything that might cause trouble." "We're still heading back towards Earth," Talmon said. "Yeah," Fern nodded. "We could open a port and walk out into free space. But then what? We figured we'd be using this ship. Now we've got to." Dalquist said, "If we gave up—" "Execution," Fern said flatly. "We've still got time. I've traced some of the connections. I've eliminated a lot of hookups." "Still think you can do it?" "I think so. But don't let go of your hand grips for a second. I'll find the answer before we hit atmosphere." Talmon had a suggestion. Brains send out recognizable vibration patterns. A directional finder, maybe. If we were in the middle of the Mojave, that would work. Not here. The ship's lousy with currents and radiations. How could we unscramble them without apparatus? We brought some apparatus with us, and there's plenty all round the walls. It's hooked up. I want to be plenty careful about upsetting the status quo. I wish Cunningham hadn't gone down the drain. Quentin's no fool, Talman said. He got the electronic engineer first, and Brown second. He was trying for you then, too. Bishop and Queen. Which makes me what? Castle. He'll get you if he can. Talman frowned, trying to remember something. And then he had it. He bent over the stylo pad on Fern's arm, shielding the writing with his own body from any photoelectrics that might be spotted around the walls or ceilings, and he wrote, "He gets drunk on high frequency. Can do." Fern crumpled the tissue slip and tore it awkwardly into fragments with his gloved hands. He winked at Talman and nodded briefly. "Well, I'll keep trying," he said, and paid out his line to the kit of apparatus he and Cunningham had brought aboard. Left alone, Dahlquist and Talman hitched themselves to pillars and waited. There was nothing else they could do. Talman had already mentioned this high-frequency irritation angle to Fern and Cunningham. They'd seen no value to the knowledge then. Now it might be the answer, with applied practical psychology to supplement technology. Meanwhile, Talman longed for a cigarette. All he could do, sweating in the uncomfortable suit, was to manipulate a built-in gadget so that he managed to swallow a salt tablet and a few gulps of tepid water. His heart was pounding, and there was a dull ache in his temples. The spacesuit was uncomfortable. He wasn't used to such personal confinement. Through the built-in receiving gadget, he could hear the humming silence broken by the padding rustle of sheathed boots as Fern moved about. Talman blinked at the chaos of equipment and closed his eyes. The relentless yellow light, not intended for human vision, made little pulses beat nervously somewhere near his eye sockets. Somewhere in this ship, he thought, probably in this very chamber, was Quentin, but camouflaged. How? Purloined letter stuff? No, scarcely. Quentin would have had no reason to expect hijackers. It was pure accident that had intervened to protect the transplant from such an excellent hiding place. That and the slapdash methods of technicians constructing a one-piece job of equipment with the casual convenience of a slipstick. But Talman thought, if Quentin could be made to reveal his location. How? By induced cerebral irritation, intoxication? Appeal to basics? The brain couldn't propagate the species. Self-preservation remained the only constant. Talman wished he'd brought Linda along. He'd have had a lever then. If only Quentin had had a human body, the answer wouldn't be so difficult to find. Not necessarily by torture. Automatic muscular reactions, the old standby of professional magicians, could have led Talman to his goal. Unfortunately, Quentin himself was the goal, a bodiless brain in a padded, insulated metal cylinder, and his spinal cord was a wire. If Fern could rig up a high-frequency device, the radiations would weaken Quentin's defenses in one way if not another. At present, the transplant was a very, very dangerous opponent. He was perfectly camouflaged. Well, not perfectly. No, definitely no, because Talman realized with a sudden glow of excitement, Quentin wasn't simply sitting back ignoring the pirates and taking the quickest route back to Earth. The very fact that he was retracing his course instead of going on to Callisto indicated that Quentin wanted to get help, and meanwhile, via murder, he was doing his utmost to distract his unwelcome guests, because, obviously, Quentin could be found. Given time. Cunningham could have done it. And even Fern was a menace to the transplant. That meant that Quentin was afraid. Talman sucked in his breath. "Quent," he said, "I have a proposition. You listening?" "Yes," the distant, terribly familiar voice said. "I have an answer for all of us. You want to stay alive, we want this ship, right? Correct. Suppose we drop you by parachute when we hit Earth atmosphere. Then we can take over the controls and head out again. That way... And Brutus is an honorable man, Quentin remarked. But of course he wasn't. I can't trust you any more, Van. Psychopaths and criminals are too amoral. They're ruthless, because they feel the end justifies the means. You're a psychopathic psychologist, Van, and that's exactly why I'd never take your word for anything. Taking a long chance, Quent. If we do find the right hookup in time, there'll be no bargaining, you know. If. It's a long way back to Earth. We're taking precautions now. You can't kill any more of us. We'll simply keep working steadily till we find you. Now, what about it? After a pause, Quentin said, I'd rather take my chances. I know technological values better than I do human ones. As long as I depend on my own field of knowledge, I'm safer than if I tried to deal in psychology. I know coefficients and cosines. But I don't know much about the colloid machine in your skull. Talman lowered his head. Sweat dripped from his nose to the interior of his faceplate. He felt a sudden claustrophobia, fear of the damped, cramped quarters of the suit, and fear of the larger dungeon that was the room and the ship itself. "You're restricted, Quent," he said too loudly. "You're limited in your weapons. You can't adjust atmospheric pressure in here, or you'd have compressed already and crushed us." "Crushing vital equipment at the same time. Besides, those suits can take a lot of pressure. Your king's still in check, Quent." "So is yours," Quentin said calmly. Fern gave Talman a slow look that held approval and faint triumph. Under the clumsy gloves manipulating delicate instruments, the hookup was beginning to take shape. Luckily, it was a job of conversion rather than construction, or time would have been too short. "Enjoy yourself," Quentin said. "I'm slamming on all the G's we can take." "I don't feel it," Talman said. "All we can take, not all I could give out. Go ahead and amuse yourselves. You can't win." "No?" "Well, figure it out. As long as you stay hitched in one place, you're reasonably safe. But if you start moving around, I can destroy you." "Which means we'll have to move somewhere in order to reach you, eh?" Quentin laughed. "I didn't say so. I'm well camouflaged. Turn that thing off!" The shout echoed and re-echoed against the vaulted roof, shaking the amber air. Talman jerked nervously. He met Fern's eye and saw the astrophysicist grinned. "It's hitting him," Fern said. Then there was silence for many minutes. The ship abruptly jumped, but the frequency inductor was securely moored, and the men, too, were anchored by their lines. "Turn it off," Quentin said again. His voice wasn't quite under control. "Where are you?" Talman asked. No answer. "We can wait, Quent." "Keep waiting, then. I'm not distracted by personal fear. That's one advantage of being a transplant." "High irritant value," Fern murmured. "Works fast, hmm?" "Come on, Quent," Talman said persuasively. "You've still got the instinct for self-preservation. This can't be pleasant for you." "It's too pleasant," Quentin said unevenly. "But it won't work. I could always stand my liquor." "This isn't liquor," Fern countered, and he touched a dial. The transplant laughed. Talman noted with satisfaction that oral control was slipping. "It won't work, I say. I'm too smart for you." "Yeah?" "Yeah, you're not morons. None of you are. Fern's a good technician, maybe, but he isn't good enough. Remember, Van, you asked me in Quebec if there'd been any change. I said there hadn't. I'm finding out now that I was wrong." "How?" "Lack of distraction." Quentin was talking too much, a symptom of intoxication. "A brain and a body can never concentrate fully. It's too conscious of the body itself, which is an imperfect mechanism, too specialized to be efficient. respiratory, circulatory, all the systems intrude. Even the habit of breathing's a distraction. Now, the ship's my body at the moment, but it's perfect mechanism. It functions with absolute efficiency, so my brain's correspondingly better. Superman. Super efficient. The better mind generally wins at chess because it can foresee the possible gambits. I can foresee everything you might do, and you're badly handicapped. Why? You're human. Egotism, Talman thought. What was the Achillean heel? A taste of success had apparently done its psychological work, and the electronic equivalent of drunkenness had released inhibitions. Logical enough. After 5 years of routine work, no matter how novel that work might be, this suddenly altered situation, this change from active to passive, from machine to protagonist, might have been the catalyst, ego, and cloudy thinking. But Quentin wasn't a superbrain. Very definitely he was not. The higher an IQ, the less need there is for self-justification, direct or indirect. And oddly, Talman suddenly felt absolved of any lingering compulsions. The real Bart Quentin would never have been guilty of paranoid thought patterns. So, Quentin's articulation was clear, there was no slurring, but he no longer spoke with soft palate, tongue, and lips by means of a column of air. Tonal control was noticeably altered now, however, and the transplant's voice varied from a carrying whisper to almost a shout. Talman grinned. He was feeling better, somehow. "We're human," he said, "but we're still sober." "And nuts. Look at the telltale. We're getting close to Earth." "Come off it, Quent," Talman said wearily. "You're bluffing, and we both know you're bluffing. You can't stand an indefinite amount of high frequency. Now save time and give up." "You give up," Quentin said. "I can see everything you do. The ship's a mass of traps anyway. From up here, all I have to do is watch until you get close to one. I'm planning my game ahead, every gambit worked out to checkmate for one of you. You haven't got a chance. You haven't got a chance. You haven't got a chance." From up here, Talman thought. Up where? He remembered little Cotton's remark that geometry could be used to locate the transplant. Sure, geometry and psychology. Halve the ship, quarter it, keep bisecting the remainders. Not necessary. Up was the key word. Talman seized upon it with an eagerness that didn't show on his face. Up, presumably, reduced by half the area they'd have to search. The lower parts of the ship could be ruled out. Now he'd have to halve the upper section, using the celestial globe, say, as the dividing line. The transplant had eye cells spotted all over the ship, of course, but Talman tentatively decided that Quentin thought of himself as situated in one particular spot, not scattered over the whole ship, localized wherever an eye was built in. A man's head is his locus to his own mind. Thus Quentin could see the red spot on the celestial globe. But that didn't necessarily mean that he was located in a wall facing that hemisphere of the sphere. The transplant had to be trapped into references to his actual physical relation to the objects in the ship, which would be hard, because this could be done best by references to sight, the normal individual's most important link with his surroundings. And Quentin's sight was almost omnipotent. He could see everything. There had to be a localization, somehow. A word association test would do it, but that implied cooperation. Quentin wasn't that drunk. Nothing could be gauged by learning what Quentin could see, for his brain was not necessarily near any one of his eyes. There would be a subtle intrinsic realization of location on the transplant's part, the knowledge that he, blind, deaf, and dumb, except through his distant extensor sensory mechanisms, was in a certain place. And now, except by too obviously direct questioning, could Quentin be made to give the right answers. It was impossible, Talmon thought, with a hopeless sense of frustrated anger. The anger grew stronger. It brought sweat to his face, rousing him to a dull, aching hatred of Quentin. All this was Quentin's fault. The fact that Talmon was prisoned here in this hateful spacesuit in this enormous death trap of a ship, the fault of a machine. Suddenly, he saw the way. It would, of course, depend on how drunk Quentin was. He glanced at Fern, questioned the man with his eyes, and in response Fern manipulated a dial and nodded. "Damn you," Quentin said in a whisper. "Nuts," Talmon said. "You implied you haven't any instinct for self-preservation anymore." "I didn't." "It's true, isn't it?" "No," Quentin said loudly. "You forget I'm a psychologist, Quint. I should have seen the angles before. The book was open, ready to read, even before I saw you. When I saw Linda." "Shut up about Linda." Talmon had a momentary, sick vision of the drunken, tortured brain somewhere hidden in the walls, a surrealistic nightmare. "Sure," he said. "You don't want to think about her yourself." "Shut up." "You don't want to think about yourself either, do you?" "What are you trying to do, Van? Get me mad?" "No," Talmon said. "I'm simply fed up and sick and disgusted with the whole business, pretending that you're Bart, Quentin, that you're still human, and we can deal with you on equal terms." "There'll be no dealing." "That's not what I meant, and you know it. I've just realized what you are." He let the words hang in the dim air. He imagined he could hear Quentin's heavy breathing, though he knew it was merely an illusion. "Please shut up, Van," Quentin said. "Who's asking me to shut up?" "I am." "And what's that?" The ship jumped. Talmon almost lost his balance. The line hitched to the pillar saved him. He laughed. "I'd be sorry for you, Quent, if you were you. But you're not." "I'm not falling for any trick." "It may be a trick, but it's the truth, too, Quent. And you've wondered about it yourself. I'm dead certain of that." "Wondered about what?" "You're not human any more," Talmon said gently. "You're a thing, a machine, a gadget, a spongy gray hunk of meat in a box. Did you really think I could get used to you now? That I could identify you with the old Quent? You haven't any face." The sound box made noises. They sounded mechanical, and then, "Shut up," Quentin said again, almost plaintively. "I know what you're trying to do." "And you don't want to face it, Quent. Only you've got to face it sooner or later, whether you kill us now or not. This business is an accident, but the thoughts in your brain will keep growing and growing, and you'll keep changing and changing. You've changed plenty already." "You're crazy," Quentin said. "I'm no monster." "You hope, eh? Look at it logically. You haven't dared to do that, have you?" Talmon held up his gloved hand and ticked off the points on his sheathed fingers. "You're trying very desperately to keep your grip on something that's slipping away. Humanity, the heritage you were born to. You hang on to the symbols, hoping they'll mean the reality. Why do you pretend to eat? Why do you insist on drinking brandy out of a glass? You know it might just as well be squirted into you out of an oil can. No, it's an aesthetic. Garbage. You go to teleshows, you read, you pretend you're human enough to be a cartoonist. It's a desperate, hopeless clinging to something that's already gone from you. All these pretenses. Why do you feel the need for binges? You're maladjusted because you're pretending you're still human, and you're not anymore. I'm, well, something better. Maybe if you'd been born a machine. But you were human. You had a human body. You had eyes and hair and lips. Linda must remember that, Quent. You should have insisted on a divorce. Look, if you'd only been crippled by the explosion, she could have taken care of you. You'd have needed her. As it is, you're a self-sufficient, self-contained unit. She does a good job of pretending, I'll admit that. She tries not to think of you as a hopped-up helicopter, a gadget, a blob of wet cellular tissue. It must be tough on her. She remembers you as you used to be. She loves me. She pities you, Talman said relentlessly. In the humming stillness, the red telltale crept across the globe. Fern's tongue stole out and circled his lips. Dahlquist stood quietly watching. His eyes narrowed. Yeah, Talman said. Face it. Now look to the future. Oh, there are compensations. You'll get quite a bang out of meshing your gears, huh? Eventually, you'll even stop remembering you ever were human. You'll be happier then. You can hang on to it, Quent. It's going away. You can keep on pretending for a while, but in the end it won't matter anymore. You'll be satisfied to be a gadget. You'll see beauty in a machine, and not in Linda. Maybe that's happened already. Maybe Linda knows it's happened. You don't have to be honest with yourself yet, you know. You're immortal. But I wouldn't take that kind of immortality as a gift. Van. Yeah, I'm still Van. But you're a machine. Go ahead and kill us if you want. If you can do it. And then go back to Earth. And when you see Linda again, look at her face. Look at it when she doesn't know you're watching. You can do that easily. You rig up a photoelectric cell and a lamp or something. Van! Van! Talman let his hands drop to his sides. All right. Where are you? The silence grew, while an inaudible question hummed through the yellow vastness. The question perhaps in the mind of every transplant. The question of a price. What price? Utter loneliness. The sick knowledge that the old ties were snapping one by one, and that in place of living, warm humanity, there would remain a metal monster. Yes, he had wondered, this transplant who'd been Bart Quentin. He had wondered while the proud, tremendous machines that were his body stood ready to spring into vibrant life. Am I changing? Am I still Bart Quentin? Or do they, the humans, look on me as, well, how does Linda really feel about me now? Am I it? Go up on the balcony, Quentin said. His voice was curiously faded and dead. Talman made a quick gesture. Fern and Dahlquist sprang to life. They climbed each to a ladder on opposite sides of the room, but carefully hitching their lines to each rung. Where is it? Talman asked gently. The south wall. Use the celestial sphere for orientation. You can reach me. The voice failed. Yes? Silence. Fern called down. As he passed out, Quent. Yes. About the center of the balcony. I'll tell you when you reach it. Easy, Fern warned Dahlquist. He took a turn of his line about the balcony rail and edged forward, searching the wall with his eyes. Talman used one arm to scrub his fogged faceplate. Sweat was trickling down his face and flanks. The crawling yellow light, the humming stillness from machines that should be roaring thunderously, stung his nerves to unendurable tension. Where? Here? Fern called. Where is it, Quent? Talman asked. Where are you? Van, Quentin said, a horrible, urgent agony in his tone. You can't mean what you've been saying. You can't. This is... I've got to know. I'm thinking of Linda. Talman shivered. He moistened his lips. You're a machine, Quent, he said steadily. You're a gadget, Quent. You know I'd never have tried to kill you if you were still Bart Quentin. And then, with shocking abruptness, Quentin laughed. Here it comes, Fern, he shouted, and the echoes crashed and roared through the vaulted chamber. Fern clawed for the balcony rail. That was a fatal mistake. The line hitching him to that rail proved a trap because he didn't see the danger in time to unhook himself. The ship jumped. It was beautifully gauged. Fern was jerked towards the wall and halted by his line. Simultaneously, the great celestial globe swung from its support in a pendulum arc like the drive of a gargantuan fly-swatter. The impact snapped Fern's line instantly. Vibration boomed through the walls. Talman hung onto a pillar and kept his eyes on the globe. It swung back and forth in a diminishing arc as inertia overcame momentum. Liquid spattered and dripped from it. He saw Dalquist's helmet appear over the rail. The man yelled, "Fern!" There was no answer. "Fern! Talman!" "I'm here," Talman said. "Where's—" Dalquist turned his head to stare at the wall. He screamed. Obscene gibberish tumbled from his mouth. He yanked the blaster from its belt and aimed it at the maze of apparatus below. "Dalquist!" Talman shouted. "Hold it!" Dalquist didn't hear. "I'll smash the ship!" he screamed. "I'll—" Talman drew his own blaster, steadied the muzzle against the pillar, and shot Dalquist in the head. He watched the body lean over the rail, topple, and crash down on the floor plates. Then he rolled on his face and lay there, making sick, miserable sounds. "Van," Quentin said. Talman didn't answer. "Van?" "Yeah. Turn off the inductor." Talman got up, walked unsteadily to the device, and ripped wires loose. He didn't bother to search for an easier method. After a long while, the ship grounded. The humming vibration of currents died. The dim, huge control chamber seemed oddly empty now. "I've opened a port," Quentin said. "Denver's about 50 miles north. There's a highway 4 miles or so in the same direction." Talman stood up, staring around. His face looked ravaged. "You tricked us," he mumbled. "All along you were playing us like fish. My psychology—" "No," Quentin said. "You almost succeeded." What? You don't think of me as a gadget, really. You pretended to, but a little matter of semantics saved me. When I realized what you'd said, I came to my senses." What I said? Huh? "Yeah. That you'd never have tried to kill me if I'd still been Bart Quentin." Talman was struggling slowly out of his spacesuit. Fresh, clean air had already replaced the poison atmosphere of the ship. He shook his head dazedly. I don't see it," he said. Quentin's laughter rang out, filling the chamber with its warm, human vibrancy. "A machine can be stopped or destroyed, Van," he said. "But it can't be killed." Talman didn't say anything. He was free of the bulky suit now, and he turned hesitantly towards a doorway. He looked back. "The door's open," Quentin said. "You're letting me go?" said Van. I told you in Quebec that you'd forget our friendship before I did. You'd better step it up, Van, while there's still time. Denver's probably sent out helicopters already. Talmon swept one questioning look around the vast chamber. Somewhere perfectly camouflaged among those mighty machines was a small metal cylinder cradled and shielded in its hidden socket. Bart Quentin. His throat felt dry. He swallowed, opened his mouth, closed it again. He turned on his heel and went out. The muffled sound of his footsteps faded. Alone in the silent ship, Bart Quentin waited for the technicians who would refit his body for the Callisto flight. And now the 10th story, Letter to a Phoenix, by Frederic Brown. And the introduction. The thesis put forward in Letter to a Phoenix is, on the face of it, heartless. How, one asks oneself, can any writer seriously suggest that what seems to be humanity's most desperate curse is in fact its greatest blessing? And yet the argument really is worth considering, not precisely or entirely for itself. The very long-term perspective here used obviously calls for value judgments different in kind from the ones we short-termers must subscribe to, but rather because of a more general implication. In brief, we must not ever allow ourselves to imagine that because babies get thrown out with the bathwater, our wisest and kindest plan is to let the bathwater just stay and stagnate. Letter to a Phoenix. There is much to tell you, so much that it is difficult to know where to begin. Fortunately, I have forgotten most of the things that have happened to me. Fortunately, the mind has a limited capacity for remembering. It would be horrible if I remembered the details of 180,000 years, the details of 4,000 lifetimes that I have lived since the first great atomic war. Not that I have forgotten the really great moments. I remember being on the first expedition to land on Mars, and the third to land on Venus. I remember, I believe it was in the Third Great War, the blasting of Skoro from the sky by a force that compares to nuclear fission as a nova compares to our slowly dying sun. I was second in command on a Hyper-A-class spacer in the war against the second extragalactic invaders, the ones who established bases on Jupe's moons before we knew they were there, and almost drove us out of the solar system before we found the one weapon they couldn't stand up against. So they fled where we couldn't follow them, then, outside of the galaxy. When we did follow them, about 15,000 years later, they were gone. They were dead 3,000 years. And this is what I want to tell you about, that mighty race and the others. But first, so that you will know how I know what I know, I will tell you about myself. I'm not immortal. There is only one immortal being in the universe. Of it, more anon. Compared to it, I am of no importance. But you will not understand or believe what I say to you unless you understand what I am. There is little in a name, and that is a fortunate thing, for I do not remember mine. That is less strange than you think, for 180,000 years is a long time, and for one reason or another I have changed my name 1,000 times or more. And what could matter less than the name my parents gave me 180,000 years ago? I am not a mutant. What happened to me happened when I was 23 years old during the First Atomic War. The first war, that is, in which both sides used atomic weapons. Puny weapons, of course, compared to subsequent ones. It was less than a score of years after the discovery of the atomic bombs. The first bombs were dropped in a minor war while I was still a child. They ended that war quickly, for only one side had them. The first atomic war wasn't a bad one. The first one never is. I was lucky, for if it had been a bad one, one which ended a civilization, I'd not have survived it, despite the biological accident that happened to me. If it had ended a civilization, I wouldn't have been kept alive during the 16-year sleep period I went through about 30 years later. But again, I get ahead of the story. I was, I believe, 20 or 21 years old when the war started. They didn't take me for the army right away because I was not physically fit. I was suffering from a rather rare disease of the pituitary gland. Somebody's syndrome. I've forgotten the name. It caused obesity, among other things. I was about 50 pounds overweight for my height, and had little stamina. I was rejected without a second thought. About 2 years later, my disease had progressed slightly, but other things had progressed more than slightly. By that time the army was taking anyone. They'd have taken a one-legged, one-armed blind man if he was willing to fight. And I was willing to fight. I'd lost my family in a dusting. I hated my job in a war plant. I had been told by doctors that my disease was incurable, and I had only a year or two to live in any case. So I went to what was left of the army, and what was left of the army took me without a second thought, and sent me to the nearest front, which was 10 miles away. I was in the fighting one day after I joined. Now, I remember enough to know that I hadn't anything to do with it, but it happened that the time I joined was the turn of the tide. The other side was out of bombs and dust and getting low on shells and bullets. We were out of bombs and dust too, but they hadn't knocked out all of our production facilities, and we'd got just about all of theirs. We still had planes to carry them, too, and we still had the semblance of an organization to send the planes to the right places. Nearly the right places, anyway. Sometimes we dropped them too close to our own troops by mistake. It was a week after I'd got into the fighting that I got out of it again, knocked out of it by one of our smaller bombs that had been dropped about a mile away. I came to, about 2 weeks later, in a base hospital, pretty badly burned. By that time the war was over, except for the mopping up, and except for restoring order and getting the world started up again. You see, that hadn't been what I call a blow-up war. It killed off, I'm just guessing, I don't remember the fraction, about a fourth or a fifth of the world's population. There was enough productive capacity left, and there were enough people left to keep on going. There were dark ages for a few centuries, but there was no return to savagery, no starting over again. In such times people go back to using candles for light and burning wood for fuel, but not because they don't know how to use electricity or mine coal, just because the confusions and revolutions keep them off balance for a while. The knowledge is there, in abeyance until order returns. It's not like a blow-up war when 9/10 or more of the population of Earth, or of Earth and the other planets, is killed. Then is when the world reverts to utter savagery, and the 100th generation rediscovers metals to tip their spears. But again I digress. After I recovered consciousness in the hospital, I was in pain for a long time. There were by then no more anesthetics. I had deep radiation burns, from which I suffered almost intolerably for the first few months, until gradually they healed. I did not sleep. That was the strange thing. And it was a terrifying thing then, for I did not understand what had happened to me, and the unknown is always terrifying. The doctors paid little heed, for I was one of millions burned or otherwise injured, and I think they did not believe my statements that I had not slept at all. They thought I had slept but little, and that I was either exaggerating or making an honest error. But I had not slept at all. I did not sleep until long after I left the hospital. Cured. Cured, incidentally, of the disease of my pituitary gland, and with my weight back to normal, my health perfect. I didn't sleep for 30 years. Then I did sleep, and I slept for 16 years. At the end of that 46-year period, I was still physically at the apparent age of 23. Do you begin to see what had happened, as I began to see it then? The radiation, or combination of types of radiation I had gone through, had radically changed the functions of my pituitary. And there were other factors involved. I studied endocrinology once, about 150,000 years ago, and I think I found the pattern. If my calculations were correct, what happened to me was one chance in a great many billions. The factors of decay and aging were not eliminated, of course, but the rate was reduced by about 15,000 times. I age at the rate of 1 day every 45 years. So, I am not immortal. I have aged 11 years in the past 180 millennia. My physical age is now 34. And 45 years is to me as a day. I do not sleep for about 30 years of it, then I sleep for about 15. It is well for me that my first few days were not spent in a period of complete social disorganization or savagery, else I would not have survived my first few sleeps. But I did survive them, and by that time I had learned a system and could take care of my own survival. Since then I have slept about 4,000 times and have survived. Perhaps some day I shall be unlucky. Perhaps some day, despite certain safeguards, someone will discover and break into the cave or vault into which I seal myself secretly for a period of sleep. But it is not likely. I have years in which to prepare each of those places, and the experience of 4,000 sleeps back of me. You could pass such a place 1,000 times and never know it was there, nor be able to enter if you suspected. No, my chances for survival between my periods of waking life are much better than my chances of survival during my conscious active periods. It is perhaps a miracle that I have survived so many of those, despite the techniques of survival that I have developed. And those techniques are good. I've lived through 7 major atomic and superatomic wars, which have reduced the population of Earth to a few savages around a few campfires in a few still habitable areas. And, at other times, in other eras, I've been in 5 galaxies besides our own. I've had several thousand wives, but always one at a time, for I was born in a monogamous era, and the habit has persisted. And I have raised several thousand children. Of course, I have never been able to remain with one wife longer than 30 years before I must disappear, But 30 years is long enough for both of us, especially when she ages at a normal rate and I age imperceptibly. Oh, it leads to problems, of course, but I've been able to handle them. I always marry, when I do marry, a girl as much younger than myself as possible, so the disparity will not become too great. Say I am 30, I marry a girl of 16, and then when it is time that I must leave her, she is 46 and I am still 30. And it is best for both of us, for everyone, that when I awaken I do not again go back to that place. If she still lives, she will be past 60, and it would not be well even for her to have a husband come back from the dead still young. And I have left her well provided, a wealthy widow, wealthy in money or in whatever may have been constituted wealth in that particular era. Sometimes it has been beads and arrowheads, sometimes wheat in a granary, and once there have been peculiar civilizations. It was fish scales. I never had the slightest difficulty in acquiring my share or more of money or its equivalent. A few thousand years' practice, and the difficulty becomes the other way, knowing when to stop in order not to become unduly wealthy, and so attract attention. For obvious reasons, I've always managed to do that. For reasons that you will see, I've never wanted power, nor have I ever, after the first few 100 years, let people suspect that I was different from them. I even spend a few hours each night lying thinking, pretending to sleep. But none of that is important, any more than I am important. I tell it to you only so you will understand how I know the thing that I am about to tell you. And when I tell you, it is not because I'm trying to sell you anything. It's something you can't change if you want to. And when you understand it, you won't want to. I'm not trying to influence you or to lead you. In 4,000 lifetimes I've been almost everything except a leader. I've avoided that. Oh, often enough I have been a god among savages, but that was because I had to be one in order to survive. I used the powers they thought were magic only to keep a degree of order, never to lead them, never to hold them back. If I taught them to use the bow and arrow, it was because game was scarce and we were starving and my survival depended upon theirs. Seeing that the pattern was necessary, I have never disturbed it. What I tell you now will not disturb the pattern. It is this. The human race is the only immortal organism in the universe. There have been other races, and there are other races throughout the universe, but they have died away, or they will die. We charted them once, 100,000 years ago, with an instrument that detected the presence of thought, the presence of intelligence, however alien and at whatever distance, and gave us a measure of that kind of mind and its qualities. And 50,000 years later, that instrument was rediscovered. There were about as many races as before, but only 8 of them were ones that had been there 50,000 years ago, and each of those 8 was dying, senescent. They had passed the peak of their powers, and they were dying. They had reached the limit of their capabilities, and there is always a limit, and they had no choice but to die. Life is dynamic. It can never be static, at however high or low a level, and survive. That is what I am trying to tell you, so that you will never again be afraid. Only a race that destroys itself and its progress periodically, that goes back to its beginning, can survive more than, say, 60,000 years of intelligent life. In all the universe, Only the human race has ever reached a high level of intelligence without reaching a high level of sanity. We are unique. We are already at least 5 times as old as any other race has ever been, and it is because we are not sane. And man has at times had glimmerings of the fact that insanity is divine. But only at high levels of culture does he realize that he is collectively insane, that fight against it as he will always destroy himself, and rise anew out of the ashes. The phoenix, the bird that periodically immolates itself upon a flaming pyre to rise newborn and live again for another millennium, and again and forever, is only metaphorically a myth. It exists, and there is only one of it. You are the phoenix. Nothing will ever destroy you, now that during many high civilizations your seed has been scattered on the planets of 1,000 suns, in 100 galaxies, there ever to repeat the pattern that started 180,000 years ago, I think. I cannot be sure of that, for I have seen that the 20 to 30,000 years that elapse between the fall of one civilization and the rise of the next destroy all traces. In 20 to 30,000 years memories become legends, and legends become superstitions, and even the superstitions become lost. Metals rust and corrode back into earth, while the wind, the rain, and the jungle erode and cover stone. The contours of very continents change. The glaciers come and go, and a city of 20,000 years before is under miles of earth or miles of water. So I cannot be sure. Perhaps the first blow-up that I knew was not the first. Civilizations may have risen and fallen before my time. If so, it merely strengthens the case I put before you, to say that mankind may have survived more than the 180,000 years I know of, may have lived through more than the 6 blow-ups that have happened since what I think to have been the first discovery of the Phoenix pyre. But, except that we scattered our seed to the stars so well that even the dying of the sun, or its becoming a nova, would not destroy us, the past does not matter. Lur, Kandra, Thragan, Ka, Mu, Atlantis, those are the 6 I have known. And they are gone, as thoroughly as this one will be 20,000 years or so hence. But the human race, here or in other galaxies, will survive and will live forever. It will help your peace of mind here in the year 1965 of your current era to know that, for your minds are disturbed. Perhaps, I do not know, it will help your thoughts to know that the coming atomic war, the one that will probably happen in your generation, will not be a blow-up war. It will come too soon for that, before you have developed the really destructive weapons man has had so often before. It will set you back, yes, there will be darkish ages for a century or a few centuries. Then, with the memory of what you will call World War III as a warning, man will think, as he has always thought after a mild atomic war, that he has conquered his own insanity. For a while, if the pattern holds, he will hold it in check. He will reach the stars again, to find himself already there. Why, you'll be back on Mars within 500 years, and I'll go there too, to see again the canals I once helped to dig. I've not been there for 80,000 years, and I'd like to see what time has done to it, and to those of us who were cut off there the last time mankind lost the space drive. Of course, they've followed the pattern too, but the rate is not necessarily constant. We may find them at any stage in the cycle, except the top. If they were at the top of the cycle, we wouldn't have to go to them, they'd come to us. Thinking, of course, as they think by now, that they are Martians. I wonder how high this time you will get. Not quite as high, I hope, as Thragan. I hope that never again is rediscovered the weapon Thragan used against her colony on Skoro, which was then the 5th planet until the Thragans blew it into asteroids. Of course, that weapon would be developed only long after intergalactic travel again becomes commonplace. If I see it coming, I'll get out of the galaxy, but I'd hate to have to do that. I like Earth, and I'd like to spend the rest of my mortal lifetime on it, if it lasts that long. Possibly it won't. But the human race will last everywhere, and forever, for it will never be sane, and only insanity is divine. Only the mad destroy themselves and all they have wrought, and only the phoenix lives forever. And now the 11th story, Death March, by Algis Budrys. Introduction. Death March offers a hypothetical answer to an eternal dilemma. People being what they are, some degree of government is inevitable. How, then, do you immunize the governors from corruption by the fact of governing? Democracy's nostrum is rapid, frequent turnover, and up to a point this works. But it has two disadvantages. The first, discontinuity, and the second, immensely more serious, the fact that every set of governors has to be relied on as a matter of honor to agree to being superseded when the time for that comes. As recent history has demonstrated, such reliance is strictly a matter of faith. In the present state of science and technology, Budrys's alternative suggestion cannot, of course, be managed. But that it might be managed one day is not at all inconceivable. In the interim, here is cordon bleu food for thought on the subject, served on a handsome narrative plate. Death March. When Ken Haffey was 20 years old, a thoughtfully cruel man confirmed an already probable destiny and condemned him to death by slow torture. But Ken didn't know that as he walked down the road to Besma. The road from Inglestone to Besma was a yellow, clayey track that began in the forested mountains. As the country sloped down towards the rocky coast and the broad reach of Besma Bay, the road began to run between the white fences and long fields of dairy country, bright with the green of springtime. The air was clear and light, gently stirred by a soft breeze. Soft, dazzling clouds floated overhead, and in the fruit trees beside the road the nesting birds were chirruping sharply in the morning. Ken Haffey walked along with long, enjoyable strides, his pack on his back and the short bit of a pipe clenched between his teeth. He walked at an easy, steady pace, as he'd been doing for the 2 days past, his head turning as he looked from side to side, watching the countryside come to life under the climbing sun, listening to the gentle whisper of young grass beside the road. From time to time he rubbed the itch of the temporary mark tattooed on his forehead. He was on his way into Bessemer to get his permanent classification and his permanent mark. Somehow he'd managed to pass the Inglestone district agent's preliminary maturity test, gotten his candidate's mark, identification papers and travel permits, and as much to his own surprise as anyone else's, he was on his way. He puzzled over that as he walked along. Nobody was more conscious of his shortcomings than he was. He'd been dead sure it'd be at least years before the agent let him go to Bessemer, possibly never. When his 20th birthday came around, he took the preliminary test because everybody started taking them at 20. Very few people passed it the first time. Of all people, you wouldn't expect to. A kid who couldn't do any kind of work without getting it wrong, who couldn't get the simplest instructions through his head, who was thoughtless and couldn't seem to keep his feet on the ground. He'd passed it. And now here he was, on the road to Bessemer. He remembered his uncle's amazed look at the district agent. He passed it? Him? The district agent was a tall, iron-haired man with deep, brooding eyes and a thin, twisted mouth. "That's right, Harvey," he said flatly. "He passed it." Ken saw the agent's eyes flicker over towards him and rest on his face for a minute. It was a peculiar look. The agent's eyes seemed to set themselves somewhat deeper into his skull, and his mouth jerked as though something was chewing at his guts. It wasn't the first time the agent had looked at him like that. "Now, look, sire," Sam Haffey had said in a strained voice. "Ken's a good boy, we all like him, but, my gosh, sire, he—" Sam's face grimaced uncomfortably, and he shifted his feet uneasily. Well, look, we had him in the mill for a while. He was willing, I'll say that for him, he was willing." Sam reached over and patted Ken's shoulder. "But he wasn't there 2 hours before he ruined the best blade we had through not keeping his eye on the grain. You know how much time we lost getting a new blade shipped out and mounting it? You know about that. He was just standing there, thinking, said he was wondering whether plywood siding wasn't better than the slabs he was cutting. He was so busy trying to figure out a waterproof glue, he was only keeping half an eye on his work. Plywood is better in some cases. Well, my gosh, sir, maybe it is, maybe so, but he wasn't supposed to be cutting slabs. He was supposed to watch the blade. Whether plywood's better or not isn't any of his business. He was given a job. He was supposed to do it. Deciding what's better or isn't is somebody else's job." Ken had stared shamefacedly down at the floor. The thing was, he hadn't even really been thinking about it like that, not deliberately or anything. His mind just seemed to go off by itself, and before he knew it, he was in the middle of some fool-headed dream. There might be some excuse for him if he'd set out on purpose to figure up things like a good plywood glue or a new way to saw a log. That was a job you could probably get classified for, but he did that with everything, not just with lumbering, which was what Inglestone did. He couldn't set his mind to anything. Likely as not, if he was classified to being a technician in the mill, he'd spend half his time thinking about some new way to build roads. Sam was right. He shouldn't ever have passed that test. Sam was a good man with lots of common sense. He was the best sawyer in Inglestone. Even when Ken's father was alive, before the accident in the mill, people had figured Sam to be much the better of the two. Ken respected Sam, and Sam treated him pretty decently, considering how disappointed he was in him. Ken didn't know what to do. He looked from Sam to the district agent. He should have been happy about his luck at passing the test, even if something might have gone wrong in the machine, and he was a little. But he knew Sam was right, so he didn't know what to do. "Sam Haffey," the agent said. Sawyering is your job. Passing candidates up to Bessemer tests is mine. He locked his eyes on Sam's, and there was something a little too close to death in them. Sam's arm jerked up, and he touched the deep, burned-in lumberman's classification mark above his eyes. He nodded his head. "Yes, sire." The agent nodded frostily, and Sam dropped the salute. "Ken passed," the agent said. "He's going to Bessemer." For just a second he looked at Ken again, and this time Ken thought there was a twisted kind of pity in the look. The agent had gone a long way in the Bessemer tests, long enough to be an unmarked man, long enough to be a district agent. But he had marks of a kind on his forehead, deep slashing furrows that creased the skin and came up like two knife cuts over his nose, where his eyebrows were drawn together by a pinched, constant look of agony. As the day grew, Ken began to meet occasional people with dairymen's marks on the road, or passed them as they stood in farmyards and worked in the fields. He always raised a hand in greeting, and they always answered back. Some of them stopped work long enough to call to him when they made out his mark. "Good luck, candidate. Where are you from?" "Inglestone, Lumbertown." "What are you hoping for?" "Timber cruiser." "What's that?" "Oh, you go out in the woods and look for the right kind of trees to cut." "Sounds like a soft job." He grinned back. "Yeah." He waved and went on. It was a soft job. You went out into the woods alone for weeks at a time, hunting your food and dipping your water out of ice-cold springs and running brooks. And there wasn't any way you could make any mistake and ruin something for somebody else. Ken knew he'd waste a lot of time. He wouldn't be much of a good man at it, but at least he'd be out of everybody's way. He was pretty sure he'd get it. The Bessemer tests were fair. A machine that was something like the district agent's computer asked you what you wanted, and it read your feelings. It knew what you really liked doing, and whether you'd be any good at it. Of course, if it saw that you were really better at something else, it classified you for that instead. But that was all right, because that turned out to be a job you liked even better than the one you thought you wanted. And the machine went down deep, deeper than a man himself could go sometimes. He was pretty sure it'd classify him for timber cruising. He liked being alone, and he wasn't any good for anything else. He walked along down the road between the white fences. Of course, there was the main maturity test to pass before you took the classification tests. They wouldn't test you unless you were grown up enough to be at least a little settled in your own mind. He chewed on his lip. You could just get a postponement and come back later and try again, or you could get a permanent failure. Suppose the agent had made a bad mistake with him. Suppose he'd get an X mark after all in Bessemer instead of at home. Ken didn't know what it'd be like if that happened. Well, being a mill helper or something like that for the rest of his life wasn't something to look forward to, but if he'd got it, he deserved it, and he guessed there was a fair chance he did. He passed by the district mansion, where the district noble lived with his ladies, set far up from the road on a high hill in the middle of an immense meadow that was like an island among the farms. The permit inspection box beside the road buzzed and passed him as it sorted out the pattern radiating from his permit for this district, packed in the bundle with the other permits on his pack. Ken looked idly at the box as he walked by it. It was a big, heavy box made out of metal and anchored far down into the ground. There was no way of getting into it or knocking it over. Well, why should you want to? Well, no, you wouldn't. But suppose you wanted to get over into the next district. Well, you'd get a permit. Or suppose you didn't have a permit. Well, if you couldn't get a permit, why did you want to go? Well, suppose you had a reason. Well, what kind of reason? Well, he shook his head at himself. There it was again, drifting off and waking up in the middle of some wild fancy. Well, all right, but suppose... Maybe if you walked across exactly beside a man with a permit, or sat on his shoulders. No, the way the line worked ought to be able to get around that. Anyway, it would if it was any good, and if it wasn't any good, it wouldn't be there. Lots of things, electricity, light, heat, or cold, things like that, could skip right through and around a man and touch the man beside him. He shook his head again. Now, what would a man want to cross into another district for, that he couldn't go to his agent, get a test from the agent's computer, and have the agent give him a permit? And how many people ever went in the first place? That was like trying to think about what lumbering would be like if there weren't any trees. Ken Haffey, he thought to himself, half the time you think like a chipmunk. That was about right, he guessed. If he didn't watch his thinking, it slipped away from him and jumped and bobbed around every which way. He remembered Sam telling him that once. He guessed his father must have had a little of the same thing in him, or he wouldn't have had that accident. Everybody pretty much agreed that he wouldn't have fallen into the saw if he'd watched where he was stepping. It was too early in the day for the maintenance squad to have come along and cleaned up. There was a dead rabbit lying in the middle of the road, halfway across the line marking the district border. Ken nudged it into the ditch and crossed the white line that ran across the road and off over the fields and hills to either side as far as the eye could see. A delivery truck came into sight up on the mansion's hill, and Ken stopped, watching it come down the drive towards the road. When it turned into the road in his direction, he stepped to one side to let it go by. But it stopped instead, and the driver leaned over and put his head out of the window. "Going into Bessemer, candidate?" His voice was a tight, indrawn sound. His face, which had once been strong, had gone to seed under pads of soft chubbiness, and deep petulant lines had worked themselves in around his mouth. And he had a mark. It was a small circle, which was a classification Ken didn't recognize. But what mattered was that he had a mark and was driving a truck. "Want a ride, candidate?" There was something bitter in the man's voice and a touch of spitefulness. "You're going into Bessemer for your test, aren't you?" Ken nodded. "Oh, yes. Yes, thanks." He climbed awkwardly up through the open door and sat down nervously, not knowing how he was going to take to riding. "Not used to it, eh?" the driver said peculiarly as he put the truck in motion again. "Nobody but an unmarked man rides, eh? Where would a marked man have to go that he'd need transportation? Isn't that right, candidate?" He laughed sharply and worked the gears. "Well, for once you're going somewhere. It's only an errand truck, but you might as well get a taste of how the other half lives." Ken looked at him in complete confusion. "Where are you from, candidate? One of those farms back there?" Ken shook his head. "Inglestone, lumber. That's in Forestry District 8. The driver nodded. "You don't look like one of those clover kickers. What's your name?" "Ken Haffey." Ken wasn't sure he should have taken this ride. There was something unpleasant about the driver's chubbiness and the high fiddle-string tension in his voice. There was something nobody could like about the way he put his words together and the look on his face. You couldn't be near him without getting jumpy yourself. "Haffey," the driver repeated. "I don't recognize the name." Now he was making a big show out of pretending to search his mind seriously. Ken thought he recognized a streak of contempt. "Maybe you're a cousin of the Hollingsworth family." "No?" The driver put an amazed look on his face, even though Ken hadn't answered. "The Bartrams? Or maybe the Southwarks? Or maybe excuse me, candidate, the rustic branch of the Metasills? Ken shook his head, getting more and more annoyed. No, I've never heard of any of them. The driver nodded to himself. I was afraid of that, he said, pretending to be worried. Well, candidate, don't hurry. I don't get you. No, I guess not, the driver said. He looked up and down at Ken's clothes. I guess there's a lot that doesn't get through to the back country. You know your district noble's name? Ken shook his head. Never seen him. District agent's named Pohl. The driver's forehead wrinkled around the deep mark where the cauterizing iron had burned, and this time he looked like he was actually thinking. Let's see. Bartram, I think. No, Hollingsworth. Your noble's a Hollingsworth. Mine's a Southwark. How many people in your town? About 100. The driver nodded again. Yeah, they're still keeping you split up. Divide and... and that's no business of mine. He laughed sharply. Where's your family from? Englishstone. Before that. Ken shrugged. Somerth or other? He didn't want to get into any arguments with anybody. He hated fighting, fists or words. That was something else that was wrong with him. He never stood up for his rights. He wasn't too sure of what his rights were. What about a man who gave you a ride and then talked to you in a wild way that didn't make sense, but sounded like he was trying to insult you? He'd done you a favor. Did he have a right to climb on your back for it? Ken shifted his feet uneasily. The driver was making him jumpier and jumpier. Maybe he ought to have him stop the truck and walk it from there. Some earth or other, eh? The driver was saying. Don't you know which one? Every planet gets to be called Earth if it's been lived on long enough. Ken shook his head. It's been long enough on this one. Who's going to remember that far back? The driver laughed. Some people do, the Bartrams and the Southwarks do, so do the Hollingsworth and the Metasills. They all came from the Earth. The first one? That's right, candidate, the very first one. In an unbroken line. What do you think of that? It's been hundreds of years, maybe 1,000. Who's going to remember that far back? It's easy, candidate, the driver said with a twist in his mouth. If your family's never been split up through 1,000 classifications, if you've all lived in one place and kept records, if kids grow up where their great-grandfathers were born and know their great-grandchildren are going to live in the same place, then it's easy. But what, candidate? Aren't you going to Bessemer to try for the same status? The driver's face twisted into a mockery of surprise and horror. You mean you don't expect to get all the way to the top? What are you going for, candidate? Timber cruiser classification. Timber cruiser? Sakes alive, candidate, don't you have any ambition? Ambition? What kind? Don't you know everybody has to take the tests? Even the Hollingsworths and the Metasills? Ken looked at him open-mouthed. Sure, I know everybody's got to take them. Then it came to him. You mean, why don't I try to be a noble? The driver nodded, his mouth a bitter, leering slash. That's it, candidate. Why don't you try to be a noble? Of course your name's Haffy, and your family's a bunch of backwoods lumberjacks. And why should that be anything against you? The test's fair, isn't it? There's nothing that says you have to be what your father is. My father's dead, Ken said absently, his mind still all mixed up. The driver thought that was funny. He fought down a broad laugh. He reached over and clapped Ken on the shoulder, not paying any attention to Ken's twitch as he tried to pull away. "Well, don't worry, candidate. They won't do that to you anyway. They might do quite a few things, but they don't kill off a pair of working hands. As long as you're alive, everything's all right, isn't it? I mean, you're alive. You've got to eat. You can't just sit down and die, can you?" Ken moved as far over as he could and stared straight out the window. An O mark must mean somebody who wasn't right in the head, or something close to it. It didn't mean anything easy to read. It wasn't like a forester's pine or a dairyman's clover leaf. It was an O, a nothing, not even an X. He wondered if they might give him an O. He caught himself. His mind had drifted away from him again. He was letting himself think all kinds of idle things, when what he should have been doing was trying to think of how to get away from this man. Be a noble? Why not try to be a rainbow? He realized his hands were trembling. He was nervous as a cat. What was this man trying to do to him? How was he ever going to take the tests with something like this running around in his mind? He shouldn't have taken this ride. Now he'd fail for certain. Well, he deserved it. He should have had the spirit to stop the drivers talking or else get out. He'd wanted to, but he couldn't even do that. His mixed-up mind had wanted to stay and hear the driver out. His mind that wouldn't learn to tend its own business. The driver jerked the truck to a stop. Ken's eyes focused, and he saw they were beside the main highway into Bessemer, the next district line. There was another truck pulled up on the other side of the line with a man standing and waiting beside it. "This is as far as I go, candidate," the driver said. "Maybe the other fellow will oblige you to Bessemer." "Thanks," Ken said shortly, fumbling with the handle until he got his door open. He climbed out quickly and slammed the door while the driver got out the other side. They walked towards the line. Ken crossed it with a buzz from the inspection box, but both drivers kept well clear of it. "Give the candidate a ride, will you?" the first driver said. The second driver was a lean, sure-looking man who looked like he did his job, did it well, and knew how to stay out of trouble. His mark was a spoked wheel. He looked at Ken and grinned. "Sure." He winked at Ken. "Get there fast, get your classification faster, eh, candidate?" Ken smiled back, feeling a lot better. This man was pretty much like his uncle, and the rest of the men in Inglestone. "Thanks." "Nothing to it, candidate." He turned towards the first driver. "Got your order here, Mule?" "Yes, I can see it," Mule answered. "Well, hurry up with it." The new driver grinned and pushed a box across the line with a long plastic rod. Mule picked it up, scribbled a receipt on the metal line clearance tag, tore it loose, scaled it over. The driver caught it expertly in mid-air and stuck it in his pocket. "What's in there, Mule?" he asked. "Smells good. Smells like a woman. Perfume for the Southwark ladies?" Mule scowled. "That's none of your business, driver. And it better be in undamaged condition or the noble will see to you." "Ah, bourgeois, Mule. I do my job. Nobody sees to you as long as you're doing your job. If that stuff's gone bust, some packer's in Dutch, not me." He grinned. "And how the ladies know it wasn't you that did it?" "The ladies know me better," Mule grunted. He turned towards his truck. "And how are the ladies, Southwark, today, Mule?" the driver said, giving Ken a mysterious dig in the ribs. "Safe and sound?" Mule shot him a murderous look. "We do our job." He strode towards the truck, flung his door open, slid the box onto the seat beside him. Then he slammed the door behind him. "Thanks for the ride, Mule," Ken called politely as he started the motor. Mule put his head through the window and looked at him for a moment. And then he said, "My name's not Mule," in his tight, strangling voice. Then he twisted the truck's wheel and began to drive back towards the mansion. The driver chuckled beside Ken. "Well, let's go, candidate," he said. Ken climbed into the truck, and they drove towards Bessemer. Bessemer was a big, sprawling city that curved around the bay like a long arm. The road topped a line of cliffs a mile from shore and began to wind down, and Ken, watching from his seat, saw the broad ships waiting beside the piers and the high buildings rising up in a jagged pile against the blue of the ocean, some of them so tall they had to be 7 or 8 stories high. "Big, isn't it, candidate? Must be close to 50,000 people, counting Bayston, Newark, and Bessemer Centre together. You ever seen anything like it?" Ken shook his head. "No," he said absently. He was so far away that the driver's voice barely got through to him. "Well, so Mule didn't have a permit to go over the line. Neither did this driver. 2 trucks instead of 1, 2 men. That doesn't make sense, unless they don't trust Mule, the Mule, for some reason. Well, if they don't trust him, what's that mean?" "Well, nothing, but he's classified, isn't he?" "So? So they don't trust a classified man. If they don't trust one classified man, how about—" "You know what you're saying." "No, I'm just thinking. I'm not saying anything. But they don't trust this driver either." He came to himself with a snap. He stood off to one side and looked at himself with dry-throated apprehension. He was getting worse about it. He wasn't just letting his mind get off on something like a new saw design. He clenched his fist, and little beads of perspiration cropped up on his upper lip. What kind of a classification could he expect out of the tests? The test machines looked into your mind. They saw how it worked. What kind of a freak was he, anyway, to not be able to think straight, to have a mind that wasn't any good for anything useful? He wrenched his mind back towards the driver, listening intently to what the man was saying, trying to shut himself up. Divide and what? He twisted uneasily in his seat. He concentrated on the driver as hard as he could, sick over what he deserved to have happen to him in the tests. "Yes, sir," the driver was saying. "That's Bessemer, the only one of its kind. I live right outside of Bayston, practically in it." "Haven't you ever been in it?" "I have for my tests, sure." "Never since?" The driver looked at him. "Not my district," he said. Then he grinned softly. "You know, young fellow, you shouldn't puncture a man's pride like that." Ken looked at him, not getting what he was driving at. "Like what?" he asked. The driver frowned a little. "Like when somebody's trying to sound like a big shot," he said gruffly. "Putting it on a little thick, like he knew all there was to know about the town." "But you don't, do you?" Ken asked, all mixed up. The driver's jaw clamped. "Listen, candidate, I'll give you your ride. Now don't press your luck." The driver stared straight ahead through the windshield. But look," Ken said, trying to get it straight. "It's not your fault if you're not more than you are." The driver turned back toward him. "You look, candidate," he said in a level voice. "You make one more crack about me, and you're walking. Is that clear?" Ken nodded, ashamed of himself. All right, I'm sorry." He looked down at his hands, flushing. He was always saying things to get people mad. That was something else that was wrong with him. No matter how close a watch he kept on himself, he couldn't get himself to be like other people. "What's wrong with me?" he thought in panic. "What's twisted up in my head? Other people don't act like this. My brothers don't get themselves in trouble all the time. And I look just like them. Sam's one of the best men in Inglestone, and everybody likes him, and he's my uncle. What's going to happen to me during my tests? They'll see what I am. They won't even make me a timber cruiser. They won't make me anything." "Okay, candidate," the driver said a little less angrily. "But you'd better watch yourself during your tests." He shook his head. "You're pretty young." Ken worried his upper lip between his teeth. "Can you tell me something?" he asked after a while. "Depends. What?" "What do you think about the Southwarks and the Hollingsworths and the—" he searched his memory, "Bartrams and the Metasills?" "What do I think about—" The driver stared at him. "What am I supposed to think, candidate? They have umpteen nobles among them. Nobles tell the agents what to do, and the agents tell me I do my job. What do you mean, what do I think? What do you think?" Ken shook his head. "I never heard of them before today." The driver stared even harder. "You never heard of them?" "Well," Ken tried to explain, "back in Inglestone we didn't see our noble, just our agent. I guess we just never thought much about it. We worked in the mill or we jacked lumber, and that was that." "Right, you did your jobs. You did 'em so good nobody ever bothered you. Yeah, you got your food issue and your housing, and you didn't have any trouble." The driver frowned at him. "So why ask me questions like that?" "I don't know." Ken looked out through the windshield as the truck came off the long grade down the cliffs and began to roll across the flats towards Bessemer. He shrugged. "I don't know," he said aloud, in a different tone of voice than the one he'd used to himself. He was beginning to learn how to get along a little. "Just something to talk about, I guess." The driver shook his head. "You sure can pick funny things to talk about." He looked at Ken. "Well, you're pretty young." They rode on silently until they reached the driver's depot, just outside the line into District 1 of Newark. The driver pulled up in front of the building. "That's Bessemer, candidate." Ken got out and looked towards the entry gate in the line. He turned back to the driver. "Thanks for the ride." "You're welcome, candidate, and good luck," he added doubtfully. Say, what are you trying for, anyhow?" "Timber cruising, I guess," Ken said in a voice that came out sounding as hopeless as he'd gotten to feel. The driver looked at him sharply. "You guess? You better have a better idea of it than that, son." "I know," Ken answered. "That's what I started out wanting, anyhow. Well, whatever the tests give me, it'll be all right." The driver grinned. "Attaboy, candidate," he said, losing some of his worried and puzzled look. "I guess you'll be all right. It's always easy to do your job because it's always a job you like. Well, keep your chin up." "I will," Ken said, and walked away towards the line. "Well?" he asked himself in a nervous, frightened voice. "What?" he answered angrily, trying to stop himself. "Well, what had the mule meant by all the things he said? And what about the mule? Was he happy? Did he like his job, whatever it is? What difference does it make?" He wiped his hand over his face. "Why am I doing this?" he thought. "Why am I making it worse all the time? Why don't I stop?" But he couldn't stop. The harder he tried, the more his mind wandered. The more he tried to be like other people, the farther he lost himself. His mind kept putting things together, one on top of the other, like something growing in a nightmare. He couldn't forget a single thing or leave it alone once it got into his mind. He had to keep turning it over and over, trying to fit it to some other piece like a crazy stonemason. What's wrong with me? Am I crazy? Am I going to wind up like the mule? I deserve to. If the mule was a failure, he wouldn't be happy. But he's some kind of special failure. He has to be. He's got a job that's got something to do with the nobles' ladies. That's an important job, whatever it is. Well, if he's got an important job, how can he be wrong in the head? Why can't I leave it alone? What's going to happen to me? "Hey there, candidate. Sleepwalking?" He stopped and turned a panic-stricken face towards the man on the other side of the line. His heart was jumping. The man moved closer, and Ken saw he didn't have a mark. There was something familiar about him, too. Ken looked at him searchingly. "Something wrong, candidate?" The man stepped across the line, and the inspection box didn't buzz. Ken shook his head. No, just tired, I guess," he said quickly. The man looked at him steadily. And Ken realized it was the look in his eyes that made him seem familiar, even if he was a lot younger than the district agent in Englishstone and had light hair. "Sure, candidate? If you're feeling sick, say so." Ken shook his head again. "No, I'm all right. I've come a long way." "All right." The agent went back across the line and waited beside another metal box, like the inspection box. "Let's have a look at your identification." Ken nodded and looked up at the marker beside the line that read, "Borough of Newark, Bessemer, District 1, Precision Instruments, District 1 classifications only." "That's not for candidates," the agent said. "Come across the line." Ken moved forward. The box buzzed as he passed it, and the agent's face softened a little as Ken came up to him. "That's better. All right, candidate. I'll look at your identification now." He looked sharply at Ken's face. "And relax, candidate." Ken touched his mark. "Yes, sire." He reached behind him and fumbled in his pack. He pulled out the identification card and handed it over. The agent pushed it into a slot in his box without looking at it. He motioned Ken over to stand on a marked square on the ground. The box buzzed and a plate lit up in its top. The agent glanced at it casually, then looked closer. He gave Ken a sudden look and checked the plate again. "Ken Haffey," he said slowly. He straightened up and pulled the card out of the box. The lines between his eyes drew together, and he took another look at Ken that was the same as the way the Englishstone agent looked at him. Ken dropped his eyes away from the look. The agent handed him the card, and he put it away in his pack. "Straight down this street, candidate. It's a long walk. If you get hungry, any food issue center will service you," the agent said in a tired-sounding voice. "There's one in every block. If you want some rest, you're entitled to dorm space. You'll see the signs for both places. Your permits are only validated for this street and in one direction only. When you get to the test center, go right in." He stopped for a moment, and Ken looked up. "Welcome to Bessemer, candidate." The agent's eyes were troubled. "And good luck." "Thank you, sire," Ken said, his throat dry. He half raised his hand and let it fall, and began to walk down the street between the blocky buildings. As he walked away, he felt the weight of the agent's eyes on his back. District 2, the next block, was marked frames. District 3 was shells, 4 was engines, and 5 was sub-assemblies. There was an inspection box on each corner of every street, but there were no more identity card checks. Ken kept on his way, following the walks that rumbled from the vibration of the product conveyors underfoot. He passed through District 6, which was classified for final assembly, and 7, which was finishing. There was no one else on the walks, and only an occasional unmanned trolley passed him on the streets. From behind the blank walls beside him, he heard the sounds of working machines. There were no windows until what must have been the 4th story. Then they ran in triple rows round the buildings, all the same size. He walked without looking around for more than a few moments, and he walked slowly. He knew he was scared. He didn't know exactly what happened to you when you failed. You went back home, but what happened before that? He wished he was 19 again, or he wished the agent in Englishstone hadn't made his mistake and passed him through the preliminary test. He wished he could turn around and walk back up the narrow street, with the heavy buildings pressing in on both sides, but with the open daylight of the country ahead of him at least. No, he didn't wish that. Well, he did. He did, but he didn't wish it to mean it. He was here now. He was scared, wasn't he? Then why didn't he turn round and run? He wanted to, didn't he? Yes, and he wasn't afraid of the district lines. If what he wanted to run from was true, the lines were the best answer. But you could be scared and still want to go on, he guessed. Maybe he wanted to see for himself what was going to happen to him. He walked along, not swinging out of the way he'd done on the road down the foothills, but walking. The sound of his steady footsteps came back to him from the building walls. He'd given up trying to stop his mind. It had carried him a little too far. There wasn't any more hope of passing the tests. He was going to be a failure. The only thing left to wonder about was whether he was going to be sent back to Inglestone with an X burned into his forehead, or whether he was somehow going to get the same classification as the mule. Probably it was going to be an X. Mules did something important, whatever it was. It felt a little better not arguing inside his own head any more. He couldn't do anything about what was already there, but at least he wasn't trying. When the machines looked into his mind, they'd see how twisted he was inside, and whatever happened would be over soon. There was no getting out of the trap your mind could set for you. Once it began not paying attention to what it was supposed to, there was no stopping it. He came to a wider street and stopped for a minute. There was another gate in the line, and another agent waiting beside it. It was marked Borough of Baystone, Bessemer, District 1, Sorting, District 1 classifications only. He crossed the street and came through the gate. The inspection box buzzed, and he took out his identification card and handed it to the agent. "Why so glum, candidate?" the agent asked cheerfully. He was a short, bushy-haired man with glasses, and he glanced curiously at Ken as he fed his card into the ID confirmation box. "Afraid you won't get your right classification," he chuckled. Ken shook his head. "No, sire, I know I'll get it." "Oh, you know, do you?" "Well, most of 'em do. Most of 'em do." He looked down at the plate on the box. His face fell, and his mouth turned white. "Oh." He jerked the card out of the box and thrust it into Ken's hand. "Here. Straight on. I suppose you know about where to get food and a bed." Ken nodded. "Well, get going, then," the agent said shrilly. "What do you want to stand around me for?" "Yes, sire." Ken put the card back in his pack and walked away. The agent had been clenching his fists and trembling. District 2 in Bayston was classified washing. 3 was first boiling, 4 was canning, 5 was pressure boiling, 6 was sealing and labelling, and the conveyors rumbled underfoot. Ken walked along. It was near noon, and he was getting hungry. His face was set, and his walk was steady enough to be mechanical. Baystone was the biggest of the 3 boroughs. It had over 40 districts in it, and it was past 1 o'clock when he crossed the line into Bessemer Centre. The agent at the borough gate hadn't been much like the one at the Baystone line. He'd been an older man, and he only gave Ken's card back with a grunt and a nod, pinching his thin mouth together. This part of Bessemer Centre was the fabric processing organization. Ken walked along getting hungrier and cursing himself for wondering what it was in a man that let him get hungry when the last thing he wanted to do was eat. But finally, in the 4th district he came to, he turned into a food issue centre, following an arrow that pointed up a flight of stairs and through a door in the setback above the street. He pushed through the door and looked around. The room was fairly big, with long tables running the length of it. There were about 50 people in it, eating and talking, and he guessed this was half of the working force in this district. "Why don't I ask somebody?" he thought tiredly to himself, and with a bitter quirk to his mouth, turned towards the issue counter. The girl behind the counter smiled at him. "Well, candidate, where from?" She began loading a tray for him, working efficiently, her hands moving quickly and precisely. "Inglestone," he said, finding a smile somewhere inside him. "Where's that, candidate?" "Up in the mountains." "Must be lonely." "No," he started to say, "not for most people." But the girl had already given him his tray and moved off to do something else, humming to herself, throwing him a farewell smile. He shrugged and grinned picking up his tray and carrying it to the empty end of a table. Sitting down, he began to eat. The food was tasty and appetizing. He ate it quickly, keeping his head down. There wasn't anything to think about. It was all settled, done. There was a strange slowness to his thinking, even while he sat thinking about not thinking. He shook his head. The tricks you could play with a mind were as complicated as a snarled rope. He could sit here and realize he was probably too numb to think at all. He was about to stand up and go on his way when he saw a mule sitting at the next table, with nobody near him. The chubby face was even more twisted than the other ones had been, just as the bone structure under it was finer. Ken sighed. Well, why not? He leaned over. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" The mule looked up, and his mouth stretched into a grim smile. "Hello, candidate, go ahead." "Well, look, I know this is something I shouldn't ask, but I'm about to fail my tests." He grinned lopsidedly. The mule raised his eyebrows. "Welcome to the fold, brother. What makes you so sure?" He looked interested in Ken for the first time. Ken shrugged. Well, anyway, I'm sure. Did you mean you failed too?" The mule barked a laugh. "If you want to call it a test, I failed it, yes." Ken blinked. "What does that mean?" "I passed it, candidate. I went all the way through to the top. I did everything right, and when I was all finished, the machine said, 'Fail.' So I failed it." Ken looked at him. "Is it true that if you go all the way through you're a noble?" he asked in a bewildered voice. The mule nodded. "You got to be a noble, and they made you a mule?" The mule shook his head. "I told you I did exactly what each test situation called for. I know, because if you don't make one, you stop there and don't go on. But I was never a noble. To be a noble, you've got to get the machine to say you passed." Ken's mind was spinning again. Do you think there's something wrong with the test machines?" The mule shook his head. "No." He laughed suddenly. "Look, candidate, can't you see it? The world's ruled by hereditary nobility, and the tests are so much window dressing." "What's a hereditary nobility?" The mule looked at him pityingly. "Don't even know the concept, do you? You're the product of 6 centuries of it, but you don't recognize it." He shook his head. "I failed that test, candidate," he said slowly. "Not because I had the wrong name, or because I was a dolt like you. I failed it because I made the mistake of telling my respected relatives I thought there was no further purpose in maintaining the farce. My mistake was in being less of a self-deluded hypocrite than they were." He was clutching the table with both hands, and his knuckles were mottled pink and dead white. "So, when I took the test in accordance with the charming social compulsion, I failed. I failed, and they made sure I'd never haunt them again." He smiled with the deepest bitterness Ken had ever seen on anyone's face. "They disposed of me the same way they dispose of those of you who managed to get all the way through the test. But it would have been quite awkward for me to take my classification's normal place in society. I could hardly serve the ladies of my former associates." Ken felt his jaw clench and then relax. "You're from one of the noble families?" The mule grinned. "That's right, and there are very few others like me." He waved a hand in an inclusive gesture. "We erred on the side of candor, and consequently we work in this animated factory, precisely the same as those of you to whom this is the peak of aspiration. We differ from not one whit in status, except that we, unlike your kind, are not," he grimaced, "happy." Ken pushed himself back from the table, feeling sick. He stood up clumsily. "Thanks," he said in a choked voice. I just wanted to know." test center was a low grey building in the middle of the first lawn Ken had seen in Bessemer. There were other candidates walking over the park towards it. They were the first he'd met, but he didn't bother to look at their faces and see whether any of them had the same look in their eyes as he did. He just walked forward, moving woodenly, until he was climbing the short flight of steps up to the main doors. He took one quick look at the windowless walls and the grey of its stones, and then he walked through the archway into a long, high-ceilinged hall. There was a row of desks lined up against one wall, and he walked down until he came to one without a candidate standing in front of it, and handed his identification card to the unmarked man sitting behind it. The man smiled at him. "Sit down, candidate," he said. "Yes, sire." Ken took the chair and sat looking straight ahead. "So you're happy?" Ken looked directly at the man for the first time. The interviewer's face was deeply lined. His lackluster brown hair was sparse, and his eyes were almost lifeless, but there was a touch of sadness in them. "Yes, sire." "We've been waiting for you." "Sire?" "We've got a long report on you. Tell me, what did you see on your candidate's journey? Did you enjoy your walk through Bessemer?" Ken didn't answer. His mouth was a tight line, and his fingertips dug into his thighs. The interviewer waited a minute, and then he sighed. "You must have seen quite a lot. We thought you might." He waited another minute. "If you've wondered, there's no variation. It's the same all over the world, whatever you've seen." He smiled with a painful hook of his mouth. "For that matter, it's the same throughout this solar system." He smiled sadly. "So you see, there's no escape." "I know that." "I'd like to take my tests as soon as possible," Ken said. He sat stiffly. "You will," the interviewer said. "Tell me, Ken, what do you expect from your tests?" "What do you think I expect? I expect to fail. I expect to get my mark and go back to Inglestone or into some factory." "What you really expect is to be put somewhere where you can't tell anyone what you've seen, isn't it?" Ken nodded slowly. He felt a cold knot tighten around his chest. "I rather think you will be," the interviewer said. He stood up. "Come on, Ken. We might as well cut this short." Ken looked around. The interviewer shook his head. "There's no running away. Not from what's caught you." Ken got up numbly and followed him down the hall to the room where the testing machines were. He watched with wooden detachment while they connected the machine leads to his nervous system and lowered the dome over his head, and he took one deep breath as they closed the first switch. Something was impossibly wrong. The maturity test he should have failed out of hand was far behind him, and so were the job qualification sections. He'd been 100 people, done 100 things in 100 situations. He'd acted at whim and at random, not caring, and still he was far past the point at which almost everybody failed. It wasn't possible. Pure chance would never have gotten him through those sections. There was only one answer to it. The test was being rigged in his favor. At the same time he realized that, the test became a nightmare. A switch turned, and he assumed still another personality. He was a noble, or rather he was a man who had assumed the supervision of a people. 1,000 years before, the wave of human expansion into the stars had faltered. The Union, tenuous and extended through a tremendous volume of space, had fragmented and broken as, in the scattered regions, isolated by enormous distances, 100 different viewpoints and philosophies developed, reached out to gather in as many solar systems as they could, and then clashed. The battle was a battle of goodwill. Men had always tried to find the best way to live. Every step they'd ever taken was an attempt to learn how to deal with the universe and themselves on the best possible terms. And each group, cut off by time and distance from its neighbours, left alone for centuries, sometimes knew it had at least made progress in the right direction. When those necessarily divergent ideologies had touched, they had conflicted. On a minor scale at first, as the more vigorous ideologies, sparked by the more forceful, more idealistic individuals, absorbed their lesser neighbours. Then there was a struggle on a scale that wiped the sun out of the sky, until it flickered down and died from lack of fuel, waiting for a fresh wave of expansion and centuries-long recovery to begin the cycle again. Ken, in the test, was one of the individuals who had to find an answer. He was given this much data to work with. The ideologies that were the most fanatically established were the ones that were deadliest. The individual leaders who were most convinced of their own righteousness were the ones who built the most vigorous ideologies. The more single-minded the man, the more fiercely he clung to his beliefs. Urgency pumped into Ken's system. There had to be an answer, and his awareness of himself flickered down. The situation stopped being a test and became agonizingly real, as the test machine stepped up the power. Part of an answer suggested itself to him. Somewhere there had to be men who hated to rule, but who were capable of ruling. And if there weren't enough of them, breed for them. It had to be done. A handful of planets had to suffer for a few centuries so that a galaxy full of men could become a reality for millennia. Ken felt the leads being withdrawn, and retched. He slid feebly off the table and stood on tottering feet, clutching his stomach. He shook his head weakly. No. The interviewer's face was wrenched with sympathy. "You got the answer," he said. So what?" Ken choked. "You rigged the test. The machine gave it to me." The interviewer nodded. "We did. The whole test has to be run. It's set in the machines, but for some individuals that's a waste of time. We don't want you for timber cruising, Ken. The last part is the only important one." "So you gave me the right answer, and I passed, which means I fail according to your rules?" The interviewer shook his head. "No, you pass. You're a noble, or an agent, depending on which you train for. It's not arriving at the answer that's important. Getting the answer's part of the test. It's your reaction to it that counts. You're going to despise yourself every moment of your life from now on," the interviewer said, his eyes mirroring the tortured implacability of his voice. "Or at least to some degree at all times, and to an intense degree usually. There's not much peace for us. You're conscious of your own shortcomings, or what you consider shortcomings, whether they are or not. You know how terribly prone to error every human being must be. You know how confused you are within yourself. And still you're going to be in a position of complete autocratic authority over human beings who believe implicitly in the rightness of your station. You're going to administer the answer that makes you sick." Ken shook his head. No, I won't do it." "You will do it. You don't dare not to. It's working, at least, and no better answer has ever been found. You don't dare reject this answer. You're trapped. If you refuse, you'll have refused a chance to help mankind." Ken looked dully at the interviewer. "If it works, it's the end to most human misery." "That's right. And you're abnormally sensitive to human misery, so you'll administer the plan. Some of it we'll teach you. The rest we all have to learn." "Who did this to me?" "You did," the interviewer said in a gentle voice. "First you were born, and then you learned to think." Most of the people were happy, Ken reminded himself. They didn't want to be nobles. "Listen," he said. "If we're all like this, we can't ever be sure we're right about anything. We can't ever be completely sure that what we're doing to the people isn't the most monstrous thing that's ever been done to human beings." The interviewer nodded. There was infinite, uncertain pain in his eyes. "That's right." And now the 12th story, Weapon, by John Christopher, and here's the introduction. This is a shock treatment story. Its warning, much more familiar these days than when it was first published in 1950, yet its effectiveness undiminished thanks to the special ingenuity and skillfulness of the treatment. In recent years, science fiction's thoughts on the possibilities of the nuclear age have become noticeably more devious. SF is, after all, a genre, one of whose largest preoccupations is the deliberate denial of commonplaces. It seldom, however, denies them beyond reason, for even a cliché may sometimes be true. What it can and does do, as here, is give a rational, generally accepted view new plausibility by means of a wholly fresh, imaginative approach. Weapon. I suppose they thought they had to have one representative of the army along. Possibly I got the invitation because I was once reported as saying that not all politicians were stupid and corrupt. I went on to say that in my view those that were not stupid were corrupt, and vice versa, but that part was left out. Anyway, there I stood on a bright spring morning, an island of brass, entirely surrounded by civilians. It was easy to tell the politicians from the scientists. It was a scientist's occasion. The politicians, for once, looked abashed. Professor Norwood, who had a reputation that even I could be expected to have heard of, called us to order. "A gentleman," he said, and, he smiled towards me, "General Sands. Before we go next door, I think I may be as well to say a few words. You all have some idea of the importance of our meeting here, and some of my colleagues, of course, know more about the actual work than I do, but there will be others," another friendly smile for the General, "who are still in the dark as to what is going on. Well, that is natural enough, because it has been kept very secret, and it has been kept very secret because it represents the greatest weapon this or any other country has ever had." That depressed me, of course. There's a belief that soldiers enjoy hearing about new weapons, but it's a belief strictly confined to civilians. No new weapon has ever been anything but a nuisance to the men who have to administer the army, however necessary it was. "Our present research," Professor Norwood went on, "was suggested in rather an odd way. An exhibition of sketches of the inventions of Leonardo da Vinci started it all. Looking around them, I could not help being struck by the quality of anticipation in da Vinci's work. There was something over and above what one expects to find in the work of an inventor. The ordinary inventor rests on the firm base of what has gone before. His work is a development, a new twist on an old theory. But the Da Vinci sketches show something quite different. Examine his projected submarine, his autogyro, his screw-cutting lathe. They are a wild jump from anything known in his time. The conventional explanation, of course, is that he was a great genius, but it so happened that the day before I saw this exhibition, I had been reading again Dunn's book, An Experiment with Time, and as a result of this, a different explanation occurred to me. Now, you will know that Dunn's book is an account of how he and a group of other experimenters established mainly through dreams a kind of foreknowledge of what was to happen. If his work is accepted, time becomes a far more uncertain factor than is commonly believed. The future is not necessarily a closed book. I had been looking round surreptitiously while he was talking. We were in two groups, those in the know and the rest. The former were practically at the nail-biting stage. It was something big, all right. More recently than Dunn's, there has been the work of Dr. Pohl, who established the fact of precognition in a series of patient experiments. But I mention these things only in passing. They're important because to me, quite suddenly, they linked up with Da Vinci. What if the clue to Da Vinci's technical genius was simply this? Prevision. What if Da Vinci was doing no more than eavesdrop on the ordinary workshop chatter of the 20th century? Professor Norwood looked at me again. You see the implication, he said. I could remember talking in just that tone to very young lieutenants at Staff College. If a Da Vinci could get hold of inventions that still lay 400 years in the future, it might be possible to do the same thing today. And we would not make the mistake Da Vinci's contemporaries did of ignoring the prophecies when we had got them. Nowadays, of course, we are more interested in weapons than in any other branch of technology. Most of them turned to look at me. I could have inquired which period of human history had not been more interested in weapons than in anything else, but I felt that the question might be thought to be lacking in tact. And from the point of view of weapons, you can see what an important thing this is. Throughout history, the development of new weapons has been a matter of first one side and then the other getting slightly ahead. Now, for the first time, we may have the chance of moving a clear century into the lead. Our position with this advantage would be impregnable. Think of that. Just now we are clinging to what we know is no more than 5 or 10 years lead in atomic weapons. Now multiply that by a factor of 10 or 20. It represents absolute safety. The professor took a sip of water. Well, all that's the theory. You will want to know what we have done about it from the practical point of view. The thing to do, of course, was to find those people who had this power of prevision, possibly in a latent form, and then to develop it. The government, he smiled slightly in reminiscence, once they were convinced we knew what we were talking about, helped us there. Tests, intelligence test, character test, aptitude tests, take place in the schools every day. We were allowed to design a substitute for these, a test of our own, a test designed to unearth pupils with what became known as the P factor. We found quite a few. The factor differed widely in intensity. Those children that scored very high in the tests were awarded scholarships to a school that we had specially set up. There, over and above the normal procedure of education, they were studied for their aptitude in P. We found a number of different ways in which the factor could be brought out, variations in diet, living conditions, so on. We concentrated particularly, of course, on coaching our star pupils. From 2 or 3, we got extremely good results right from the start. And it was these good results that revealed the really big problem we had to contend with. Selectivity. We got plenty of material, but it wasn't the kind of thing we were looking for. We found that the P factor operated according to the psychological scope of the individual. A boy naturally musical came up with interesting fragments from unwritten sonatas and symphonies, but gave us nothing on the technological side. We had to find someone who would have the P-factor plus a natural scientific bent. None of our first corps passed satisfactorily. We had to go back to the schools and look again. One of the politicians that I did not recognize interrupted. "As a plain man, Professor, there's one question I would like to put. How could you be sure the results were really prophetic and not just the sort of queer dreams that children have?" The professor tapped the dispatch case on the table in front of him. "I have a manuscript here," he said, "that was produced in our first year, 7 years ago. It has been kept in our files. 3 months ago, it was published, still without having been released by us as a chapter in a best-selling novel. That's the sort of proof we've had. But to get back to our early troubles, we had to find the right blend of P and scientific talent. We got it only 2 years ago. And meanwhile, we have been going ahead of the others, testing and refining, harnessing the P-factor to our needs, learning more and more about it with the object of putting it, as it were, on tap. So, when we found the combination we were looking for, we knew just how to deal with it. The aim we had set ourselves was of bringing back a blueprint of the greatest weapon in the world 100 years from now. Well, that meant the boy had to be taught the essentials of draftsmanship, and he had to be tried out on the nearer future. We rehearsed him over periods from 1 to 10 years ahead. The results were excellent. We found that he could be put in a hypnotic trance with a command to filch a particular idea from a particular future, and he would deliver the goods every time. The professor paused and let his gaze roam round our little gathering. "Gentlemen," he said, "today is the day of our success. We are so confident of it that we have invited you all here to see it with us. 1 hour ago, the boy Rudolph Layton was left in the adjoining room under the hypnotic instruction that he was to draw, in full detail, the weapon that will dominate the world in 2064. We shall now go in and inspect the result." Someone muttered something about security. The professor held his hand up. "You need not worry about security. Remember what we are seeking. It will take trained minds, possibly months, to comprehend fully what you are going to see now. You might call this a ceremonial occasion. Are we all prepared?" There was a general murmur of agreement. Professor Norwood came down from his desk and moved through us towards the door at the end of the room. He nodded amiably as he came abreast of me. "I hope this is going to put you and your colleagues finally out of business, General. You won't mind my saying so, do you, eh?" I said, "That's perfectly all right, Professor. Sometimes I wish something might happen to put you and your colleagues out of business. I don't think either of us can be very hopeful, though." "Oh, I am," he replied. "I really am, you know. Generals need a state of affairs where the two sides are fairly equally matched. With this, you will all have to resign and join the police force." I followed him to the door, turning over in my mind visions of an old age spent in directing traffic. I got edged out in the genteel rush for the door and was last into the adjoining room. There was a large table, well supplied with sheets of drawing paper. On the other side, a boy of about 10, it had not occurred to me before that he would be so young, was slumped forward, asleep. Professor Norwood went forward and stood beside him. "Wake up," he said. "Wake up, Rudolph." The boy woke up, raising his head and looking with bewilderment at the press of people on the other side of the table. But they were not interested in him. They crushed forward to the table and the white sheets of paper. The boy got up and walked away from the table unregarded. He came past me, and I felt in my pocket and found some sweets for him. And then I went forward to join the others. There was a drawing there, all right. A good, clear drawing. They were all looking at it, and not one of them had the faintest idea what it was. Professor Norwood bent over the drawing for perhaps half a minute. He straightened up again. "It will have to be worked on, of course," he said. "Of course, as I said, we could not expect to grasp the principle on sight. We'll get our best people on it." The politician who had interrupted him in the other room said, "I wonder... Well, it seems to me that this whole business may have been a waste of money. I'm not a scientist, but that drawing doesn't look to me like the best weapon of 2064. The professor began to protest. I said, "To me it does." They turned round to look at me. Even the sceptical politician smiled. The professor said, "Surely, General, you don't mean to tell us that you know what it is?" "Yes," I said. "It's the greatest weapon of the world, of 100 years from now." I began to draw on my gloves because there was no point in remaining. "It's a very good drawing of a crossbow." The 13th story, Billennium, by J.G. Ballard. Introduction. For all their diversity of opinion on other topics, science fiction writers are unanimous when the population explosion is in question. The prospect appalls them. So much so that one recent novel has suggested that global nuclear war might be a genuinely desirable alternative. In an early story, Chronopolis, J.G. Ballard described an immense packed city incapable of operating at all except by a multiplex system of shifts. The city coercively and inevitably ruled, in fact, by the staring dials of millions of centrally synchronized clocks. In Billennium, he tracks the camera in to show in detail just one corner of the unspeakable ant-heap which in a few 100 years' time or less places like London might quite easily have become. Ballard is, as a rule, a hypothesist, a science fiction writer. That is, the futures he envisages exist usually for the sake of the stories, themes, and atmospheres they engender, and not because their author believes them to be probable or possible even. But Billennium is quite different, for the beginnings of the nightmare it depicts can plainly be seen all around us, here and now. Billennium. All day long, and often into the early hours of the morning, the tramp of feet sounded up and down the stairs outside Ward's cubicle. Built into a narrow alcove in a bend of the staircase between the 4th and 5th floors, its plywood walls flexed and creaked with every footstep like the timbers of a rotting windmill. Over 100 people lived at the top 3 floors of the old rooming house, and sometimes Ward would lie awake on his narrow bunk until 2 or 3 a.m., mechanically counting the last residents returning from the all-night movies in the stadium half a mile away. Through the window he could hear giant fragments of the amplified dialogue booming among the rooftops. The stadium was never empty. During the day the huge four-sided screen was raised on its davit, and athletic meetings or football matches ran continuously. For the people in the houses abutting the stadium the noise must have been unbearable. Ward at least had a certain degree of privacy. 2 months earlier, before he came to live on the staircase, he had shared a room with 7 others on the ground floor of a house in 755th Street, and the ceaseless press of people jostling past the window had reduced him to a state of exhaustion. The street was always full, an endless clamour of voices and shuffling feet. By 6:30, when he woke, hurrying to take his place in the bathroom queue, the crowds already jammed in from sidewalk to sidewalk, the din punctuated every half-minute by the roar of the elevated trains running over the shops on the opposite side of the road. As soon as he saw the advertisement describing the staircase cubicle, he had left Like everyone else, he spent most of his spare time scanning the classifieds and the newspapers, moving his lodgings in average of once every 2 months. Despite the higher rental, a cubicle on a staircase would almost certainly be on its own. However, this had its drawbacks. Most evenings his friends from the library would call in, eager to rest their elbows after the bruising crush of the public reading room. The cubicle was slightly more than 4.5 square meters in floor area, half a square meter over the statutory maximum for a single person, the carpenters having taken advantage illegally of a recess beside a nearby chimney breast. Consequently, Ward had been able to fit a small straight-back chair into the interval between the bed and the door, so that only one person at a time needed to sit on the bed. In most single cubicles, host and guest had to sit side by side on the bed, conversing over their shoulders and changing places periodically to avoid neck strain. "You were lucky to find this place," Rossiter, the most regular visitor, never tired of telling him. He reclined back on the bed, gesturing at the cubicle. "It's enormous. The perspectives really zoom. I'd be surprised if you hadn't got at least 5 meters here, perhaps 6. Ward shook his head categorically. Rossiter was his closest friend, but the quest for living space had forged powerful reflexes. "Just over 4.5. No, I've measured it carefully. There's no doubt about it." Rossiter lifted one eyebrow. "I'm amazed." "It must be the ceiling, then." Manipulating the ceiling was a favourite trick of unscrupulous landlords. Most assessments of area were made upon the ceiling out of convenience, and by tilting back the plywood partitions, the rated area of a cubicle could be either increased for the benefit of a prospective tenant — many married couples were thus bamboozled into taking a single cubicle — or decreased temporarily on the visits of the housing inspectors. Ceilings were crisscrossed with pencil marks, staking out the rival claims of tenants on opposite sides of a party wall. Someone timid of his rights could be literally squeezed out of existence. In fact, the advertisement quiet clientele was usually a tacit invitation to this sort of piracy. "The wall does tilt a little," Ward admitted. "Actually, it's about 4 degrees out. I used a plumb line. But there's still plenty of room on the stairs for people to get by." Rossiter grinned. "Of course, John, I'm just envious, that's all. My room's driving me crazy." Like everyone, he used the term room to describe his tiny cubicle, a hangover from the days 50 years earlier when people had indeed lived one to a room, sometimes unbelievably one to an apartment or house. The microfilms in the architecture catalogues at the library showed scenes of museums, concert halls, and other public buildings in what appeared to be everyday settings, often virtually empty, 2 or 3 people wandering down an enormous gallery or staircase. Traffic moved freely along the centres of streets, and in the quieter districts, sections of sidewalk would be deserted for 50 yards or more. And now, of course, the older buildings had been torn down and replaced by housing batteries or converted into apartment blocks. The great banqueting hall and the former City Hall had been split horizontally into 4 decks, each of these cut up into hundreds of cubicles. As for the streets, traffic had long since ceased to move about them. Apart from a few hours before dawn, when only the sidewalks were crowded, every thoroughfare was always packed with a shuffling mob of pedestrians, perforce ignoring the countless "Keep Left" signs suspended over their heads, wrestling past each other on their way to home and office, their clothes dusty and shapeless. Often locks would occur when a huge crowd at a street junction became immovably jammed. Sometimes these locks would last for days. 2 years earlier, Ward had been caught in one outside the stadium for over 48 hours, was trapped in a gigantic pedestrian jam containing over 20,000 people, fed by the crowds leading the stadium at one side and those approaching it on the other. An entire square mile of the local neighbourhood had been paralyzed, and he vividly remembered the nightmare of swaying helplessly on his feet as the jam shifted and heaved, terrified of losing his balance and being trampled underfoot. When the police had finally sealed off the stadium and dispersed the jam, He'd gone back to his cubicle and slept for a week, his body blue with bruises. "I hear they may reduce the allocation to 3.5 meters, Rossiter remarked. Ward paused to allow a party of tenants from the 6th floor to pass down the staircase, holding the door to prevent it jumping off its latch. "So they're always saying," he commented. "I can remember that rumour 10 years ago." "No, it's no rumour," Rossiter warned him. "It may well be necessary soon. 30 million people are packed into this city now, 1 million increase in just 1 year. There's been some pretty serious talk at the housing department." Ward shook his head. "A drastic revaluation like that is almost impossible to carry out. Every single partition would have to be dismantled and nailed up again. The administrative job alone is so vast it's difficult to visualize. Millions of cubicles to be redesigned and certified, licenses to be issued, plus the complete resettlement of every tenant. Most of the buildings put up since the last revaluation are designed round a 4-meter modulus. You can't simply take half a meter off the end of each cubicle and then say that makes so many new cubicles. They may be only 6 inches wide." He laughed. "Besides, how can you live in just 3.5 meters? Rossiter smiled. "That's the ultimate argument, isn't it? They used it 25 years ago, the last revaluation, when the maximum was cut from 5 to 4. It couldn't be done, they all said. No one could stand living in only 4 square meters. It was enough room for a bed and a suitcase, but you couldn't open the door to get in." Rossiter chuckled softly. "They were all wrong. It was merely decided that from then on all doors would open outwards. 4 square meters was here to stay." Ward looked at his watch. It was 7:30. "Time to eat. Now let's see if we can get into the food bar across the road." Grumbling at the prospect, Rossiter pulled himself off the bed. They left the cubicle and made their way down the staircase. This was crammed with luggage and packing cases, so that only a narrow interval remained round the banister. On the floors below, the congestion was worse. Corridors were wide enough to be chopped up into single cubicles, and the air was stale and dead, cardboard walls hung with damp laundry and makeshift larders. Each of the 5 rooms on the floors contained a dozen tenants, their voices reverberating through the partitions. People were sitting on the steps above the 2nd floor, using the staircase as an informal lounge, although this was against the fire regulations. Women talking to the men, queuing in their shirt-sleeves outside a washroom, children diving around them. By the time they reached the entrance, Ward and Rossiter were having to force their way through the tenants packed together on every landing, loitering around the notice boards or pushing in from the street below. Taking a breath at the top of the steps, Ward pointed to the food bar on the other side of the road. It was only 30 yards away, but the throng moving down the street swept past like a river at full tide, crossing them from right to left. The first picture show at the stadium started at 9 o'clock, and people were setting off already to make sure of getting in. "Can't we go somewhere else?" Rossiter asked, screwing his face up at the prospect of the food bar. Not only was it packed, and it would take them half an hour to be served, but the food was flat and unappetizing. The journey from the library 4 blocks away had given him an appetite. Ward shrugged. "There's a place on the corner, but I doubt if we can make it." This was 200 yards away upstream. They would be fighting the crowd all the way. "Maybe you're right." Rossiter put his hand on Ward's shoulder. "You know, John, your trouble is you never go anywhere. You're too disengaged. You just don't realize how bad everything is getting." Ward nodded. Rossiter was right. In the morning, when he set off for the library, the pedestrian traffic was moving with him towards the downtown offices. In the evening, when he came back, it was flowing in the opposite direction. By and large, he never altered his routine. Brought up from the age of 10 in a municipal hostel, he gradually lost touch with his father and mother, who lived on the east side of the city and had been unable or unwilling to make the journey to see him. Having surrendered his initiative to the dynamics of the city, he was reluctant to try and win it back merely for a better cup of coffee. Fortunately, his job at the library brought him into contact with a wide range of young people of similar interests. Sooner or later he would marry, find a double cubicle near the library, and settle down. If they had enough children, 3 was the required minimum, they might even one day earn a small room of their own. They stepped out into the pedestrian stream, carried along by it for 10 or 20 yards, then quickened their pace and sidestepped through the crowd, slowly tacking across to the other side of the road. There they found the shelter of the shop fronts, slowly worked their way back to the food bar, shoulders braced against the countless minor collisions. "What are the latest population estimates?" Ward asked as they circled a cigarette kiosk, stepping forward whenever a gap presented itself. Rossiter smiled. "Sorry, John, I'd like to tell you, but you might start a stampede. Besides, you wouldn't believe me." Rossiter worked in the insurance department at the City Hall, had informal access to the census statistics. For the last 10 years these had been classified information, partly because they were felt to be inaccurate, but chiefly because it was feared they might set off a mass attack of claustrophobia. Minor outbreaks had taken place already, and the official line was that the world population had reached a plateau, levelling off at 20,000 million. No one believed this for a moment, and Ward assumed that the 3% annual increase maintained since the 1960s was continuing. How long it would continue was impossible to estimate. Despite the gloomiest prophecies of the neo-Malthusians, world agriculture had managed to keep pace with the population growth, although intensive cultivation meant that 95% of the population was permanently trapped in vast urban conurbations. The outward growth of cities had at last been checked. In fact, all over the world, former suburban areas were being reclaimed for agriculture, and population additions were confined within the existing urban ghettos. The countryside, as such, no longer existed. Every single square foot of ground sprouted a crop of one type or another. The one-time fields and meadows of the world were now, in effect, factory floors, as highly mechanized and closed to the public as any industrial area. Economic and ideological rivalries had long since faded before one overriding quest, the internal colonization of the city. Reaching the food bar, they pushed themselves into the entrance and joined the scrum of customers pressing 6 deep against the counter. "What's really wrong with the population problem," Ward confided to Rossiter, "is that no one's ever tried to tackle it. 50 years ago, short-sighted nationalism and industrial expansion put a premium on a rising population curve, and even now the hidden incentive is to have a large family so you can gain a little privacy. Single people are penalized simply because there are more of them and they don't fit neatly into double or triple cubicles. But it's the large family with its compact, space-saving logistic that's really the villain." Rossiter nodded, edging nearer the counter, ready to shout his order. "It's too true. We all look forward to getting married, just so as we can have our 6 square meters. Directly in front of them, 2 girls turned around and smiled. 6 square meters, one of them, a dark-haired girl with a pretty oval face, repeated. "You sound like the sort of young man I ought to get to know. You going into the real estate business, Peter?" Rossiter grinned and squeezed her arm. "Hello, Judith. I'm thinking about it actively. Like to join me in a private venture?" The girl leaned against him as they reached the counter. "Well, I might. It would have to be legal, though." The other girl, Helen Waring, an assistant at the library, pulled Ward's sleeve. "Have you heard the latest, John? Judith and I have been kicked out of our room. We're on the street right at this minute." "What?" Rossiter cried. They collected their soups and coffee and edged back to the rear of the bar. "What on earth happened?" Helen explained. "You know that little broom cupboard outside our cubicle? Judith and I have been using it as a sort of study hole, going in there to read. It's quiet and restful if you can get used to not breathing. Well, the old girl found out and kicked up a big fuss, said we were breaking the law and so on. In short, out." Helen paused. "Now we've heard she's going to let it as a single." Rossiter pounded the counter ledge. "A broom cupboard? Someone's going to live there? But she'll never get a license." Judith shook her head. "She's got it already. Her brother works in the housing department." Ward laughed into his soup. "But how can she let it? No one will live in a broom cupboard." Judith stared at him somberly. "You really believe that, John?" Ward dropped his spoon. "No, I suppose you're right. People will live anywhere. God, I don't know who I feel more sorry for, you two or the poor devil who'll be living in that cupboard. What are you going to do?" "Oh, a couple in a place 2 blocks west, subletting half their cubicle to us. They hung a sheet down the middle, and Helen and I'll take turns sleeping on a camp bed. I'm not joking. Our room's about 2 feet wide. I said to Helen that we ought to split up again and sublet one half at twice our rent." They had a good laugh over all this. Then Ward said good night to the others and went back to his rooming house. There he found himself with similar problems. The manager leaned against the flimsy door, a damp cigar butt revolving around his mouth, an expression of morose boredom on his unshaven face. "You got 4.72 meters, he told Ward, who was standing out on the staircase, unable to get into his room. Other tenants pressed by onto the landing, where 2 women in curlers and dressing gowns were arguing with each other, tugging angrily at the wall of trunks and cases. Occasionally the manager glanced at them irritably. 4.72. I worked it out twice. He said this as if it ended all possibility of argument. "Ceiling or floor?" Ward asked. "Ceiling. What do you think? How can I measure the floor with all this junk?" He kicked at a crate of books protruding from under the bed. Ward let this pass. "There's quite a tilt on the wall," he pointed out, "as much as 3 or 4 degrees. The manager nodded vaguely. "You're definitely over the 4, way over." He turned to Ward, who had moved down several steps to allow a man and a woman to get past. "I can rent this as a double." "What, only 4.5? Ward said incredulously. "How?" The man who had just passed him leaned over the manager's shoulder and sniffed at the room, taking in every detail in a 1-second glance. "You renting a double here, Louis?" The manager waved him away and then beckoned Ward into the room, closing the door after him. "That's a nominal 5, he told Ward. "The new regulation just came out. Anything over 4.5 is a double now." He eyed Ward shrewdly. "Well, what do you think? It's a good room. There's a lot of space here. Feels more like a triple. You've got access to the staircase, a window slit." He broke off as Ward slumped down on the bed and started to laugh. "What's the matter? Look, if you want a big room like this, you've got to pay for it. I want an extra half rental, or you get out." Ward wiped his eyes, then stood up wearily and reached for the shelves. "Relax. I'm on my way. I'm going to live in a broom cupboard. Access to the staircase. That's really rich. Tell me, Louis, is there life on Uranus?" Temporarily, he and Rossiter teamed up to rent a double cubicle in a semi-derelict house 100 yards from the library. The neighborhood was seedy and faded, the rooming houses crammed with tenants. Most of them were owned by absentee landlords or by the city corporation, and the managers employed were of the lowest type, mere rent collectors who cared nothing about the way their tenants divided up the living space and never ventured beyond the first floors. Bottles and empty cans littered the corridors, and the washrooms looked like sumps. Many of the tenants were old and infirm, sitting about listlessly in their narrow cubicles, wheedling at each other back to back through the thin partitions. Their double cubicle was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a corridor that ringed the building. Its architecture was impossible to follow, rooms letting off at all angles, and luckily the corridor was a cul-de-sac. The mounds of cases ended 4 feet from the end wall, and a partition divided off the cubicle, just wide enough for 2 beds. A high window overlooked the area ways of the buildings opposite. Possessions loaded onto the shelf above his head, Ward lay back on his bed and moodily surveyed the roof of the library through the afternoon haze. "It's not bad here," Rossiter told him, unpacking his case. "I know there's no real privacy and we'll drive each other insane within a week, but at least we haven't got 6 other people breathing into our ears 2 feet away." The nearest cubicle, a single, was built into the banks of cases half a dozen steps along the corridor, but the occupant, a man of 70, was deaf and bedridden. "That's not bad," Ward echoed reluctantly. "Now tell me what the latest growth figures are. They might console me." Rossiter paused, lowering his voice. 4%. 800 million extra people in 1 year. Just less than half the Earth's total population in 1950. Ward whistled slowly. "So they will revalue. What to? 3.5? 3, and the 1st of next year. 3 square meters!" Ward sat up and looked around him. "It's unbelievable. The world's going insane, Rossiter. For God's sake, what are they going to do? When are they going to do something about it? Do you realize there soon won't be room enough to sit down, never mind lie down?" Exasperated, he punched the wall beside him. On the second blow, knocked in one of the small wooden panels that had been lightly papered over. "Hey!" Rossiter yelled. "You're breaking the place down!" He dived across the bed to retrieve the panel, which hung downwards supported by a strip of paper. Ward slipped his hand into the dark interval, carefully drew the panel back onto the bed. "Who's on the other side?" Rossiter whispered. "Did they hear?" Ward peered through the interval, eyes searching the dim light. Suddenly he dropped the panel and seized Rossiter's shoulder, pulled him down onto the bed. "Henry! Henry, look!" Directly in front of them, faintly illuminated by a grimy skylight, was a medium-sized room some 15 feet square. Empty, except for the dust stilted up against the skirting boards. The floor was bare, a few strips of frayed linoleum running across it, the walls covered with a drab floral design. Here and there, patches of the paper peeled off and segments of the picture rail had rotted away, but otherwise the room was in a habitable condition. Breathing slowly, Ward closed the open door of the cubicle with his foot, then turned to Rossiter. "Henry, do you realize what we've found? Do you realize it, man?" "Shut up! Shut up, for Pete's sake, keep your voice down." Rossiter examined the room carefully. "It's fantastic. I'm trying to see whether anyone's used it recently." "Of course they haven't," Ward pointed out. "It's obvious there's no door into the room. We're looking through it now. They must have panelled over this door years ago and forgotten about it. Look at that filth everywhere." Rossiter was staring into the room, his mind staggered by its vastness. "You're right," he murmured. "Now, when do we move in?" Panel by panel they pried away the lower half of the door, and nailed it onto a wooden frame so that the dummy section could be replaced instantly. Then, picking an afternoon when the house was half empty and the manager asleep in his basement office, they made their first foray into the room, Ward going in alone while Rossiter kept guard in the cubicle. For an hour they exchanged places, wandering silently around the dusty room, stretching their arms out to feel its unconfined emptiness, grasping at the sensation of absolute spatial freedom. Although smaller than many of the subdivided rooms in which they had lived, this room seemed infinitely larger, its wall huge cliffs that soared upwards to the skylight. Finally, 2 or 3 days later, they moved in. For the first week, Rossiter slept alone in the room, Ward in the cubicle outside, both there together during the day. Gradually they smuggled in a few items of furniture. 2 armchairs, a table, a lamp fed from the socket in the cubicle. The furniture was heavy and Victorian, the cheapest available. Its size emphasized the emptiness of the room. Pride of place was taken by an enormous mahogany wardrobe, fitted with carved angels and castellated mirrors, which they were forced to dismantle and carry into the house in their suitcases. towering over them, it reminded Ward of the microfilms of Gothic cathedrals with their massive organ lofts crossing vast naves. After 3 weeks they both slept in the room, finding the cubicle unbearably cramped. An imitation Japanese screen divided the room adequately and did nothing to diminish its size. Sitting there in the evenings, surrounded by his books and albums, Ward steadily forgot the city outside. Luckily he reached the library by a back alley and avoided the crowded streets. Rossiter and himself began to seem the only real inhabitants of the world. Everyone else a meaningless by-product of their own existence, a random replication of identity which had run out of control. It was Rossiter who suggested that they ask the 2 girls to share the room with them. "They've been kicked out again and may have to split up," he told Ward, obviously worried that Judith might fall into bad company. "There's always a rent freeze after a revaluation, but all the landlords know about it, so they're not reletting. It's damn difficult to find anywhere." Ward nodded, a relaxing back around the circular redwood table. He played with the tassel of the arsenic-green lampshade for a moment, felt like a Victorian man of letters leading a spacious, leisurely life among overstuffed furnishings. "I'm all for it," he agreed, indicating the empty corners. "There's plenty of room here, but we'll have to make sure they don't gossip about it." After due precautions, they let the 2 girls into the secret, enjoying their astonishment at finding this private universe. "We'll put a partition across the middle," Rossiter explained, "and then take it down each morning. You'll be able to move in within a couple of days. How do you feel?" "Wonderful!" They goggled at the wardrobes, squinting at the endless reflections in the mirrors. There was no difficulty getting them in and out of the house. The turnover of tenants was continuous, and bills were placed in the mail rack. No one cared who the girls were or noticed their regular calls at the cubicle. However, half an hour after they arrived, neither of them had unpacked her suitcase. "What's up, Judith?" Ward asked, edging past the girls' beds into the narrow interval between the table and wardrobe. Judith hesitated, looking from Ward to Rossiter, who sat on the bed finishing off the plywood partition. "John, it's just that—" Helen, wearing more matter-of-fact, took over, her fingers straightening the bedspread. "What Judith's trying to say is that our position here is a little embarrassing. The partition is—" Rossiter stood up. "For heaven's sake, don't worry, Helen," he assured her, speaking in the loud whisper they'd all involuntarily cultivated. "No funny business. You can trust us. This partition's as solid as a rock." The 2 girls nodded. "No, it's not that," Helen explained, "but it isn't up all the time. Well, we thought that if an older person were here, say Judith's aunt, she wouldn't take up much room, be no trouble. She's really awfully sweet. We wouldn't need to bother about the partition, except at night," she added quickly. Ward glanced at Rossiter, who shrugged and began to scan the floor. "Well, it's an idea," Rossiter said. "John and I know how you feel. Why not?" "Sure," Ward agreed. He pointed to the space between the girls' beds and the table. "One more won't make any difference." The girls broke into whoops. Judith went over to Rossiter and kissed him on the cheek. "Sorry to be a nuisance, Henry." She smiled at him. "That's a wonderful partition you've made. You couldn't do another one for Auntie, just a little one. She's very sweet, but she is getting on." "Well, of course," Rossiter said. "I understand. I've got plenty of wood left over." Ward looked at his watch. 7:30, Judith. You'd better get in touch with your aunt. She may not be able to make it tonight." Judith buttoned her coat. "Oh, she will," she assured Ward. "I'll be back in a jiffy." The aunt arrived within 5 minutes. 3 heavy suitcases, soundly packed. "It's amazing," Ward remarked to Rossiter 3 months later. "The size of this room still staggers me. It almost gets larger every day." Rossiter agreed readily, averting his eyes from one of the girls changing behind the central partition. This they now left in place, as dismantling it daily had become tiresome. Besides, the aunt's subsidiary partition was attached to it, and she resented the continuous upsets. Ensuring she followed the entrance and exit drills through the camouflage door and cubicle was difficult enough. Despite this, detection seemed unlikely. The room had obviously been built as an afterthought into the central well of the house, and any noise was masked by the luggage stacked in the surrounding corridor. Directly below was a small dormitory, occupied by several elderly women, and Judith's aunt, who visited them socially, swore that no sounds came through the heavy ceiling. Above, the fanlight let out through a dormer window, its lights indistinguishable from the 100 other bulbs in the windows of the house. Rossiter finished off the new partition he was building and held it upright, fitting it into the slots nailed to the wall between his bed and Ward's. They had agreed that this would provide a little extra privacy. "No doubt I'll have to do one for Judith and Helen," he confided to Ward. Ward adjusted his pillow. They'd smuggled the 2 armchairs back to the furniture shop as they took up too much space. The bed, anyway, was more comfortable. He'd never become completely used to the soft upholstery. "Not a bad idea. And what about some shelving around the wall? I've got nowhere to put anything." The shelving tidied the room considerably, freeing large areas of the floor. Divided by their partitions, the 5 beds were in line along the rear wall, facing the mahogany wardrobe. In between was an open space of 3 or 4 feet, a further 6 feet on either side of the wardrobe. The sight of so much spare space fascinated Ward. When Rossiter mentioned that Helen's mother was ill and badly needed personal care, he immediately knew where her cubicle could be placed, at the foot of his bed between the wardrobe and the sidewalk. Helen was overjoyed. "It's awfully good of you, John," she told him. "But would you mind if Mother slept beside me? There's enough space to fit an extra bed in." So Rossiter dismantled the partitions and moved them closer together, 6 beds now in line along the wall. This gave each of them an interval 2.5 feet wide, just enough to squeeze down the side of their beds. Lying back on the extreme right, the shelves 2 feet above his head, Ward could barely see the wardrobe, but the space in front of him, a clear 6 feet to the wall ahead, was uninterrupted. Then Helen's father arrived. Knocking on the door of the cubicle, Ward smiled at Judith's aunt as she let him in. He helped her swing out the made-up bed which guarded the entrance, then rapped on the wooden panel. A moment later, Helen's father, a small grey-haired man in an undershirt, braces tied to his trousers with string, pulled back the panel. Ward nodded to him and stepped over the luggage piled around the floor at the foot of the beds. Helen was in her mother's cubicle, helping the old woman to drink her evening broth. Rossiter, perspiring heavily, was on his knees by the mahogany wardrobe, wrenching apart the frame of the central mirror with a jemmy. Pieces of the wardrobe lay on his bed and across the floor. "We'll have to start taking these out tomorrow," Rossiter told him. Ward waited for Helen's father to shuffle past and enter his cubicle. He'd rigged up a small cardboard door and locked it behind him with a crude hook of bent wire. Rossiter watched him, frowning irritably. "Some people are happy. This wardrobe's a hell of a job. How did we ever decide to buy it?" Ward sat down on his bed. The partition pressed against his knees, and he could hardly move. He looked up when Rossiter was engaged, and saw that the dividing line he'd marked in pencil was hidden by the encroaching partition. Leaning against the wall, he tried to ease it back again, but Rossiter had apparently nailed the lower edge to the floor. There was a sharp tap on the outside cubicle door, Judith returning from her office. Ward started to get up and then sat back. "Mr. Waring," he called softly. It was the old man's duty night. Waring shuffled to the door of his cubicle and unlocked it fussily, clucking to himself. "Up and down, he muttered. He stumbled over Rossiter's tool-bag and swore loudly, then added meaningly over his shoulder, "If you ask me, there's too many people in here. Down below, they've only got 6 or 2 hours 7, and it's the same size room." Ward nodded vaguely and stretched back on his narrow bed, trying not to bang his head on the shelving. Waring was not the first to hint that he move out. Judith's aunt had made a similar suggestion 2 days earlier. Since he'd left his job at the library, the small rental he charged the others paid for the little food he needed, he spent most of his time in the room, seeing rather more of the old man than he wanted to, but he'd learned to tolerate him. Settling himself, he noticed that the right-hand spire of the wardrobe, all he'd been able to see of it for the past 2 months, was now dismantled. It had been a beautiful piece of furniture, in a way symbolizing this whole private world, and the salesman at the store told him there were few like it left. For a moment Ward felt a sudden pang of regret, as he had done as a child when his father, in a moment of exasperation, had taken something away from him, and he'd known he would never see it again. Then he pulled himself together. It was a beautiful wardrobe, without doubt, but when it was gone, it would make the room seem even larger. The 14th and last story, Old Hundredth, by Brian W. Aldiss. Introduction. Aldiss has always had a special feeling for the autumnal, for the falling of the leaves and the coming of the mists, and this talent is so strong that interludes of liveliness and humour actually fortify the overall impression made, instead of, as one would expect, diminishing it. Old Hundredth, a dream of the last long autumn of earth, an elegy remote but never vague, strange but never quirky, deserves, I think, to be rated as one of the very best short stories of our time, not just in the good game of science fiction, but in all the leagues. Old Hundredth. The road climbed dustily down between trees as symmetrical as umbrellas. Its length was punctuated at one point by a music column, standing on the sandy verge. From a distance the column was only a faint stain in the air. As sentient creatures neared it, their psyches activated it. It drew on their vitalities, and then it could be heard as well as seen. Their presence made it flower into pleasant noise, instrumental or chant. All this region was called Ginomon, for nobody lived here any more, not even the odd hermit impure. It was given over to grass and the weight of time. Only a few wild goats activated the music column nowadays, or a scampering vole wrung a brief chord from it in passing. When old Dandai Lashadusa came riding down that dusty road on her Balucatherium, the column began to intone. It was just an indigo trace on the air, hardly visible, for it represented only a bonded pattern of music locked into the fabric of that particular area of space. It was also a transubstantial-spatial shrine, the eternal part of a being that had dematerialized itself into music. The Balucatherium whinnied, lowered its head, and sneezed onto the gritty road. "Gently, lass," Dandai told her mare, savouring the growth of the chords that increased in volume as she approached. Her long nose twitched with pleasure, as if she could feel the melody along her olfactory nerves. Obediently the Balucatherium slowed, turning aside to crop fern, although it kept an eye on the indigo stain. It liked things to have being or not to have being. These half-and-half objects disturbed it, though they could not impair its immense appetite. Dandai climbed down her ladder onto the ground, glad to feel the ancient dust under her feet. She smoothed her hair and stretched as she listened to the music. She spoke aloud to her mentor, half the world away, but he was not listening. His mind closed to her thoughts. He muttered an obscure exposition that darkened what it sought to clarify.
Useless to deny that it's well-nigh impossible to improve anything, however faulty, that has so much tradition behind it. And the origins of your bit of metricism are indeed embedded in such a fearful antiquity that we must needs— Tush, Mentor, come out of your black box and forget your hatred of my metricism a moment. Dandai Lashadusa said this, cutting her thought into his. Listen to the bit of metricism I've found here. Look at where I've come to. Let your argument rest. She turned her eyes about, scanning the tawny rocks near at hand, the brown line of the road, the distant black and white magnificence of ancient Aldorajo's town, doing this all the time, all for him, tiresome old fellow. Her mentor was blind, never left his cell in Peterborough to go farther than the sandy courtyard, hadn't physically left that green cathedral pile for over a century. Woman-like, she thought he needed change. So, how he rambled on. Even now he was managing to ignore her and refute her. For consider, Lashadusa woman, nobody can be found to father it. Nobody wrought or thought it. Phrases of it merely came together. Even the old nations of men could not own it. None of them knew who composed it. An element here from a Spanish pavan, an influence there of a French psalm tune, a flavour here of early English carol, a savour there of later German chorals. Nor are the faults of your bit of metricism confined to bastardy. Stay in your black box, then, if you won't see or listen, Dandai said. She could not get into his mind. It was the mentor's privilege to lodge in her mind, and in the minds of those few other wards he had scattered around earth. Only the mentors had the power of being in another's mind, which made them rather tiring on occasions like this, when they would not get out of it. For over 70 years Dandai's mentor had been persuading her to die into a dirge of his choosing and composing. Let her die, yes. Let her transubstantial-spatialize herself 1,000 times. His quarrel was not with her decision, but her taste, which he considered execrable. Leaving the Baluchitherium to crop, Dandai walked away from the music column towards a hillock. Still fed by her steed's psyche, the column continued to play. Its music was of a simplicity, with a dominant tonic recurrent bass, partly suggesting pessimism. To Dandai, a savant in music columnology, it yielded other data. She could tell within a few years when its founder had died, and also what kind of a creature, generally speaking, he had been. Climbing the hillock, Dandai looked about. To the south, where the road led, were low hills, lilac in the poor light. There lay her home. At last she was returning, after wanderings covering half a century and most of the globe. Apart from the blind beauty of Aldorajo's town lying to the west, there was only one landmark she recognized. That was the involute. It seemed to hang irradial above the ground a few leagues on. Just to look at it made her feel she must at once get nearer. Before summoning the Baluchitherium, Dandai listened once more to the sounds of the music column, making sure she had them fixed in her head. The pity was her old fool wise man would not share it. She could still feel his sulks floating like sediment through his mind. "Are you listening now, Mentor?" "Eh? An interesting point is that back in 1556, by the old pre-involutory calendar, your same little tune may be discovered lurking in Knox's Anglo-Genevan Psalter, where it espoused the cause of the 3rd Psalm. You dreary old fish, wake yourself. How can you criticize my intended way of dying when you have such a fustian way of living?" This time he heard her words. So close did he seem that his peevish pinching at the bridge of his stuffy old nose tickled hers too. "What are you doing now, Dandai?" he inquired. "If you had been listening, you'd know.
Here's where I am, on the last Gnomon plain before Crotheria, and home." She swept the landscape again, and he took it in, drank it almost greedily. Many mentors went blind early in life, shut in their monastic underwater dens. Their most effective visions were conducted through the eyes of their wards. His view of what she saw enriched hers. He knew the history, the myth behind this forsaken land. He could stock the tired old landscape with pageantry, delighting her and surprising her. Back and forwards he went, flicking her pictures. The Uricans, the Lombards, the ex-Europa emissary, the Grites, the Risorgimento, the Involutors, catchwords, costumes, customs, courtesans pelted briefly through Dandai Lashadusa's mind. Ah, she thought admiringly, who could truly live without these priestly, beastly, erudite, erratic mentors? "Erratic?" he inquired, snatching at her lick of thought. "1,000 years I live. For all that time to absent myself from the world, to eat mashed fish here with my brothers, learning history, studying rapport, sleeping with my bones on stones, a humble being, a being in a million, a mentor in a myriad, and your standards of judgment are so mundane you find no stronger label for me than erratic. Fie, Lashadusa, bother me no more for 50 years. The words nattered and squeaked in her head as if she spoke herself. She felt his old chops work phantom-like in hers, and half in anger, half in laughter, called aloud, "I'll be dead by then." He snicked back hot and holy to reply, "And another thing about your footloose swan song. In Marrow and Beeze's Genevan Psalter of 1551 old time, it was musical midwife to the 134th Psalm. Like you, it never seemed to settle." And then he was gone. "Pooh," Dandai said. She whistled Lass. Obediently the great rhino-like creature, 18 feet high at the shoulders, ambled over. The music column died as the mare left it, faded, sank to a whisper, silenced. Only the purple stain remained, noiseless, in the lonely air. Lass reached Dandai. Lowering its great oligocene head, it nuzzled its mistress's hand. She climbed the ladder on to that ridged plateau of back. They made contentedly towards the involute, lulled by the simple and intricate feeling of being alive. Night was settling in now, steady as snow. Hidden behind banks of mist, the sun prepared to set. But Venus was high, a gallant half-crescent 4 times as big as the moon had been, before the moon, spiralling further and further from Earth, had shaken off its parent's clutch to go dance round the sun, a second Mercury. Even by that time Venus had been moved by gravitotraction into Earth's orbit, so that the 2 sister worlds circled each other as they circled the sun. The stamp of that great event still lay everywhere, its tokens not only in the crescent in the sky. For Venus put a strange spell on the heart of man, and a more penetrating displacement in his genes. Even when its atmosphere was transformed into a muffled breathability, it remained an alien world. Against logic, its opportunities, its possibilities, were its own. It shaped men, just as Earth had shaped them. On Venus, men bred themselves anew. And they bred the so-called impures. They bred new plants, new fruits, new creatures, original ones, and duplications of creatures not seen on Earth for eons past. From one line of these familiar strangers, Dandai's Baluchitherium was descended, and so for that matter was Dandai. The huge creature came now to the involute, or as near as it cared to get. Again it began to crop at thistles, thrusting its nose through dewy spiders' webs and ground mist. "Like you, I'm a vegetarian," Dandai said, climbing down to the ground. A grove of low fruit trees grew nearby. She reached up into the branches, gathered and ate, before turning to inspect the involute. Already her spine tingled at the nearness of it. Awe, loathing, and love made a part-pleasant sensation near her heart. The involute was not beautiful. True, its colours changed with the changing light, yet the colours were fish-cold, for they belonged to another universe. Though they reacted to dusk and dawn, Earth had no stronger power over them. They pricked the eyes. Perhaps, too, they were painful because they were the last signs of materialist man. Even Lass moved uneasily before that ill-defined lattice, the upper limits of which were lost in thickening gloom. "Don't fear," Dandai said. "There's an explanation for this, old girl," she added sadly. "There's an explanation for everything if we can find it." She could feel all the personalities in the involute. It was a frozen screen of personality. All over the old planet the structures stood, to shed their awe on those who were left behind. They were the essence of man. They were man, all that remained of him. When the first flint, the first shell, was shaped into a weapon, that action shaped man. As he moulded and complicated his tools, so they moulded and complicated him. He became the first scientific animal, and at last, by information theory and great computers, he gained knowledge of all his parts. He formed the laws of integration, which reveal all beings as part of a pattern and show them their part in the pattern. There is only the pattern. The pattern is all the universe, creator and created. For the first time, it became possible to duplicate that pattern artificially. And the transubstantial-spatializers were built. All mankind left their strange hobbies on Earth and Venus and projected themselves into the pattern. Their entire personalities were merged with the texture of space itself. Through science, they reached immortality. It was a one-way passage. They did not return. Each involute carried thousands or even millions of people. There they were, not dead, not living. How they exulted or wept in their transubstantiation, nobody left could say. Only this could be said. Man had gone, and a great emptiness was fallen over the earth. "Your thoughts are heavy, Dandai Lashaduza. Get your home." Her mentor was back in her mind. She caught the feeling of his moving round and round in his coral-formed cell. "I must think of man," she said. "Your thoughts mean nothing, do nothing. Man created us. I want to consider him in peace. He only shaped a stream of life that was always entirely out of his control. Forget him. Get on your mare and ride home." "Mentor." "Get home, woman. Moping does not become you." "I want to hear no more of your swan song, for I've given you my final word on that. Use a theme of your own, not of man's. I've said it 1,000,000 times, and I say it again." "I wasn't going to mention my music. I was only going to tell you that—" "Well, what then?" His thought was querulous. She felt his powerful tail tremble, disturbing the quiet water of his cell. "I don't know." "Get home, then." "I'm lonely." He shot her a picture from another of his wards before leaving her. Dandai had seen this ward before in similar dream-like glimpses. It was a huge mole creature, still boring underground as it had been for the last 20 years. Occasionally it crawled through vast caves. Once it swam in a subterranean lake. Most of the while it just bored through rock. Its motivations were obscure to Dandai, although her mentor referred to it as a geologer. Doubtless if the mole was vouchsafed occasional glimpses of Dandai and her musicolomology, it would find her as baffling. At least the mentor's point was made. Loneliness was psychological, not statistical. Why, 1,000,000 personalities glittered almost before her eyes. She mounted the great Balucatherium mare and headed for home. Time and old monuments made glum company. Twilight now, with just one streak of antique gold left in the sky, Venus sweetly bright, and stars peppering the purple. Fine night for being alive on, particularly with one last bedtime close at hand. And yes, for all her mentor said, she was going to turn into that little old piece derived from one of the tunes in the 1540 Suderliedekens, that splendid source of Netherlands folk music. For a moment Dandai Lashadusa chuckled almost as eruditely as her mentor. The 16th century old time, with the virtual death of plain song and the virtual birth of the violin, was most interesting to her. Ah, the richness of facts, the texture of man's brief history, pure joy. Then she remembered herself. After all, she was only a megatherium, a sloth as big as an elephant, whose kind had been extinct for millions of years until man reconstituted a few of them in the Venusian experiments. Her modifications in the way of fingers and enlarged brain gave her no real qualification to think up to man's level. Early next morning they arrived at the ramparts of the town Crotheria, where Dandai lived. The ubiquitous goats thronged about them, some no bigger than hedgehogs, some almost as big as hippos. What madness in his last days provoked man to so many variations on one undistinguished caprine theme, as Lass and her mistress moved up the last slope and under the archway. It was good to be back, to push among the trails fringed with bracken, among the palms and oaks and tree ferns. Almost all the town was deeply green and private from the sun, curtained by swathes of Spanish moss. Here and there were houses, caves, pits, crude piles of boulders, or even genuine man-type buildings, grand in ruin. Dandai climbed down, walking ahead of her mount, her long hair curling in pleasure. The air was cool with the coo of doves, or the occasional bleat of a merino. As she explored familiar ways, though disappointment overcame her, her friends were all away, even the dreamy bison whose wallow lay at the corner of the street in which Dandai lived. Only pure animals were here, rooting happily and mindlessly in the lanes, beggars who owned the earth. The impures, descendants of the Venusian experimental stock, were all absent from Crotheria. That was understandable. For obvious reasons, man had increased the abilities of herbivores rather than carnivores. After the involution, with man gone, these impures had taken to his towns, as they took to his ways, as far as this was possible to their natures. Both Dandai and Lass and many of the others consumed massive amounts of vegetable matter every day. Gradually, a wider and wider circle of desolation grew about each town. The greenery in the town itself was sacrosanct, forcing a semi-nomadic life onto its vegetarian inhabitants. This thinning in its turn led to a decline in the birth rate. The travellers grew fewer, the towns greener and emptier. In time they'd become little oases of forest, studding the grassless plains. "Rest here, lass," Dandai said at last, pausing by a bank of brightly flowering cycads. "I'm going into my house." A giant beech grew before the stone facade of her home, so close that it was hard to determine whether it did not help support the ancient building. A crumbling balcony jutted from the first floor. Reaching up, Dandai seized the balustrade and hauled herself up onto the balcony. This was her normal way of entering her home, for the ground floor was taken over by goats and hogs, just as the second floor had been appropriated by doves and parakeets. Trampling over the greenery, self-sown on the balcony, She moved into the front room. Dandai smiled. Here were her old things, the broken furniture on which she liked to sleep, the vision screens on which nothing could be seen, the heavy manuscript books in which, guided by her know-all mentor, she wrote down the outpourings of the music columns she had visited all over the world. She ambled through to the next room. She paused, her peace of mind suddenly shattered by danger. A brown bear stood there. One of its heavy hands was clenched over the hilt of a knife. "I'm no vulgar thief," it said, curling its thick black lips over the syllables. "I'm an archaeologer. If this is your place, you must grant me permission to remove the man-things. Obviously you've no idea of the worth of some of the equipment here. We bears require it. We must have it." It came towards her, panting doggy fashion with its jaws open. From under bristling eyebrows gleamed the lust to kill. Dandai was frightened. Peaceful by nature, she feared the bears above all creatures for their fierceness and their ability to organize. The bears were few. They were the only creatures to show signs of wishing to emulate man's old aggressiveness. She knew what the bears did. They hurled themselves through the involutes to increase their power. By penetrating those patterns, they nourished their psychic drive, so the mentor said. It was forbidden. They were transgressors. They were killers. "Mentor!" she screamed. The bear hesitated. As far as he was concerned, the hulking creature before him was merely an obstacle in the way of progress, something to be thrust aside without hate. Killing would be pleasant, but irrelevant. More important items remained to be done. Much of the equipment housed here could be used in the rebuilding of the world of which bears had such highly haphazard dreams. Holding the knife threateningly, he moved forward. The mentor was in Dandai's head, answering her cry, seeing through her eyes, though he had no sight of his own. He scanned the bear and took over her mind instantly, knifing himself into place like a guillotine. No longer was he a blind old dolphin, lurking in one cell of a cathedral pile of coral under tropical seas, a theologer, an inculcator of wisdom into feebler-minded beings. He was a killer, more savage than the bear, keen to kill anything that might covet the vacant throne once held by men. The mere thought of men could send this mentor into shark-like fury at times. Caught up in his fury, Dandai found herself advancing. For all the bear's strength, she could vanquish it. In the open, where she could have brought her heavy tail into action, it would have been an easy matter. Here her weighty forearms must come into play. She felt them lift to her mentor's command as she planned for her to clout the bear to death. The bear stepped back, awed by an opponent twice its size, suddenly unsure. She advanced. "No, stop!" Dandai cried. Instead of fighting the bear, she fought her mentor, hating his hate. Her mind twisted, her dim mind full of that steely, fishy one, as she blocked his resolution. "I'm for peace," she cried. "Then kill the bear." "I'm for peace, not killing." She rocked back and forth. When she staggered into a wall, it shook. Dust spread in the old room. The mentor's fury was terrible to feel. "Get out quickly," Dandai called to the bear. Hesitating, it stared at her. Then it turned and made for the window. For a moment it hung with its shaggy, shabby hindquarters in the room. Momentarily she saw it for what it was, an old animal in the old world without direction. It jumped. It was gone. Goats blared confusion on its retreat. "Bitch!" screamed the mentor. Insane with frustration, he hurled Dandai against the doorway with all the force of his mind. Wood cracked and splintered. The lintel came crashing down. Brick and stone shifted, crumbled, fell. Powdered filth billowed up. With a great roar, one wall collapsed. Dandai struggled to get free. Her house was tumbling about her. It had never been intended to carry so much weight, so many centuries. She reached the balcony, and jumped clumsily to safety just as the building avalanched in on itself, sending a great cloud of plaster and powdered mortar into the overhanging trees. For a horribly long while the world was full of dust, goat bleats, and panic-stricken parakeets. Heavily astride her Baluchitherium once more, Dandai Lashadusa headed back to the empty region called Ginomon. She fought her bitterness, trying to urge herself towards resignation. All she had was destroyed. Not that she set store by possessions, that was a man trait. Much more terrible was the knowledge that her mentor had left her forever. She had transgressed too badly to be forgiven this time. Suddenly she was lonely for his pernickety voice in her head, for the wisdom he fed her, for the scraps of dead knowledge he tossed her, yes, even for the love he gave her. She had never seen him, never could, and yet no two beings could have been more intimate. She missed, too, those other wards of his she would glimpse no more, the mole creature tunneling in earth's depths, the seal family that barked with laughter on a desolate coast, senile gorilla that endlessly collected and classified spiders, and aurochs, seen only once, but then unforgettably, that lived with smaller creatures in an Arctic city it had helped build in the ice. She was excommunicated. Well, it was time for her to change, to disintegrate, to transubstantiate into a pattern, not of flesh, but music. That discipline at least the mentor had taught and could not take away. "This will do, lass," she said. Her gigantic mount stopped obediently. Lovingly she patted its neck. It was young. It would be free. Following the dusty trail, she went ahead alone. Somewhere far off one bird called. Coming to a mound of boulders, Dandai squatted among gorse, the points of which could not prick through her thick old coat. Already her selected music poured through her head. Already it seemed to loosen the chemical bonds of her being. Why should she not choose an old human tune? She was an antiquarian. Things that were gone solaced her for things that were to come. In her dim way she'd always stood out against her mentor's absolute hatred of men. The thing to hate was hatred. Men in their finer moments had risen above hate. Her death psalm was an instance of that, a multiple instance, for it had been fingered and changed over the ages, as the mentor himself insisted, by men of a variety of races, all with their minds directed to worship rather than hate. Locking herself into thought disciplines, Dandai began to dissolve. Man had needed machines to help him to do it, to fit into the involutes. She was a lesser animal. She could unbutton herself into the humbler shape of a music column. It was just a matter of rearranging. And without pain she formed into a pattern that was not a shaggy megatherium body, but an indigo column, hardly visible. Lass for a long time cropped thistle and cacti. Then she ambled forward to seek the hairy creature she fondly and a little condescendingly regarded as her equal, but of the sloth there was no sign. Almost the only landmark was a faint violet-blue dye in the air. As the Baluchitherium mare approached, a sweet old music grew in volume from the dye. It was a music almost as old as the landscape itself, and certainly as much travelled. A tune once known to men as the old Hundredth, and there were voices singing, "All creatures that on earth do dwell." And that is the end of Best SF6, edited by Edmund Crispin.